I finally let go of a 20-year love, treating it as if I'd thrown it all to the dogs. On the first day of cutting ties, I clearly explained to the entire class that my relationship with the school beauty, Vaivu Dom, was nothing more than that of neighbors. On the second day of cutting ties, she was shocked when I returned all the gifts she had ever given me, stating that I wasn't worthy of them. On the third day of cutting ties, I changed my university application choices to be as far away from her as possible. After leaving the exam room, she clung to the school's hotshot and shouted at me that the three of us would go to Kim University together. I nodded in agreement, but inwardly wondered if she was insane. I turned away, secretly changed my application, and headed to the northeast alone. That evening, she came to find me, smiling and carrying a plate of dumplings. These are dumplings I made myself, with chives and eggs. I know you like them, so I brought some over. I knew she was trying to smooth things over, to apologize. I also knew she rarely humbled herself like this for anyone. I didn't refuse, perhaps this would be our last meal together. After she left, she called to ask why I hadn't told her. I answered calmly, without a trace of emotion, the 20-year relationship ended long ago. It ended on that mid-autumn festival night when you publicly humiliated me in front of both our families, calling me a licking dog. Only then did I realize that the person I cherished so deeply despised me so much. That day was the last birthday she spent with me. Every year, my birthday wish was to marry Vaivu Dom as soon as possible. Since I was a child, I knew she would be my future wife. The adults often joked that we could set a wedding date. I would smile faintly, my heart filled with joy. But Vaivu Dom's reaction was beyond my expectations. As the chatter grew louder, she suddenly stood up, nearly knocking over the entire table. Startled, I reflexively turned to look at her, a half-eaten shrimp still in my mouth. I had never seen her like this. She stood there, her face flushed, tears welling in her eyes, looking deeply hurt. Who gave you the right to arrange my life? He is him, and I am me. I will never marry him in this lifetime. Give up on that idea. I was completely stunned. The shrimp fell to the floor. My throat felt constricted, a sharp pain shooting through it. Blood rushed to my head, and my ears were ringing. Uncle Vay was the first to react, scolding her. What are you talking about? Can't you speak properly? She replied, in my eyes, he's just a neighbor, at most an older brother. I don't like him at all. And let me tell you, stop following me around. It's so annoying. The last sentence, she pointed directly at me. Her resentful gaze made me feel completely out of place. Those harsh words were no different from publicly denouncing me as a shameless dog. My parents' faces changed. Uncle Vi, furious, slapped her hard across the face. The sharp smack made me jump. It was the first time I had ever seen him hit her. She stumbled, her head hitting the corner of the wall. Auntie Vi and I instinctively rushed to support her, but she pushed me away forcefully. Caught off guard, I fell to the ground. Fresh blood streamed from her temple. She glared at me with pure hatred, as if she wanted to kill me. Are you satisfied now? My eyes widened in disbelief. She wiped her tears and tried to leave. I grabbed her. What do you mean? Explain yourself. Let me tell you, I hate you. You're shameless, always following me. I don't want any relationship with you, not in this lifetime. After that, we never spoke a word to each other again. The early morning sun was beautiful. She and I were like strangers. Before, she always walked ahead and I followed. Now, it was the opposite. Thinking back, it was amusing. Our classmates, who loved to tease us, used to say that Vaivu Dom and I were like a pair of inseparable lovebirds. When they saw us arriving one after the other, a few boys in the back would whistle and chant, "Our lovebirds have arrived." Before, I would feel happy hearing that. Today, they said the same thing, but my mood was completely different. I instinctively turned to look at Vaivu Dom. She was cold, expressionless, walking straight to her seat and taking out a book. Seeing her indifference, my heart itched as if pierced by needles. Some words, once spoken, cannot be taken back. Some things, once they happen, have a determined outcome. Since you want to cut ties with me, I will help you. I put my bag down and walked up to the podium. For the first time, I clearly explained my relationship with Vaivu Dom to over 50 classmates. Dear friends, Vaivu Dom and I are just neighbors who live across from each other. We walk to and from school together because our houses are so close, which has caused a misunderstanding. I apologize for that. I want to tell everyone that besides being neighbors, Vaivu Dom and I have no other relationship. Please don't speculate, and please stop teasing us. Thank you. As I stepped down, I saw the surprised and confused looks on my classmates' faces. Walking past Vaivu Dom, her expression was even worse, perhaps due to her injury. From then on, we never walked to school together again, though we often met at some point. I would just give a polite nod without initiating conversation. Many times, she would stop by the roadside, seemingly waiting for me, her lips moving as if to say something, but I always pretended not to notice and walked past. Our classmates didn't believe what he said. After all, for over 10 years, we were inseparable. My deskmate told me they even held secret meetings to discuss it, concluding I was just angry with Vu Dom and would go back to normal soon. I couldn't deny or confirm this. I couldn't force my thoughts into their heads. Let the truth speak for itself. On Thursday afternoon, during the third period big class, the seniors, worn out from endless books and exercises, were herded onto the field by the teacher. We had to run 3 to 5 laps. I asked for leave due to a cold. About 20 minutes later, a classmate ran in and pulled me outside. It's bad, Vu Dong fell while running. She's bleeding a lot, you have to come see. Hearing I was coming, the students parted to create a path for me. Vu Dong suddenly looked up, a fleeting emotion in her dark eyes before they returned to their usual coldness. They snapped back to reality and stopped. Only then did I realize I had run here unconsciously. I mocked myself with a slight smile. What am I doing? The moment I hear she's hurt, I forget everything and run to her. Truly the nature of a masochist. Haven't I been scolded enough? Over 50 classmates were watching, seemingly waiting for me to run back and forth, fetching water and medicine, tending to her like a servant. But I was no longer the old me. She didn't need me to do those things, and I didn't need to interfere. The school infirmary will handle it. You guys take her there. I left that sentence and turned away without hesitation. My departure was unexpected. They immediately started gossiping, but I pretended not to hear, not stopping or looking back. Time passed quickly. Half a month went by. My life was a bit lonelier but more comfortable. After evening self-study, I'd pack my review materials, say goodbye to my deskmate, and walk home alone. Perhaps because the night was beautiful, I was in a good mood, humming a song I'd heard somewhere. As I tried to remember the next line, Vu Dong stepped out from a corner, blocking my path. Vu Dong was beautiful, with elegant features and a slender figure, enough to captivate any boy. But no matter how beautiful she was, it no longer concerned me. Seeing her suddenly, my heart itched. Unpleasant memories flooded back, tightening my chest. Not wanting any involvement with her, I took a step to the right to leave. Unexpectedly, she mirrored my move, blocking me again. I was slightly annoyed and looked up at her, trying to keep my gaze calm and indifferent. Is something wrong? Nothing. Can't I wait to walk home with you? Didn't we used to walk home together every day? He smiled faintly. The past is the past. Now is now. You can't compare them. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Goodbye. I tried to step around her again, but she quickly grabbed my left arm. How fun. What are you doing? Do you have to be so final? Vu Dom, I want to go home. Please move. How fun, she said through gritted teeth. What exactly do you want? To cut ties with me forever. I only said a few words. Is it worth holding a grudge for so long? You've already apologized. Since when did you become so petty? I thought she truly didn't understand. It wasn't about those few words, but the intent behind them. That's what truly bothered me. She would never know how much damage her few words had caused me. Hearing her speak so dismissively, I got angry and looked straight at her. Vu Dom, isn't this what you wanted? I did as you asked, yet you're still not satisfied. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Just say it, and I'll do it. I heard her grinding her teeth in the dark. You want to draw a clear line. Why don't you just move out completely? My dad is looking at new houses, but buying a house is a big deal and can't be rushed. I'll go home and urge him. Don't worry, even if we can't move right away, I won't bother you anymore. Fine. You're ruthless. Her face turned ugly. She stared at me for a long time, and seeing I wasn't joking, she threw those 3 hateful words at me and stormed off, quickly disappearing into the night. Time passed uneventfully. Our two families basically restored normal relations, just not as close as before. Between me and Vu Dom, there was always a barrier. I never entered her room again, and rarely even went to their house. I tried to avoid family gatherings. When I had to see her, I kept my distance and stayed silent. That New Year's, my mom planned to host, but Uncle and Auntie Vi insisted. My parents couldn't refuse. I didn't plan on going, but Vu Dom came to find me. I was lounging on the sofa with headphones on. She stood silently beside me. I knew she was there but didn't know how to face her, so I pretended not to notice. Finally, she took off my headphones, and I reluctantly opened my eyes. What's up? She sat down next to me. I subtly shifted away, which made her frown. How fun, I actually came to apologize. What? I thought I misheard. I came to apologize. I was wrong that day. I shouldn't have said those things. Even though I'll never like you, I've never truly hated you. From now on, I'll always see you as a good older brother. Is that so? So, how fun, let's walk to school and back together from now on. Otherwise, my mom and your aunt will still worry about us. I bit my lip. This apology was worse than no apology at all, like rubbing salt in the wound. I had tried so hard to forget, and she brought it all up again. Vu Dom, you really know how to kill without a blade. The heavy burden suddenly lifted. I slept for 2 straight days, only waking up to eat and use the restroom. On the 4th day after the university entrance exams, Faye Vudong came over. I was awake by then, sitting at my desk, flipping through old diaries, debating whether to keep them or burn them. Given our current relationship, burning them seemed best. But thinking of my 20 years of silent dedication, I couldn't bring myself to do it. I couldn't let go of her, of all the feelings I had invested in her. I picked up the habit of writing a diary from my dad. From 1st grade until now, I had filled several thick notebooks, all with trivial memories between me and Vudong. These diaries were my entire youth. A slight noise startled me. I turned to see her standing at my bedroom door, her face flushed. My heart pounded, but my hands calmly locked the diaries in a drawer. He smiled at her. Vudong, you're here. The great sleeper is finally awake, she teased, hopping onto my desk. It had been a while. We had become as distant as water. Her sudden closeness felt foreign. No, that wasn't right. Before, when she was near, my heart would race. Now, I just wanted to avoid her. How Fong, how did you do? She asked, her eyes full of an excitement I couldn't understand. I came by a few times, but you were always sleeping. You really sleep a lot. It was okay, I said, looking down at a small ornament on the desk, trying to keep my distance. In truth, my exams went well, but I had created a distance between us in my heart. I couldn't chat freely like before. I was even afraid to look into her eyes, afraid I'd lose control and fall for her again. Whenever I saw her, I had to remind myself, she's my little sister. As her brother, I must not cross the line. How Fong, be honest. Are you still angry with me? She asked, her voice turning serious, likely sensing my coldness. I looked at her, confused. She looked back for a moment, then gave a bitter smile. How Fong, let's go to the same university. That way, we can still go to and from class together. I gave a faint smile. I haven't really thought about which school to apply to yet. The conversation ended without resolution. She left looking a bit disappointed. I didn't tell her that someone had already approached me, subtly hoping I wouldn't apply to the same school as her. Actually, I'm stubborn and don't easily listen to others. Whether I listened to that person was entirely up to me, and my decision would have nothing to do with their request. I am my own person, and now I live for myself and my parents. That evening, while I was eating, Vudong came over again. She brought 2 plates of hot dumplings. Auntie, freshly made chive and egg dumplings. They're delicious. I remembered how Fong likes them, so I brought some over. Eat them while they're hot. I had already finished a large bowl of rice and 3 pieces of braised pork. There was no room left. Under her earnest gaze, I ate one symbolically and put down my chopsticks. After she left, my mother brought up the university application, saying she thought it would be best for me to go to the same school as Vudong. After all, we grew up together and could look out for each other. I didn't respond. My mind was already made up. In the class next door, there was a transfer student named Hoso, the recognized school hotshot. I had seen Vudong with him many times, their hands intertwined, my heart itching each time. The day we went back to school to check our scores, I saw him pull Vudong into a corner, saying he wanted to apply to the same university to be her knight and protect her forever. At that moment, I felt like I was dying. We submitted our applications on the same day. After she finished hers, she rushed into my room, excitedly asking if I was done. I saw stars in her eyes, but they weren't for me. I've chosen. Is it Kim University? They're recruiting more this year. You'll definitely get in. Vudong, is Hoso also going to Kim University? I didn't want to ask, I already knew the answer. But I asked anyway, holding on to a sliver of non-existent hope. I was so foolish, still hoping for something from her. But what could I do? I liked her. Vudong paused, then grinned. Yes, he's been aiming for Kim University since he was little. I closed my eyes, trying to hide my pain. Vudong's smile faded. She stared at my fake smile and the darkness in my eyes. How Fong, thank you. And I'm sorry. She had said sorry too many times, but those light words couldn't heal the wound in my heart. I gave a weak laugh and walked away. My gaze fell on a spot on the table. There were 4 small tiger figurines, each majestic. It was her 18th birthday gift to me. I remembered her saying, How Fong, this is a gift I prepared for my boyfriend. Hold on to it for me. When I find a boyfriend, I'll take it back. At the time, I was overjoyed, thinking the boyfriend she mentioned would be me. Now I understood. She really just wanted me to be a placeholder. 3 years had passed. She had found her boy, and my duty as a placeholder was over. I picked up the 4 small tigers, and placed them in her hand. She looked at me, bewildered. What are you doing? What am I doing? Vudong, don't pretend to be innocent. You asked me to hold on to this for your future boyfriend. Now that you have one, I can't keep it anymore. At the last moment, as I hit the confirmation button, I changed the school name from Kim University to a famous university in the north, Lin University. I heard its traditional painting department was nationally renowned and had produced many great artists. Not wanting to go to Kim University, this was my best choice. Uncle Vi and Auntie both asked if I chose Kim University. I always answered vaguely. The day I received my acceptance letter, I stood stunned for a long time. She and I were not from the same world. University was another milestone marking our separation. She ran to my house with her acceptance letter, excitedly demanding to see mine. How fom, let me see your letter, here's mine, you can look too. Her smile was beautiful, just like the one that kept me up at night in my memories. I calmly handed her my acceptance letter. She stared at the school name, her eyes wide with shock. She was both stunned and surprised. I had always listened to her. She never expected that on such an important matter, I would make a decision contrary to her wishes. Perhaps she still hadn't realized I was no longer the old me. It was she who had changed me. How fom. Why? There was a hint of hurt in her eyes. Vu Dom, without you, I'm already sad. I can't lose myself too. You don't love me, so let me walk my own path. The professor said the traditional painting department there is more suitable for me. I gave a faint smile, avoiding her eyes, not wanting to see her expression after hearing my answer. So, you still resent me? If my mom finds out you didn't apply to the same school, she might beat me. She won't. If she really wants to hit you, with our houses so close, I definitely hear it. I'll explain it to her myself so you won't get hurt. I replied calmly. She suddenly brought her face close to mine, so close I could count her eyelashes. My heart, against my will, began to race. I really loved her eyes, they seemed to hold an entire starry sky. How fom, look at me. Are you still holding on to what I said that day? You still haven't forgiven me, you're still blaming me. How fom, I was talking nonsense that day. Can you just forget it? I can't forget. You hurt me too deeply. How could I not care? How could I forget so easily? Losing love is sad enough, I can't lose my dignity too. Besides, knowing there's no future, why should we continue to burden each other? She left, looking unwell. I didn't understand. I had done so much, what more was she unhappy about? Lin University was in the far north, over 3,000 kilometers away, truly worlds apart. My parents were reluctant to let me go so far, worried I wouldn't adapt to the climate or the food. The night I got the letter, my mom cried and asked if I wanted to retake the exam next year or choose a vocational school nearby. I understood her feelings, but my own pain was something I needed to deal with. I wanted to forget her, to start over, and I needed the right environment for that. I said nothing, just looked at my mom. She, who understood her child's heart best, wiped her red eyes and said, Lin University is good too. Their traditional painting department is even more famous than Kim University's. Go there and study hard. Try for a master's, and then a doctorate. Your dad and I are about to retire. If you want to stay there, we'll move there with you. Why are you crying? Isn't their daughter there too? With her there, how fom will have someone to look after him. He won't be lonely. My parents' love and care dispelled the sadness and reluctance in my heart. At that time, I was solely focused on escaping Vai Vu Dom. When I applied, I only thought of myself, completely forgetting that the Vai family had another daughter, and she was also at Lin University. Perhaps some things are fated. No matter how I tried, I still had to live in the orbit of her family. Fortunately, that person was no longer Vai Vu Dom, but her older sister, Vai Vu Truc, who had always loved me like a real brother. Vai Vu Dom left a day before me. I really wanted to see her off, but thinking of her words, I couldn't find the courage to step outside. I could only peek through the peephole. She stood in front of my door with her suitcase, motionless for 2 full minutes, until Uncle Vai urged her to go. I watched from my side of the door as she left my house, left my world. When her shadow disappeared down the hallway, I stumbled to the balcony, hiding in a corner to watch her leave again. She and I were finally separated. The feelings I could never voice now had nowhere to go. University life was busy and tiring, but I still remembered every moment with her over the years. I wondered what she was doing, if she ever thought of me. I had never been away from her for so long, and it felt strange, an emptiness in my heart. To distract myself, I joined many clubs and did volunteer work, keeping myself as busy as a spinning top. I was so exhausted each day that I fell asleep the moment I hit the bed. After we both started school, we kept in touch, mostly through her WeChat messages asking how I was and for some pictures. I tried to control my emotions, keeping my replies brief and bland. As for the photos, I wasn't sure if she wanted to see me or the campus. I figured the latter was more likely, so I sent many pictures of the school's cultural landmarks. After that, we contacted each other less, maybe once every 10 days or so. She had a boyfriend. I didn't want to cause any misunderstandings or let my personal feelings affect her life. So, no matter how much I missed her, I held back and never initiated a conversation. Near the winter break, she contacted me once, asking when I was coming home. I stared at the simple words on my phone, both happy and worried. After much thought, I typed a long reply, I haven't decided yet. It's not on the way anyway, don't worry about me. That afternoon, she posted on her moments with just 5 words, we're going home, accompanied by 2 photos. One was a receipt for 2 plane tickets. The other was of 2 intertwined hands. My heart edged. I dragged my suitcase alone, crossing mountains and seas to get home. The winter break in the north was long. I could relax at home for a few days and eat my mom's cooking, something I dreamed of at school. Vudum came home a few days before me. After I got back, she would occasionally knock on my door, sit for a while, and chat. Every time, she had a huge smile. She told me about strange things at her school, about how close her dorm was to Hoso's, about the places they went, showing me their photos one by one. I told her about the feather like snow in the north, the long icicles under the eaves, and how northerners weren't afraid of the cold, breaking thick ice to go swimming. Most of the time, she listened quietly, sometimes with a faint smile. Sometimes she'd call me a glutton, remind me to keep warm, or tell me to take care of myself. I treated all her words and actions as a younger sister's concern for her older brother. I didn't dare to think more, nor did I dare to truly listen. My life was still my own to live, everything else was fleeting. One day she walked in while I was devouring a watermelon with my feet on the coffee table, juice splashing everywhere. She glanced at me, went to the bathroom, and threw a wet towel at me. Look at the way you eat, so uncivilized. What girl would ever put up with you? Is that why you trampled on my feelings like garbage? Why you mocked me for being so terrible? My heart clenched. Vudum, please stay away from me, I'm begging you. In the end, the new year was still a time for our 2 families to get together. Uncle V dragged my family of 3 over to their house early. The windows were decorated with paper cuttings, the balcony with small string lights. Firecrackers popped outside, and New Year's programs played on TV, all adding to the festive atmosphere. With nothing to do, I tried several times to sneak back to my room but was stopped by Auntie, who told me to go play with Vudum in her room. I didn't refuse, but I didn't go either, instead curling up on the sofa and scrolling through my phone. What had happened hung over me like a sharp knife. I didn't dare forget for a moment. Vudum had apologized, but he still couldn't get over the barrier in my heart. I wondered if I was being too petty. All I knew was that there was a long, bleeding wound in my heart. My phone was suddenly snatched away. I looked up. Vudum had one hand on the armrest next to me, the other holding my phone up. I'm watching a movie. Give it back, I said, reaching for it. But she was quick, dodging my hand and running off. I didn't want to go into her room, and I certainly didn't want to chase her, but then I remembered my phone had many pictures of her she didn't know about. If she found them, it would surely cause a misunderstanding. I had to get it back. When I got to her room, she was already sitting at her desk. Come in, let's watch together, she said cheerfully, her eyes sparkling. Vudum, the person you like isn't me, so why do you have to keep bothering me? I'm not coming in. Bring it out here. Afraid to come in. Haha, how fun. Why have you become so timid? If you like the web drama, just watch it. I can watch T. I lowered my eyes and said flatly, turning to leave. She called out, annoyed, you can't even take a joke. You're just as petty as him. Here, take it back. As if I want to watch it. She tossed the phone to me. I quickly caught it, my eyes accidentally meeting hers. The atmosphere made my head ache. I suddenly didn't know how to treat her. I had my phone back but was in no mood to watch anything. Her words kept replaying in my mind. Who was him? Since childhood, she had a peculiar personality and didn't like hanging out with boys. I was probably the only one. That him had to be Hoso. Realizing this, I opened the photo album on my phone, scrolling through years of accumulated pictures. Around 9 p.m., Truc video called. We chatted for a while. How fun, come here. Your sister wants to talk to you. He sat down. On the screen, Truc looked at me silently, a smile in her eyes. How fun, I'm still out with my professor for research, so I couldn't pick you up. How are you? Are you doing okay at school? I'm doing great. Over a year apart, her sister Truc had become even more beautiful, with a mature charm. Her starry eyes were full of gentleness. Vudum was beautiful, but her sister was a level above. Are you used to the food? Why have you gotten so thin? Not at all, I love northern food, especially the braised pork. My words seemed to please her. She raised an eyebrow and smiled warmly. Good. I'll be back in March or April. I'll treat you to braised pork then. The call with her sister added much joy to my New Year's Eve. Happy days always fly by. Before I knew it, it was time to go back to school. Under the strong intervention of my mom and auntie, Vudum and I booked flights on the same day. When we arrived at the airport, Hoso was already waiting by the road, smiling. Free from her parents' eyes, Vudum became ecstatic, running to hold his hand and hug him tightly. Lovers apart for a day feel like they've been apart for 3 years. I turned away, a stomach full of jealousy, and dragged my luggage into the terminal alone. This semester was much heavier than the last. I put aside all distracting thoughts and devoted myself to my studies. Gradually, my mind became calm. I entered a competition organized by our department and unexpectedly achieved a high rank, causing a stir. A visiting professor loved my painting and asked me to create another piece on the theme Flowers of Wealth and Honor, based on my own understanding. He said if it was good, he would display it at an exhibition and take me on as his graduate student. This professor was highly respected in the traditional painting world. Being personally guided by him was a dream for any student in our major. It took me over a month to finish the painting. When I nervously presented it to him, he was in a video conference. I was about to leave, but he waved me in. He held up my painting for the person on the screen to evaluate. After the meeting, I learned they were his graduate students. He was guiding them online. Unexpectedly, my painting received high praise again. The professor told me to add a female student on WeChat, saying our styles were unique and could complement each other, and that we should frequently exchange ideas. I didn't want to, but he ignored my wishes, took my phone, and showed microcode to the camera. Professor, I already have his WeChat, a cool, familiar voice said. The professor turned the phone back to me. When I saw the person, I smiled. On the other end, she was smiling at me. This is my little brother. Be good, study hard. I'll be back soon to treat you to something delicious. Her smile was gentle, as loving as ever. The professor praised my artistic talent to everyone. In his words, I became a rare genius. Almost overnight, I became a well-known figure in the department, and even the entire university, making it into the top 3 of the school's popularity ranking. My photo was even posted on the main bulletin board. After that, more and more people, both acquaintances and strangers, sought me out for paintings. I was insanely busy, but my mood gradually brightened. Her sister, Thanh Mai Truc, was a few years older than me and had always taken care of me. Now that we were in more contact, I discovered she was a very interesting person. Every few days, she would discuss traditional painting with me, sharing her experiences. Sometimes she'd send her work for us to appreciate together. When I faced difficulties, I would ask for her advice, and she always gave the most sincere suggestions, which helped me a lot. We had a common interest, and got along very well. Occasionally, I'd check moments on WeChat to test my tolerance. Thanh Mai was no longer as distant, almost daily showing off her happy life, either drinking together or holding hands on a date. In short, she constantly threw her relationship in my face, leaving me bitter. I wanted to soothe myself with the braised pork her sister had promised, but her return date kept getting postponed. I ended up going out with my roommate twice. This summer, she didn't contact me. I didn't bother her either. Once again, I set off for home alone with my backpack. I thought I had gotten used to a life without her. I was learning to grow up on my own. The plane took off at night. By the time I got home, it was around 6 a.m. Without even talking to my parents, I took a quick shower and collapsed into bed. I woke up from a jumble of dreams at noon. My mom was setting the table. Seeing me awake, she waved me over to eat. Mom, I want noodles for dinner tonight. Tonight, Auntie is treating us out. We'll have it another day. Dinner was at a new family-style restaurant on the corner. I was late. When I entered the private room, there was only one seat left. How fun. We were just waiting for you, Thanh Mai said before I could even sit down. I looked up to say something, but a sight like a sharp knife stabbed my eyes, the pain so intense I could barely breathe. Half a year apart, he had matured, his eyes filled with warmth and tenderness. Thanh Mai smiled shyly, leaning against Hoso's arm. He held her hand, their intimacy leaving no room for air. My eyes hurt, but my heart hurt more. He had brought her home to meet the family. In that instant, all the memories that belonged only to me and Thanh Mai suddenly ended, losing all meaning. For a moment, I was lost, not knowing what to do. How fun, sit. What do you want to eat? Let Auntie order for you, she said warmly. I numbly sat down. Opposite me were the two of them, nestled together sweetly. At that moment, I truly wanted to gouge my eyes out. The way Thanh Mai looked at Hoso was so gentle and sweet. This is the neighbor I often mention, How fun. How fun, this is my boyfriend, Hoso. Of course I knew him. He was in our year, a transfer student. A worthy school hotshot. His gentle meticulousness, and my straightforward nature were worlds apart. Perhaps all girls like his type. In that, I really couldn't compare. What could I say? I just smiled foolishly. How fun is very introverted. You have to treat him well. Don't bully him. After 19 years of knowing me, she definitely knew what kind of person I was. Yet she publicly warned me in front of everyone, as if I were some villain. I wasn't that kind of person, but I was truly disappointed. I just said, yes. It seemed Uncle and Auntie already knew about Hoso's family. They were very unhappy. From the start of the meal, they kept putting food on my plate, ignoring Hoso completely. He looked awkward. Vudong kept comforting him in a low voice. My parents couldn't say much. As for me, I just focused on eating. When I was nearly done, I put down my chopsticks and went out to the small balcony for some air, not wanting to watch their public display of affection. The balcony was small and secluded. I hid there, not easily seen. Soon, a series of light, messy footsteps stopped outside. Not wanting to be discovered, I retreated further in. Budong, what's so great about that boy that you're so crazy about him? When you graduate and work for a state-owned enterprise, you'll need a political background check. With his family situation, will that be possible? In what way is he better than Hao Fom? Why must you choose him? I was startled. It was Ante and Wei Wudong. I wanted to leave. After all, this was their family matter, and I, an outsider, shouldn't overhear. But the balcony was a dead end. Unless I jumped, I couldn't leave as long as they were there. Wei Wudong was clearly madly in love with Hoso. She lowered her voice, trying to argue with her mother. In my line of sight, Hoso stood awkwardly to the side, watching everything unfold. Although he still had a smile on his face, it seemed to carry a hint of inferiority. For a moment, I even felt sorry for him. He wasn't at fault at all. What did his parents' affairs have to do with him? He just met a girl he liked and wanted to protect her. As for the matter between me and Wudong, it really had nothing to do with them. To be more distant, Wudong and Hoso were not at fault either, they just wanted to live the lives they preferred. I couldn't help but mock myself. Why could I find excuses for everyone else but couldn't save myself? Outside, Wudong was clearly losing control of her emotions, her voice growing higher. Mom, can you please think about me? The person I like is Hoso. Your daughter can only be happy with him. No matter how good Hao Fong is, he's just a neighbor, at most a big brother from next door. I don't like him. I don't like him now, and I won't like him in the future. Thud. Something heavy felt like it had been dropped on my head. Something kept surging, and my nose stung. I staggered, unable to stand firm, my chest hurting as if it would shatter. I didn't want to listen anymore, because I didn't know what other words Wudong would say that would make me feel worse than death if I didn't show myself. My aunt was pale with anger, raising her hand to strike. I stepped out from the balcony and grabbed her arm with one hand. Her expression changed suddenly. She clasped my hand, her lips trembling, unable to speak. The apology in her eyes was like a sea, nearly drowning me. Wudong turned to look at me, her icy gaze making my heart tremble. I didn't understand where the coldness in her eyes came from or why it was directed at me. I mocked myself, patting my aunt's hand to comfort her. Auntie, I don't like Wudong, and she doesn't like me. We can't be together. Besides, I already have someone I like. That night, I lay in bed, unable to sleep. The pain in my chest spread relentlessly. Near dawn, she sent me a WeChat message. Do you really have a girlfriend? Who is she? I stared at the phone screen without blinking, for a long time, until my eyes stung. It's not you anyway. Why are you asking? I switched my phone to silent, and threw it to the end of the bed, not replying. The next morning, with huge dark circles under my eyes, I asked a few high school friends to go mountain climbing. After yesterday's events, I especially didn't want to see Wudong. But our houses were too close. The only way to avoid her was to get out. That's why I went climbing. When I finished getting ready and opened the door, I coincidentally ran into Wudong, arm in arm with Hoso, who was also just opening his door and putting on his shoes. What bad luck to run into them again. I gave a brief greeting, not intending to say much. You're pretty punctual. Let's go, I've already called a car downstairs, Wudong said. I was stunned. You guys are going too. Why not? Let you go have fun all by yourself. Wudong glanced at me, her eyes filled with a strange look. I just felt a chill in my heart. It's just mountain climbing, why are you two tagging along? Can't you just leave me in peace for a while? What could I do? I was the one who suggested this activity. If I backed out now, those guys would probably storm my house. If they weren't here, I really wanted to slap myself. I wanted to go out to avoid seeing the two of them, and yet I ended up bringing them right in front of me. I was truly asking for trouble. My friends gathered at the foot of the mountain. They were all close buddies. This was our first time meeting since the summer break started. The friendship between boys is simple and pure. We threw our arms around each other's shoulders, laughing and shouting, incredibly happy. They all knew about my history with Wudong, and used to joke that we were the perfect couple. In everyone's eyes, I was supposed to be with Wudong, but now she was holding another boy's hand right in front of me. They couldn't understand. They kept winking at me, their curiosity burning fiercely. What could I say? That I had always been in a one-sided love with her. That she always saw me as a brother. I couldn't say anything, only smile bitterly. Wudong, introduce your boyfriend to everyone. Wudong leaned into Hoso's arms, smiling shyly. When did you get a boyfriend? Has nothing to do with number 1 or number 2 anymore. Truong then, being blunt and completely ignoring my signals, blurted it out. My feelings for Vu Dong were well known to these brothers. They were all witnesses to the time she publicly scolded me, and they even scolded her back for several days. This Truong Dan was so thoughtless. He probably wanted to get justice for me in his own way. He smiled wryly, feeling helpless. This guy really knew how to hit a sore spot. Vu Dong was clearly unhappy. Art Yi Tu Hao Feng's best friends. Lu Tu, not wanting to make things awkward for me, used his tall frame and long arm to cover Truong Dan's mouth. What nonsense are you talking about? Let's hurry up and climb. Mountain climbing is a physical activity, not suitable for bookworms like us. We were only halfway up when everyone was exhausted, sitting under the shade of a tree to rest. They all gathered around me, hesitant to speak, their expressions a mix of wanting to ask but fearing they'd hurt me. It was both funny and heartwarming. Thank goodness they were here today, otherwise, I'd be treated like a dog by Vu Dong. I'll only say this once, and no one is to ask again, I said. The childhood promise was just a joke between adults. She has always seen me as a brother. It was my misunderstanding. Hoso is the one she likes. What about you? Hao Feng? Don't tell us your feelings for her were fake. He smiled bitterly. How could they be fake? For Vu Dong, I almost gave up on myself. A forced relationship can't have a good outcome. She is she, and I am I. Seeing me so lonely, they asked, do you have any female cousins or sisters? He could introduce one to me. Hao Feng, you must be really sad, right? I turned my head to look at a small chrysanthemum blooming in the distance. It will pass. After a long while, everyone sighed, lamenting how times change and people are no longer the same. Then they enthusiastically declared that when they got back, they would cast a wide net and focus on finding me a girlfriend 100 times better than Vu Dong. I couldn't refuse, so I just let them talk. Finally, we reached the summit. Everyone clamored to go to the only shop there for ice cream. I caught a glimpse of Vu Dong and Hoso, who had somehow gotten there ahead of us. They were sitting on a bench under a tree, holding a box of raspberries, and feeding them to each other. They would occasionally look at each other, their eyes full of affection. My heart felt like it was being twisted, 100 times more sour than those raspberries. Not wanting to torture myself, I turned and walked in the opposite direction. Lu Tu walked beside me, unable to resist muttering, Vu Dong is so heartless. She'll definitely regret this later. But this Hoso guy doesn't look simple. With your naive personality, how could you be his match? He spoke with righteous indignation. I didn't interrupt, waiting for him to finish before saying that Vu Dong and I were in the past and not to bring it up again. He gnashed his teeth and called me useless, clearly hating me for my own good. I didn't want to argue with him, just stood quietly beside him, listening and occasionally handing him water to soothe his throat. Truong then called, saying they found a peach tree growing on a cliff, full of fruit, and told us to come and see. Peach trees weren't rare, but one growing on a cliff was. Lu Tu and I hurried over to see this strange sight. On the east-facing slope, there was indeed a huge peach tree growing crookedly on the cliff, its branches heavy with large and small peaches. I saw that the peach branches were very close, as if I could reach them just by stretching out my hand. On an impulse, I climbed onto the railing, ignoring my friend's protests, and reached out to pick a branch. I don't know if it was bad luck or if the railing was too old and couldn't bear my weight, but I suddenly felt dizzy, and then I was falling, headfirst. Perhaps it wasn't my time to die. In that moment of life and death, I managed to grab a vine growing from a crack in the rock, stopping my fall. I was left dangling in mid-air. Above, Truong Then and the others were screaming something, but my ears were ringing, and I couldn't hear clearly. This was a mountain tourist area with a rescue team, and soon someone arrived. When I was pulled up from the mountainside by two young men, Vu Dong finally ran over, pulling Hoso by the hand. Hao Feng, how could you be so careless? Are you okay? For the convenience of climbing, I was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. My exposed arms and legs were injured to varying degrees, covered in blood. Even I was scared looking at myself. The pain from the wounds, the fear, and the shock flooded my emotions, leaving me temporarily unable to answer her question. Hoso knelt between us, blocking her arm as she reached for me, and gently advised, Vu Dong, don't worry. Hao Feng will surely be fine. I had just escaped a life-threatening situation, and the post-survival fear overwhelmed me. I felt cold all over, trembling like a leaf. Not wanting to see them being affectionate in front of me, I closed my eyes. Seeing me curled up and trembling, my friends' expressions changed. They rushed over, asking all sorts of questions. When the rescue workers carried me down the mountain, an ambulance was already there. My friends got in the ambulance with me. The siren wailed as it sped towards the hospital. From the time I came down the mountain until I was put in the ambulance, Vu Dong carefully held Hoso's hand, following behind us. The only people surrounding me were my old close friends. At that moment, I truly felt a deep chill in my heart. The ambulance stopped at the hospital entrance. I saw my parents running towards me like they had gone mad. Seeing their tear-filled eyes, my heart itched. I had run out to escape my loved ones because of Vudam, yet she was indifferent to my injuries, while my parents were crying their hearts out for me. Thank goodness I still had them. I wasn't completely unloved. I was hospitalized for 4 days. My parents stayed by my side, taking care of me without leaving for a moment. My uncle and aunt came every day, sometimes with fruit, sometimes with meals, working tirelessly. I felt embarrassed and also sorry for them. I think I understood their intentions. They were using their actions to make up for Vudam. She knew I was injured but still didn't visit. To say I wasn't disappointed would be impossible. On the afternoon of the 3rd day in the hospital, I had just woken up from a nap when I heard a suppressed argument at the door. The voices were very familiar. It was Vudam and Hoso. I couldn't hear clearly through the door, but it seemed like Vudam wanted to come in and see me, but Hoso wouldn't let her. The two of them stood unhappily in front of my hospital room. I was being discharged tomorrow. Whether she came to visit or not didn't matter anymore. If her visit caused Hoso to have any ideas, it would be better if she didn't come. After listening for a while, I dozed off again, only waking up when my mother pushed the door open. This injury had truly frightened me. The doctor was still giving me sedatives, so I slept a lot. The hospital room was the same as usual. In the end, she still didn't come. My mother asked why my expression was strange. He smiled and said it was nothing. When I was discharged, both families came. The crowd of people filled the hospital room. My uncle and aunt packed my things, my mother helped me get dressed, and my father knelt on one knee to tie my shoelaces. The whole room was bustling, and my heart was warm. Even without romantic love, I still had such deep and sweet familial love. In fact, I was very rich. Vudam stood far away, with an unhappy-looking Hoso by her side. Every time she tried to come and help, he would stop her, so she had to stand there with him. Occasionally, she would look at me, her eyes showing some concern. Most of the time, she was whispering something to Hoso. Hoso kept glancing at me, his eyes full of displeasure. I guessed my aunt must have forced Vudam to come pick me up, and Hoso was unwilling but didn't dare refuse, so he was sulking at Vudam. That day, I only had external injuries, plus the shock. When I was discharged, the doctor said the external wounds were fine and I just needed a few more days of rest. The main thing was the itching. The fall from the cliff had scared my mother to death. She held my hand every day, murmuring that surviving death meant I had a great destiny. My mother remembered every one of the doctor's instructions and was determined to follow them when we got home, even adding many of her own ideas. She took leave from work to take care of me at home. I couldn't refuse my mother, so I had to lie in bed every day, being cared for like a pig being fattened. Eat, then sleep, sleep, then eat. I was so bored I felt like I was about to grow mold. One afternoon, my mother's company called about an urgent matter. She hurriedly grabbed her bag and left, but not before giving me no less than 500 words of instructions. The moment I heard her footsteps disappear down the hallway, I immediately jumped up and excitedly ran a few laps around the house. I had been lying down for over 10 days. If I didn't move, my limbs would feel like they were about to degenerate. While I was having fun, Vudam called. I calmed down and frowned, wondering if I should answer. After Vudam's indifference to my life and death, my disappointment in her had deepened. I had been recuperating at home for the past few days. She came a few times to drop off food, all made by my aunt to help me recover. My mother accepted it all, but I rarely ate it. A few times, she said she wanted to come into my room to see me, but my mother always refused, using the excuse that I was sleeping. Vudam had said, "Auntie, I'll just take a peek. I won't do anything. We used to sleep together when we were little. I really see how Fom is my real brother." My mother didn't even lift an eyelid. "You said that was when you were little and innocent. Anyway, you're grown up now, and you have a boyfriend. You should know to avoid suspicion." This was because on the day I came home, I had told my mother that Hoso was unhappy when Vudam came to the hospital to pick me up. If she came into my room and Hoso found out, I was afraid they would have a conflict. I didn't want to be the source of their conflict. I just wanted to stay far away from them. Since that incident, although my mother's relationship with my aunt wasn't affected, she did have some opinions about Vudam herself. In fact, my parents had already looked at houses elsewhere. It was only because I insisted that they gave up the idea of moving. I didn't want my mother to have any regrets, but she always thought I refused to move because I still had feelings for Vudam, so she was unhappy for a long time. Now that I could take the initiative to suggest staying away from Vudam, my mother was resolutely supportive and acted swiftly and decisively. She no longer bothered to be polite with Vudam. Many times, I felt that if it weren't for my aunt's sake, my mother wouldn't even let her in the house. As my mother said, in front of so many people, she didn't leave my precious son any face at all. Why should I still indulge her? Does she think my son only has her? My mother was right. I liked her, but it was no longer a case of not being able to live without her. There would come a day when I would get over my feelings for her and find a girl who truly loved me. I stayed at home for 5 days, and Vudam couldn't even touch the doorknob to my room. I thought she would get the hint. When she called at that moment, I hesitated, not knowing whether to answer. My finger accidentally swiped and unlocked the phone. Vudam's voice came through the screen clearly. "Ao Pham, open the door." Her voice was the same as always, with a hint of arrogance and command. "What for?" Hating her tone, my own tone wasn't good either. "I came to see you." "Aren't I worried about you? I've come several times, but your mom wouldn't let me see you. I've been thinking about you. From what I observed, your aunt just went out. Hurry up and open the door for me. My wound hurts, I can't get up." I was actually right by the door. Through the peephole, I could clearly see a few hints of impatience on her face. "Just get up slowly, I'm not in a hurry. I'll just wait at the door. I'll come in whenever you open it." Seeing her so persistent, I thought it wouldn't be right to just stay silent and not open the door. Thinking it over, I decided to just let her in. He slowly walked over and opened the door, and immediately regretted it. I thought she had come alone, but Hoso was crouching behind her. Looking at their intertwined hands, I was stunned, silently cursing myself for being impulsive. Even though I was regretting it so much I could turn green, they were already here, and I couldn't just kick them out. "You're here. Please come in." I deliberately used the word please. Vudam glanced at me quickly, then holding Hoso's hand, she squeezed past me into the house and plopped down on the sofa. Hoso sat right next to her, the two of them like inseparable dolls with no space between them. I couldn't help but curse inwardly. "I know you're in love, but do you have to flaunt it in front of me?" Outwardly, however, I remained polite, going to the kitchen to cut some fruit for them. "Ao Pham, that day when you fell, I found out too late and couldn't save you. I'm sorry. It wasn't your responsibility. Why are you apologizing?" "It's okay, I know. The handsome Ao Pham I know wouldn't be mad at me. My mom made me come. She said if I don't get your forgiveness, she won't acknowledge me as her daughter anymore. I was forced." I gave a faint smile. "I really don't blame you. If you need me to, I can tell Ante Mina myself." "Ao Pham, your house is beautiful," Hoso said, looking around curiously as it was his first time at my house. "It's all my mom's doing. She's a pretty well-known interior designer. My talent for drawing probably comes from her." I brought out the plate of fruit and placed it on the coffee table. I used a small fork to spear a piece and handed it to Hoso, then speared a piece for myself. The chilled fruit was incredibly refreshing, especially for someone like me who had been overwhelmed by my mother and hadn't eaten anything this delicious in days. Vudam looked up at me intently. I didn't understand what she meant, and it made the fruit in my mouth lose its sweetness. "What are you looking at? Are you sick?" I asked, confused. "Where's my fruit?" "Ao Pham, is this how you treat your little sister? I don't get it. Don't you have hands? Can't you get it yourself? Are you still waiting for me to feed you like before? We're so close we even know where the savings passbook is in each other's houses. What's with pretending to be a guest?" I swear I said those words completely unintentionally, just making small talk with them, with absolutely no other meaning. But Hoso's expression changed quickly, a mix of anger, dissatisfaction, and most of all, jealousy. "Ao Pham, is your family very rich? You even tell others where the savings passbook is. Aren't you afraid something might happen?" I shrugged indifferently. I was just giving an example, to show how familiar Vudam is with my house. As for where my family's savings passbook is, even I don't know, so how could Vudam? But Hoso's question is quite thought-provoking. He's wondering if my family has money, and at the same time, he's indirectly questioning Vudam's character. I have to admire him. His way of thinking is really peculiar. My father is a high school teacher, and my mother is a designer. Our income is decent. Our family's condition is relatively good, not considered rich, but comfortable enough. In my mother's words, what was it? Not as good as those above, but better than those below. This was the truth. I wasn't exaggerating or embellishing at all, just making conversation. Hoso's expression grew even uglier. He held Vudam's hand, still with that gentle look. "Actually, it's good not to have money. I've heard that families with slightly better conditions are all unhappy. Either the siblings fight over property, or the couple's relationship falls apart, and they divorce sooner or later." "Hoso, are you implying my parents will get a divorce sooner or later?" I was not happy hearing this. Wasn't this openly cursing my family? Vudam also felt his words were inappropriate and squeezed his hand. "Don't talk nonsense. Uncle and auntie's relationship is very good." Hoso didn't pull his hand away but pulled Vudam into his arms, turning to look at me provocatively. "That's not what I meant. Vudam, you're overthinking it." Watching the two of them put on this act, I really wanted to grab a broom and sweep them out. "If you want to be affectionate, go home and do it behind closed doors. Who's stopping you? Why come to my house and pretend to be a big-tailed wolf?" Hoso's words were laden with meaning. Even someone as open-minded as me could understand it. There was no way Wudong couldn't understand. She was deliberately pretending not to, just to protect Hoso. So, Hoso knew that with Wudong here, I couldn't do anything to him, so he deliberately came to my house to provoke me. For the past 2 years, I had indeed become less talkative, mainly because I was too lazy to open my mouth. But that didn't mean I was a pushover. In the past, when Wudong bullied me, I couldn't do anything. Who told me to be stupid enough to like her? But Hoso, who the hell are you? Who gave you the right to come to my house and act all high and mighty? Do you really think Wudong is your steel armor that can protect you from all harm? My parents' relationship is very strong. Besides, I'm the only child in my family. Everything good belongs to me alone. You want to find someone to compete with me. You haven't found them yet. How fum, you misunderstood. I didn't mean that. It's just that Wudong missed you, so I came with her to visit. I really didn't have any other intention. You're overthinking it. Perhaps my words hit a nerve. He backed down, looking at me pitifully, as if I had done something to him. He couldn't stand that my family's condition was good. I didn't care. His family had gone through a crisis, after all. But he shouldn't have brought up my parents. How could I let someone badmouth the people who gave birth to me and raised me? Wudong looked at me in surprise. Maybe she thought I was born a coward with no temper. In the past, I was indeed known for being good-natured, especially when facing Wudong. I had truly been completely obedient to her. Seeing that Wudong wasn't speaking up for him, Hoso looked very humiliated. How fum, don't be like that. I really didn't mean anything else. I just wanted to visit you. If you look down on me, I'll leave right now. I really hated this pretentious act of Hoso's. Wudong, thank you for visiting. Please leave. I'm tired and want to rest for a bit. I coldly showed them the door. Wudong's face darkened, dark waves churning in her eyes. She stared at me, seemingly very angry that I was kicking her out. How fum, we came to visit you with good intentions. What are you doing? If you really look down on Hoso, then we'll stay away from you in the future. The first half of her sentence was for Hoso, the second half was aimed at me. I couldn't help but sneer. Her actions at this moment gave me a new perspective on her. From the moment they entered, Hoso had been secretly trying to provoke and mock. Wasn't he the one who started it? He was so smart, I don't believe he couldn't see it. I only retorted a few sentences, and in her eyes, it had become an insult to Hoso. So what about the things he said? Did my parents deserve to be implicitly cursed by him? You're a dragon, are you? Didn't you hear what he said about my parents? I have no problem with you being biased, but there has to be a limit. I don't care what you guys say about me, I won't pay it any mind. But you can't talk about my parents. I don't want to argue. Please leave now. And don't come back if there's nothing important. Wudong paused, her eyes filled with confusion. Wudong, he really didn't mean it that way. You misunderstood him. You have to believe him. Believe your head. I looked at the drama unfolding before me and really hated myself. Why was my hand faster than my brain? Why did I open the door? How fum, what Hoso said about your uncle and aunt was indeed thoughtless of him. But he's always been a blunt speaker, why do you have to be so pedantic about it? Can't you be more forgiving? If you just let things go, there wouldn't be any problems, right? You know very well that his family has gone through such a huge ordeal, with his parents separating. And yet you still said in front of him how good your life is. Aren't you just provoking him? How fum, how did you become like this? This assessment was just short of calling me a malicious person. She made me laugh. Is this really the Wudong I've known for 19 years? Truly a match made in heaven. Wudong, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. I'm tired. I invite you two to get out of my house. Thank you. Wudong pulled Hoso's hand and left in a huff. Before leaving, Hoso turned and gave me a look. His triumphant gaze was so obvious it was ridiculous to me. Spoiled, he could act so wantonly. 2 days later, Shuangden and Lutu came to find me. My mother reluctantly let me go out for some fresh air. The moment I stepped out the door, my mother followed, nagging me with all sorts of things not to do, a long speech. I grabbed my 2 friends and ran straight down the stairs, towards the beautiful blue sky and white clouds, leaving my mother's helpless ladder behind. On Saturday afternoon, Wudong suddenly came knocking on my door. I didn't want to see her, the incident from last time was still fresh in my mind. But my mother was quick to unlock the door and ask her what was wrong. Wudong craned her neck to look inside and saw me sprawled on the sofa, watching an entertainment show on and laughing happily. She seemed to frown slightly at me, then quickly smoothed it out, smiling and saying she wanted to treat me to hot pot. My mother hesitated for a moment but still let her in, telling us to talk amongst ourselves. There's a new Chongqing hot pot restaurant that just opened in the city center. It's spicy and delicious, the flavor is amazing. Hurry up and change, my treat. I was too lazy to move, shaking my head like a rattled drum. It's too hot, I'm not going. If it were before, and she had taken the initiative to invite me out, With my fawning dog-like nature back then, I would have been ecstatic. But after everything that had happened, I just wanted to stay far away from her. Moreover, in the past year, whenever I was with her, something bad was bound to happen. She was my unlucky star. The wound from my fall was just healing. I didn't want to get into any more trouble. No matter how Wudong tried to persuade me, I kept shaking my head like a rattled drum, resolutely uncooperative. Come on, Pao Fom, for my sake. Consider it my apology for last time, okay? What's there to apologize for? I didn't look up, still staring at the tea. It was Hoso's fault that day. He's thin-skinned. I brought him to apologize. It's easy to say things, but let's use Hotbot as proof. My apology is sincere. She had really changed a lot since being with Hoso. Before, she was as quiet as a mute. She had never said these kinds of witty things before. That incident. I forgot about it. No need to apologize. I don't dare accept it. Pao Fom, we grew up together. I know you better than you know yourself. I know whether you're telling the truth or lying. You're blaming me for not forgiving you, right? Don't blame me for being biased towards him. I can't bear to see him sad. But right is right, and wrong is wrong. So if you've really forgiven me, come have Hotbot with me. I still shook my head, refusing. Wudong started lecturing me on the principles of being a good person, like a monk chanting sutras, giving me a headache. Left with no choice, I had to change and go with her. It was just one Hotbot meal. Could she eat me? Before leaving, my mother stuffed an umbrella into my hand, unhappily reminding me to leave early and come back early. The weather is a bit gloomy, it looks like it's going to rain. You just recovered, don't get caught in the rain and catch a cold. Wudong repeatedly promised to take good care of me, which finally brought a smile to my mother's face. The two of us walked side by side on the sidewalk, occasionally making small talk. The sidewalk was quite narrow, and sometimes children would run back and forth, making it a bit crowded for the two of us. I deliberately took a step back to avoid her. She turned to look at me with displeasure. I pretended not to see, calmly maintaining my pace, still one step behind her. The Hotbot restaurant had a very fiery name. Wudong chose a table near the window with a wide view, where we could watch the world go by through the glass. Not long after we sat down, it started to rain outside. I was very grateful for my mother's foresight, otherwise, I would definitely have been so. Wudong ordered a half Hotpot and many side dishes. She put the dishes into the pot one by one, and when they were cooked, she would take them out and put them on my plate. I raised my hand to block her, my face slightly red. You eat. I can get it myself. She looked at her own chopsticks, a smile playing on her lips. What, are you disgusted that I didn't use serving chopsticks? When we were little, we even used the same spoon to sneak milk powder. You had a spoonful. I had a spoonful. We finished half a bag, and I never saw you being shy. Knowing your mistakes and correcting them is a good thing. Pao Fom. Can you not talk in such a sarcastic tone? Sometimes I wonder if this cold and indifferent you is the Pao Fom Mang no. Why have you changed so much? Eat quickly, it'll get overcooked and won't taste good, I said, picking up a piece of vegetable and putting it in my mouth. The taste was indeed not bad. She suddenly pulled back her chopsticks and stuffed the food into her own mouth, eating with her head down. I didn't have much of an appetite, just symbolically ate a few pieces of vegetables, then put down my chopsticks and waited for her to finish so we could go home together. When she was almost done eating, she stopped and looked at me, then took a napkin and wiped a spot of oil from the corner of my mouth. Since that mid-autumn festival night, she and I had never been so intimate. Her action was too sudden. I reacted extremely quickly, leaning back to avoid her. Her hand paused for a moment, then she smiled and pulled it back. The hot pot is done. If you have something to say, just say it. She frowned slightly. I don't know what she was thinking. Her eyes were very complicated. Pao Fom, last time it was Hoso's fault. I brought him to apologize to you, but you also had your faults. He was deeply hurt by his father's affair, and he's especially sensitive and insecure. We grew up together, we have a deep bond. In the future, we'll become a family. I think. She paused. I looked at her, very curious about what she was going to say. Think what? I think, for my sake, you could be more careful with your words. Be more tolerant of him, don't provoke him anymore, okay? I laughed. So much for an apology and a meal. I was so stupid to believe it. As expected, I was still too naive. She wasn't treating me to a meal, she was clearly using the opportunity of a hot dinner to negotiate with me, asking me not to make her beloved unhappy. I can do what you've said, I snorted. He's your boyfriend, not mine. I have no obligation to indulge him. You were there that day. It was obvious he was deliberately provoking me. Why shouldn't I be allowed to fight back? His provocation is due to sensitivity and insecurity, but my defending my family has to be lectured by you under the guise of an apology dinner. Wudong, are you blind? Wudong's expression changed rapidly. She looked at me calmly, her eyes filled with incomprehension. Perhaps she didn't expect my reaction to be so strong. After all, from childhood, I had basically been completely obedient to her. This was the first time I had argued with her like this. She looked at me silently for a long time without saying another word. I ignored her, feeling that this meal was tasteless. I picked up my umbrella, ready to leave. She quickly grabbed my sleeve, not letting me go. Fong, I'm sorry. Don't go yet. We haven't talked like we used to for a long time. Sit down and let's talk for a while, okay? Mentioning the past always softened my heart. Seeing that my expression had softened a bit, Budong was overjoyed and let go of my hand, a smile appearing on her lips. After that, she didn't say much else. It was mostly her talking and me listening. She told me about her university life, about the sweetness of being with Hoso, about their future plans, about her dreams for her future life. She talked a lot, mentioned many people, but there was no me. All in all, this meal was not a happy one. On the way back, the rain got heavier. Dark, thick clouds hung low overhead. I remembered the storm warning I had seen at noon, and suddenly regretted going out. As expected, nothing good ever happened when I was with her. There was only one umbrella for the two of us, and it was a small, delicate one for women. Even though the umbrella was small, it was better than nothing. Let's run fast. Maybe we won't get too wet, Budong said, standing at the entrance of the hotpot restaurant. It's more likely that I'll hold the umbrella alone and you'll run back quickly. She snatched the umbrella from me, opened it with a swoosh, and pulled me into the downpour. There was no other way. The rain was too heavy, and the umbrella was too small. We had to huddle close together, but the wind and rain were relentless, lashing against us. Half of our bodies were quickly soaked. The rain pattered on the umbrella. My nose was filled with her unique scent. My heart started to beat wildly, uncontrollably. I hurriedly recited a few calming mantras in my head and tried to move away a little. She pulled the umbrella back towards me, keeping me under it. Don't move. We'll be home in a minute. We hadn't gone far when we suddenly heard someone calling Wudong's name. Amidst the loud noise of the wind and rain, it wasn't very clear, but it was definitely there. Wudong's breathing changed instantly. She shoved the umbrella into my hand and looked around with wide eyes. Fong, I hear Hoso's voice. I'm not mistaken, am I? No, it's him. I said slowly. Hoso was said to have gone back to his hometown with his mother for a few days. Now he was standing under a small newsstand by the road, holding a large umbrella. When Wudong saw him, her dark eyes immediately lit up like stars, like a child. She skipped and ran into the heavy rain, her pristine white shoes splashing in the dirty puddles, creating a series of bubbles. You're back, she ran towards him joyfully. Hoso held her tightly in his arms with one hand. Wudong laughed in his embrace. He stood there, dazed, in the heavy rain, not even realizing the umbrella had tilted. At that moment, my heart was wetter than the rain. Hoso shielded Wudong as they ran happily in the downpour, leaving me behind. Hoso turned his head and shouted loudly to me, Fong, we're going ahead. Be careful. I suppose that could be considered a word of concern. The wind and rain grew stronger. The dark clouds were so low they felt like they were about to press down on my head. A thick layer of water had formed on the ground. Thunder occasionally boomed in the sky, shattering my heart. The heavy rain caused severe flooding. In a short time, the water had risen past the curb. I couldn't see the road under the murky water, nor could I guess what was under my feet. I carefully waded through the water, slowly feeling my way. The wind was too strong and had broken my small umbrella. I dragged the tattered umbrella along. The road that usually took about 20 minutes to walk now required me to struggle forward step by step, taking one step forward only to be pushed back two by the wind and rain. The umbrella became a burden, so I threw it away. The wind and rain beat against my face, making it impossible to open my eyes. I could only rely on my sense of direction to head home. I kept telling myself I was almost home, just a little further. Mom would be waiting for me, and Dad, and the warm orange light. When I realized something was wrong and wanted to pull my leg back, it was too late. It felt like a large hand in the vortex was pulling me down. I was stunned and fell, surrounded by dirty water. Water poured down on my head like a waterfall. I suddenly remembered my mother had said this morning that there was an abandoned, uncovered manhole on this road that was very dangerous. Thinking about the location she had mentioned, I was sure my bad luck had struck, and I had fallen into it. In less than half a month, I was once again facing a life-threatening situation. Last time, I had Truong then and my brothers with me. This time, I was all alone. The water level was rising quickly. I had to endure the pain and hold on to the wall of the well to stand up. My right leg was numb, as if it didn't belong to me. My left arm, for some reason, had a long gash, and dark red blood was flowing out continuously. I leaned against the well wall, silently watching the water level continue to rise. I regretted it. Fong, have you never had hotpot before? Did you have to put yourself in such a miserable state for one meal? The result was that I barely ate a few bites of hotpot, and now I was about to lose my life in this damn hole. I wasn't willing to give up. Is anyone there? Help me, help me, I screamed at the top of my lungs, hoping someone would brave the wind and rain, hear my cries for help, and pull me up. It was a slim hope, but I didn't want to give up. On the street, apart from the sound of the wind, rain, and roaring thunder, there was nothing else. Despair and fear surrounded me. I began to try to save myself, attempting to climb out several times, but my injured right leg hurt so much I couldn't use any strength. When the water in the well rose past my chest, an elderly scrap collector discovered me. In his tattered sleeve, he had a flashlight with a faint light. He stood at the edge of the well, looking at me. Sir, please save me. I'm injured. I looked up and pleaded. The dirty rainwater filled my mouth, both spicy and bitter. Don't be afraid. I'll go get something, and be right back to save you. The old man left. The world became cold again. I believed in his kindness. He would surely come back. The old man returned quickly, throwing down a long coil of rope. Boy, tie this tightly around your waist. I'll pull you up. I tried my best to tie the rope around my waist. The old man began to pull with all his might. The veins on his thin hands bulged. I also tried to hold on to the bricks on the well wall to lessen the weight for him. We tried several times, but all failed. It kept falling back into the well, getting more and more injured. I was exhausted. The last time, I mustered all my remaining strength. Following the pull of the old man, I pushed off the well wall and climbed up. Seeing the familiar road, the fierce rain, and the kind, worried face of the old man, I only managed to say thank you before sinking into darkness. I had many strange dreams. It seemed I had returned to the past, fragmented dreams. Even in my dreams, Vu-dom could make me want to cry from the pain. That's right, I saw Sister Vu-truc. She hadn't been back for almost 2 years, so long that I had almost forgotten her existence. In 2 years, we had only wished each other well on holidays. Sister Vu-truc rarely posted on social media. I had no other way of knowing about her. I didn't know what Sister Vu-truc had become now. Was she still the person who would give me lollipops and cake when I was sad? Sister Vu-truc giving me a lollipop was the only warmth in my dream. I walked away. Walking along a bright path, a thick fog suddenly appeared ahead. Ao Pham, come back quickly, I heard my mother's voice calling me home. I blinked my eyes open, and the morning sun shone directly into them. I quickly raised a hand to shield myself. A warm, dry hand gently pressed mine down. Don't move, a voice said, full of excitement. Be careful, you'll start bleeding. Oh, son, you're awake. I came to my senses. The pungent smell of antiseptic filled my nose. Above my head, medicinal fluid dripped steadily through a clear IV tube. I was still alive. I remembered now. It was that kind old man who had saved me again. I had truly escaped death. My dear, how are you? Are you uncomfortable anywhere? My mother's haggard but loving face came into view. Mom, I called out softly, reaching up to touch her face. She took my hand and pressed it against her cheek, tears of joy welling up in her eyes. It's okay, my love. As long as you're okay, everything is fine. Her voice trailed off, turning into a choked sob. I thought I would never hear you call me Mom again. It's so good that you can still call me that. Mom, don't cry. I'm fine, I comforted her, then turned my head to look for my father. Dad. Ao Pham, I am here. Don't be afraid, I'm right here. My father was on the other side of the bed. Seeing his face, I felt a pang of sorrow, and wanted to cry. Was this still my elegant and handsome father? His hair was messy, his face gaunt, and stubble covered the lower half of his face. Only his eyes still held that familiar, loving gaze. Mom said that when they found me, my body was as cold as ice, motionless, and my breathing was faint. Dad was terrified. They thought they would never see me open my eyes again, and had cried until they had no tears left. Seeing my parents keeping vigil by my side, seeing their exhausted faces, I understood that I had truly frightened them this time. Mom, Dad, I'm sorry. This was my fault. It won't happen again. I asked my mother, where's the old man who saved me? Can we find him? That day, you fainted as soon as you got out of the pit. It was that old man who painstakingly walked to a nearby shop to borrow a phone and call an ambulance. He waited with you in the wind and rain until it arrived, then he took you to the hospital and used the little money he had to pay for your emergency fees. We were so lucky to have him. If not for that kind old man, my son. Mom's voice trailed off as her eyes filled with tears again. Dad patted her shoulder comfortingly. Look, don't make our son sad too, he said. Mom, when I get better, I want to thank him personally. If it weren't for him, I might have died. He saved my life. Okay, Dad said. When you've fully recovered, we'll go thank him together. Dad, how did you and Mom know I was in the hospital? At the mention of that day, my parents' expressions darkened simultaneously. My mother, usually cheerful, became tense, her voice laced with suppressed anger. That night I saw it was almost 900 p.m. and you still weren't home. I called your phone, and found it on the sofa in the living room. Vudong's phone was off. It was raining so heavily, and I was worried sick. I had to go knock on your aunt's door to ask what was going on. The moment I saw her, I panicked. Vudong, the one who had asked you out, was sitting on the sofa, scrolling through her phone, with one arm around Hoso and the other feeding him fruit. When I asked where you were, she acted innocently. Hao Feng isn't back yet. We went our separate ways on the street. Your father and I asked where you had parted ways and ran out into the rain without even grabbing an umbrella to look for you. Later, a pet shop owner told us an ambulance had come by earlier because someone had fallen into a pit, but he didn't know if it was the person we were looking for. By the time we got to the hospital, you were already in the emergency room on an IV drip, with that kind old man by your side. After hearing my parents' story, I gave a bitter smile. Just as I was about to say something, there was a knock on the door. Unsurprisingly, Uncle Vai and my aunt walked in, carrying large and small bags. Behind them was Vudong with a guilty expression. Hoso wasn't there. Oh, Hao Feng, you're awake. This is all Vudong's fault. I brought her here for you to deal with. Whether you want to hit or scold her, I have no objections. My aunt, looking heartbroken, stroked my face, her eyes filled with remorse and self-blame. She placed the things on the windowsill and started unpacking them. My mother stepped forward and stopped her. There's no need. We have everything we need here. Thank you for coming. We can take care of Hao Feng. You should all go home. My aunt, sensing my mother's coldness, looked hurt, her eyes turning red. Why are you being like this? Uncle Vai put down the things he was holding and pulled Vudong in front of me. Hurry up and apologize to Hao Feng. Vudong's expression was ugly. She avoided my gaze and, dragged by her father, stumbled forward without uttering a word of apology. There's no need, I said coldly. You didn't do anything wrong. You should go home. If it weren't for that kind old man, I would be a cold corpse right now. Is that something a simple sorry from you could make up for? Vudong seemed to sense my indifference. She moved closer, raising her hand to touch my forehead as if to check my temperature, her lips parting as if to say something. I turned my head to avoid her hand, cutting off her unspoken words. I'm tired. I want to rest. Go away. Don't come back. Perhaps my coldness upset her. A hint of hurt appeared in her eyes. Hao Feng, you never used to treat me like this. I turned my head away and closed my eyes, ignoring everyone. The room was silent, save for the sound of breathing. Old lamb, Uncle Vai began. Hao Feng was seriously injured this time, almost fatally. It's all Vudong's fault. We came here to sincerely apologize. My father, always gentle and polite, uncharacteristically cut him off. His voice was cold, laced with a rare anger. Old Vai, Hao Feng said he doesn't blame Vudong, so you don't need to worry about it. We're just grateful that Hao Feng didn't die in that pit. The doctor just said Hao Feng needs to rest. I won't see you out. He's our son, after all, and we'll take care of him. We don't dare accept Vudong's apology. And in the future, please don't let her bother Hao Feng anymore. Hao Feng wants to sleep. You should leave. There's no need to come again. My mother had never been so cold to my aunt before. She was doing it all for me. Hao Feng, my aunt called from the foot of the bed. He opened my eyes and smiled at her. Auntie, I'm really fine. Uncle V knew my parents were angry, and that saying more would be useless. He glanced at Vudong and turned to leave. My aunt told me to rest well and that she would visit again, but my mother and I both refused. Vudong was the last to leave. She stood at the door, turning back to look at me for a long time, as if she had much to say. I pretended not to see and asked my mother to peel a peach for me. In this life, the relationship between Vudong and me ended completely the moment I fell into that pit. While eating porridge, I brought up moving again. Dad said he had already chosen a house and paid the deposit. It was a new residential area in the city center, a bit far from here. The only problem was that construction had just started, and it wouldn't be ready until next year. I felt a little disappointed, in my opinion. The sooner we left that place, the better. I stayed in the hospital for exactly 10 days, and the wounds on my body had basically healed. Back home, lying in my own big bed, with no IV drip, no cloying smell of antiseptic, and no doctors and nurses flipping me over like a pancake for routine checks every morning and night, I felt comfortable down to every pore. Around 5 p.m., my aunt came to visit. She left 2 large bags of fruit and snacks, and then went home to bring back 2 large plates of freshly steamed vegetable buns. I had just woken up from a nap, so my mother told her I was still sleeping. My aunt said it was fine, but I could hear the disappointment in her voice. She probably wanted to see for herself how I was doing. My mother and aunt sat talking in the living room. My bedroom door was ajar, so I heard their conversation clearly. My aunt first talked about Vudong, repeatedly apologizing to my mother. My mother said several times that she didn't blame her, that it had nothing to do with her, but her tone was very flat. Then they talked about our new house, where we had chosen it, and how it would be ready next year, at which point we would move. My aunt was silent for a long time, then started crying. Why? She asked. Believe it or not, I truly itch for Hao Fong. For him to suffer so much, to almost lose his life. After speaking, she cried silently again. My mother's heart softened. She had been friends with my aunt for decades, and their bond was deep. Hearing my aunt's sincere words, her emotions eased considerably. She told her not to overthink it, that everything would pass. The eventful summer vacation finally came to an end. Amidst my mother's worried instructions and my father's reluctant gaze, I set off once again. For some reason, Budum insisted on traveling on the same day as me. I didn't care. It was just a short trip from home to the airport. When we got out of the car at the airport, my sister, Bu Truc, started a video call. Without thinking, I stepped aside to answer. I have to say, Sister Vu Truc truly lived up to the phrase wonderfully strange. She had a habit I couldn't understand. When she needed me, she rarely called directly but always initiated a video call. When I asked her why, she said the video notification was bigger and harder to miss. It turned out the Art Institute was organizing a competition with several famous schools. The judges were all renowned traditional painters. Schools could participate as teams, and she asked if I wanted to join. If I did, she could form a team with me. Besides painting, Sister Vu Truc and I didn't interact much, but her achievements in traditional painting were outstanding. Her soft and elegant style complemented mine perfectly, and I had learned a lot from her. To me, she was both a teacher and a friend. Traditional painting was my passion, and participating in a competition with her was something I truly looked forward to. Before hanging up, she mentioned she was already back at school and would pick me up. I was a little happy that I wouldn't have to lug my heavy luggage back to the dorm alone this time. After ending the call, I saw Vu Dong standing by a pile of suitcases on the curb, waiting for me. Hoso had his arm around her shoulder, a gentle smile on his face. Who were you talking to? She asked coldly. None of your business. Someone you don't know, I replied, annoyed. Vu Dong seemed displeased. Do you even have to ask? Talking for so long and looking so happy, it must be your girlfriend, Hoso suddenly interjected. But Hao Fong, your girlfriend is terrible. You were seriously injured the entire summer, and she didn't even visit you once. Look at Vu Dong, she's by my side whenever she has time. That's what you call a girlfriend. As expected, he couldn't say anything without it being nauseating. I was too lazy to bother with him, and pretended not to hear as I went to get my luggage. The plane landed in the late afternoon. I turned on my phone to find several messages, all from Vu Dong. Have you landed? Hao Fong, you have a lot of luggage. Is anyone picking you up? Hao Fong, stay away from other girls. You're very petty. I'm afraid you'll get hurt. This half-hearted concern from Vu Dong was infuriating. I deleted each message one by one and replied with only 4 words, arrive. Don't worry. The other end replied almost instantly, sending several long voice messages in a row. I didn't even listen, just deleted them and put my phone in my backpack. Sister Vu Truc was waiting for me in front of a black SUV, smiling brightly. Her slender figure stood out. When she saw me, her eyes lit up, and she jogged over to ruffle my hair. Long time no see, Hao Fong. You've gotten taller. I felt a little embarrassed and ducked my head, looking up at her. Sister Vu Truc, you've gotten prettier too. To be praised by Hao Fong is a great honor. Why are you so thin? Haven't you been eating properly? She asked, tilting her head. I couldn't find a suitable answer. I had been injured twice during the summer, hospitalized twice, and was in a bad mood, so my appetite had been poor. I had indeed lost a lot of weight. Sister Vu Truc, we haven't seen each other in 2 years. Do you even remember what I looked like before? I've been trying to lose weight lately, I said with a forced smile, rubbing my cheeks. She glanced at me. In my eyes, you're too thin. I don't care if you're trying to lose weight or whatever. From today on, I'm going to fatten you up like before. Get ready. The dorm room, unoccupied for a whole vacation, was covered in a layer of dust. My roommate wasn't due back until the next day. I rolled up my sleeves and started cleaning. By the time I had arranged everything, it was almost 7 p.m. I was exhausted, my back itched and my legs were sore. Just as I was about to lie down for a bit, Sister Vu Truc first sent me 2 documents and then started a video call. She said the documents were some ideas she had prepared for the competition. It was a bit rushed, just a rough framework, and the details still needed to be worked out. She wanted me to look at them and see if I had any suggestions. By combining our strengths, we could aim for first prize. Can I look at it later? I just finished cleaning the dorm and I'm really tired. I want to rest for a bit, I said, my voice wary. The fattening Hao Fong plan starts with this meal, she said. I'll come down and get you. We'll eat, and then you can go back and rest. To be honest, I was too tired to move, but my stomach was growling. I couldn't argue with my hunger, so I agreed. Oh, by the way, she added, do you mind if some of my classmates join us? It's better with more people, so it's not just the 2 of us staring at each other awkwardly. She offered to pick me up, but I declined, saying I'd send her my location when I arrived and could get there myself. At 7:45 p.m., I arrived at the meeting point, a hot pot restaurant. Once bitten, twice shy. Now, just seeing the word hot pot scared me to my core. As I enter, a tall girl stood up from a table near the window in the back. She said something to the people at her table and then walked towards me. Whoa, Sister Vu Truc is so tall. I never noticed before, I was about to say, but then realized she had already found us a table and was coming to get me. Sister Vu Truc, did you get taller again? You're so tall, I said, and immediately regretted it. Blood rushed to my face, and I was so embarrassed I could have broken into a sweat. Sister Vu Truc was over 20, how could she still be growing? That was such a dumb thing to say. She probably didn't expect me to say something so tactless. After a moment of surprise, she slowly smiled, like a rose blooming in the dark night, beautiful and dangerous. He stared, mesmerized. I always knew she was beautiful, but I never realized her smile was this stunning. It was a beauty that could make the heavens jealous. Am I beautiful? She asked softly. Yes, beautiful. Sister Vu Truc is the most beautiful. I nodded unconsciously. Only today did I realize I was such a sucker for a pretty face. Finally, my foolishness made her burst out laughing. Hey Truc, bring your handsome little brother over here, the hot pot is boiling, someone called out. She led me over and introduced me to everyone one by one. Whoa, Lamb University has such a handsome guy. How did I not know? Truc, you're so stingy, not introducing us to this handsome boy sooner. Excuse me, handsome, do you have any brothers? Blood related or half, brothers are fine too. Truc, I don't want to be your sister anymore, can I be your sister-in-law? Faced with these good-natured jokes, I was so nervous my palms started to sweat. Although I'm more of an extrovert and don't mind friendly people, it was our first meeting, and they were all girls. I was genuinely uncomfortable. Growing up, the closest woman to me besides my mother was Vu Dom. Of course there were other girls. In high school, I'd even had love letters slipped into my bag, but back then, my heart and eyes were only for Vu Dom. I never noticed anyone else, no matter how wonderful they were. Of course, I couldn't appreciate their different kinds of beauty either. I had missed out on so much beautiful scenery because of Vu Dom. Don't talk nonsense. If you scare him away, you'll be responsible for finding him, Sister Vu Truc said as she peeled a shrimp for me with her head down. She placed the peeled shrimp on my small plate. Seeing me eat it, she smiled gently again. Sister Vu Truc was always so gentle and protective of me. She had been like that since I was little, always attentive to my feelings. Whenever a situation arose that might make me uncomfortable, she would always step in to stop it. She knew what I liked and disliked, and she prepared dishes I loved but wouldn't dare eat as freely as I would at home. Her friends, aside from their teasing, were all very considerate and caring towards me. Throughout the meal, laughter was constant, and the relaxed atmosphere dispelled all my tension. Whenever I was with Sister Vu Truc, I always felt comfortable and at ease. All in all, I had a very enjoyable meal. When we left, it was raining. The September weather in the north had already turned cold. You needed to wear long sleeves in the morning and evening. Because I had just done some heavy cleaning, I was sweating and had worn a short-sleeved shirt. After dinner, it was 9:30 p.m., and the rain had made the temperature drop sharply. The moment I stepped out of the restaurant, the autumn chill hit me. I instinctively wrapped my arms around myself and shivered. Are you cold? Sister Vu Truc asked, turning her head. I rubbed the goosebumps on my arms and nodded honestly. Quickly, a still warm jacket was draped over my shoulders. A light, pleasant fragrance wafted to my nose. Wearing her jacket felt like being embraced by her. My face turned beet red, burning hot. I really wanted to give the jacket back, feeling it was too intimate. Sister Vu Truc saw through my thoughts and gently pressed my shoulders down. Just wear it. It's not the first time. If you catch a cold, it will affect the competition. That was a big threat. I was successfully intimidated. Sister Vu Truc said we were competing as a team, but in reality, the team was just the two of us. The others were just enthusiastic helpers who wouldn't be on the official roster or participate in the creative process. For students like us, the level of this competition was considered quite high. The participants were all outstanding talents, and it would be very difficult to stand out. I calmed down and took it seriously. Sister Vu Truc said we had to break away from the conventional mold of traditional painting and go in a more creative direction, otherwise, we wouldn't have a chance of winning. I completely agreed and began to think deeply about how to use the language of traditional painting to express new ideas. The competition was at the end of October, giving us less than 2 months. The time was relatively sufficient for me to think things through carefully. We both had our own firm ideas about the content of the painting. On this point, we were both quite strong-willed, and neither could persuade the other. In the end, we decided that we would each draw a small sketch, and after a comprehensive evaluation, we would make a final decision. This idea was relatively fair, and I agreed. For the next while, besides attending classes, I immersed myself in creating. Sister Vu Truc, under the pretext of convenient communication, gave me a dedicated spot in the Research Institute's art studio. I could go there any time. Thanks to her, I became the first freshman at Lam University to have free access to the Research Institute, making a large number of male students who admired her extremely jealous. Life was simple but not without its fun, and the bad mood from the summer gradually faded. Sister Vu Truc really did treat fattening me up as a daily task. No matter what time it was, where I was, or what I was doing, she would quickly find me and take me out to eat. Often, her friends would join us, and over time, I became familiar with them. Because of my relationship with her, they all called me Little Brother Hao Fom. When Sister Vu Truc was too busy to look after me, each of them took good care of me. With her around, I was like a happy child, enjoying her meticulous care. But it seemed fate didn't want me to live such comfortable days. The day before I finished my sketch, I unexpectedly received a video call from Vu Dom. I had just finished showering and was sitting at my desk drying my hair when her call came in. Seeing her flashing profile picture, 100 emotions welled up inside me. This was the first video call she had made to me since I started university. I didn't know why she was looking for me. I wanted to ignore it, but she kept calling back. Reluctantly, I answered. When her face appeared clearly on the screen, she was smiling happily, her eyes full of mirth. Hao Fom, what are you doing? Just got out of the shower, drying my hair. What's up? Can't I call you if there's nothing specific? The corners of her lips curled up, a shallow gentleness in her eyes. It was a pity it had nothing to do with me. I gave a slight, cold laugh and didn't respond. This kind of affectionate banter wasn't suitable for us. Even when I was most infatuated with her, I had never joked so intimately with her, let alone now. I have a favor to ask you, she said again. What is it? I frowned, having a bad feeling. This was the first time in her life she had used the word favor with me. I wasn't happy about it. I had already decided that we were fated to be nothing in this life, like two parallel lines that would never intersect. Hoso's play is holding an exchange event between his school and Lam University. He's coming to your place the day after tomorrow. He's never traveled far, and he's introverted. I'm worried he won't be able to handle it alone. So, Hoso is coming here, and she wanted me to take care of him. Does he not have hands or feet? Is he mentally deficient or brain damaged? Honestly, I didn't want to agree. Hoso might look refined like a scholar, but I always felt he was cunning, good at scheming and setting traps. I was worried that one careless moment would have me pushed into a pit by him. On the other hand, I was busy with the competition, tired as a dog every day. If it weren't for Sister Vu Truc, I probably wouldn't even be eating properly. Hao Fom, I'm begging you, she pleaded, a hopeful smile on her face. Hello, Hao Fom. I'll be very good. I absolutely won't cause you any trouble, Hoso chimed in, always finding a way to make his presence known. I looked at the screen, at that beaming face with its poorly concealed smugness. My head itched. Why don't you ask Sister Vu Truc? She'd definitely take better care of him than I could. Vu Dong awkwardly scratched her head. She's very busy. How would she have time to take care of him? I pouted, not believing her. Uncle Vi and my aunt didn't approve of her relationship with Hoso. This was a major life decision concerning her happiness. There was no way Sister Vu Truc didn't know. Vu Dong was afraid that Sister Vu Truc, like her parents, disliked Hoso, which is why she came to me. How long is the exchange? I asked. A month at most, Vu Dong replied, her eyes lighting up when I asked. Let me be clear, I said. I'm busy lately. I can only do my best. Tell him to find me if he needs something. If not, don't bother me. That's enough, thank you, Hao Fom. Vu Dong grinned happily, seeing that I had finally agreed. The next morning, Sister Vu Truc took me to eat small steamed buns. They had my favorite filling, chives and egg, along with corn porridge. The thought of Hoso's impending arrival put me in a foul mood, and I lost my appetite, managing only 2 buns before I couldn't eat anymore. Sister Vu Truc, sitting across from me, asked gently, what's wrong? Why are you eating so little? Hoso is coming. I really hate him. Who is Hoso? What does his coming here have to do with you? She was completely baffled, not understanding my frustration. I was also shocked. Did Sister Vu Truc really not know about Vu Dong and Hoso? Did that mean she also didn't know about what had happened between Vu Dong and me? No wonder she had never mentioned it since we met, nor had she tried to comfort my broken heart. He's your sister's boyfriend. He'll be your family in the future. Don't tell me you don't know, I pouted, unconvinced. Sister Vu Truc picked up a napkin, wiped the corner of her mouth, and set it down. A strange light flickered in her eyes. Don't joke like that. You and Vu Dong have been engaged since you were children. She can't have another boyfriend in this life. What Hoso? What a common name. Looking at her innocent face, I suddenly didn't know where to begin. Sister Vu Truc never lies. She really didn't know about Vu Dong and Hoso. The idea that Vu Dong and I would be together for life was deeply ingrained in the minds of everyone who knew us. It was like in our final year of high school when I stood at the front of the class to clarify that Wudong and I were just neighbors, and no one believed me. In reality, the path for Wudong and me had ended long ago. More accurately, Wudong and I never even started. For her own sister to be completely unaware of all this. The truth hit me hard. I had thought Sister Wutruck felt guilty, and was being nice to me to make up for her sister's actions. So, her kindness towards me had nothing to do with Wudong at all. This realization made me quite happy. Sister Wutruck, I'm not lying. Wudong and I never even started. Boso is our classmate. They've been together since our last year of high school. Now they're both at Kim University. Wudong likes him a lot. Sister Wutruck put down her chopsticks and looked at me in astonishment, as if trying to confirm the truth of my words. Perhaps in her eyes, what I was saying was unbelievable nonsense. It was such a painful story, and I really didn't want to talk about it. Just talking about it meant reliving it, and I didn't want to remember that Mid-Autumn festival night ever again. Sister Wutruck, can we not talk about this anymore? She just smiled gently. Alright. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters. Okay, it's almost time for class. But how Fong, you have to remember that no matter what happens, I will always be by your side. I was truly touched. She could always sensitively perceive the fluctuations in my emotions. Sister Wutruck, why are you so good to me? Her movements paused. An unreadable emotion surged in her eyes but was quickly suppressed. She returned to being the usual gentle and reliable Sister Wutruck. Our Hao Fong is so smart and handsome. Of course he deserves to be treated well. That morning, she walked me all the way to my classroom door and only left after I found a seat. Seeing me being personally escorted by the university's goddess, a few familiar male students crowded around to ask about my relationship with her. When they learned I was her little brother, they acted as if they'd met their future brother-in-law, asking if they were the type the goddess liked and if they had a chance of winning her heart if they pursued her. From the perspective of a responsible little brother-in-law, I carefully observed them. This one's eyes were too small, you couldn't tell if they were open or closed. That one had an outdated middle part. Another one had effeminate gestures. That one was too rustic, wearing a black shirt with overalls. And the one next to him was always holding a basketball, clearly obsessed. After a quick survey, I announced to everyone that none of them met the standard. They were all not Sister Wutruck's type. The guy with the basketball openly asked me what kind of man was in Sister Wutruck's heart and what it would take to win her affection. I couldn't answer. In any case, it wasn't these types with middle parts, basketballs, and overalls. Maybe I really didn't know the answer, the reasons I gave were just my personal opinions. The boys returned to their seats with broken hearts. One of them even slumped over his desk and didn't lift his head for the entire class. He was probably playing chess with the Duke of Yao. Though extremely reluctant, I still went to the airport on time to pick him up. Hao Fong, you really came to pick me up. You really grant every wish Wudong has, don't you? Great, help me carry this. My arms are sore. Boso was as annoying as ever. If I weren't a man of my word, I would have just left him there. So annoying. He wanted to order me around the moment we met. Dream on. I didn't eat, so I have no strength, I said without even looking at him. He watched me get into the car with a blank expression, leaving him behind, so angry he was grinding his teeth. In the end, he had to haul his luggage into the trunk himself. I wondered why he needed to bring 3 large suitcases for just a 1-month school exchange. Hao Fong, you've been studying here for over a year and you don't even have your own car. Still have to take a taxi. Boso mumbled, trying to pick a fight for no reason. If you don't like it, get out. What are you whining about? Did your grandma invite you? You think I'm a pushover you can bully however you want. Hao Fong, you clearly promised Wudong you'd take good care of me. Do you believe I'll call and tell on you? He held up his phone, almost poking me in the face with it. Is Wudong your mother? You have to tattle to her about everything. Go ahead, call her. My phone's dead, you can borrow mine. The driver couldn't help but chuckle. Boso was so embarrassed his face turned shades of black and white, looking like he wanted to kill me with his glare. I hummed happily the whole way, ignoring him. I used my actions to show him that I enjoyed seeing him despise me but be utterly powerless to do anything about it. When we reached the school gate, the 2 cars behind us also stopped. They were all students on the same exchange program as Hoso. I took him to the dormitory, and was about to leave when he called out to me again. Hao Fong, I'm hungry. Treat us to hot pot. I was full of question marks. The nerve of this guy. That's right. Even my classmates. We're not familiar with this place. Will you treat us? So shameless. Treating him alone was already a stretch, I was only doing it for Wudong's sake. Now he wanted me to treat all his classmates too. Did he think I had too much money and nowhere to spend it? I'm not short on cash, but he shouldn't be so wasteful. No money. Goodbye. I turned to leave. Boso, didn't you say everything would be taken care of when we got here? How come he won't even treat us to hot pot? Is the girlfriend you found for him a broke loser? Or are you just not that important? Or maybe you were just bragging, and he doesn't respect you at all, one of his friends said. I laughed. Birds of a feather flocked together. Hoso, who loved to show off and was obsessed with his image, turned shades of green and red, a complete contrast to the gentle demeanor he showed Wudong. He was now so angry his eyes looked like they could spit fire. How Fong, if you don't treat me, I'm telling Wudong. Oh my, how old are you? Still a tattletale. Will Wudong give you a gold star? Tattle to whoever you want. If you've got the guts, go tattle to the United Nations. The onlookers burst out laughing at my words, showing no respect for Hoso. It turned out they were all just fair weather friends. Unable to take it anymore, Hoso actually took out his phone and called Wudong. She answered quickly, and he put it on speaker. We all heard the conversation clearly. Wudong, Hoso's voice was as gentle as ever. Are you at the school? Just letting you know I arrived safely. What's wrong? Do you have a cold? Why does your voice sound a bit hoarse? Wudong immediately fired off 3 questions. It's nothing. It's just that my classmates want to eat hot pot, but how Fong? Hoso trailed off, looking at me with a troubled expression. There it was again, that thick stench of hypocrisy. I snatched the phone from him directly. Your boyfriend wants me to treat him and his whole group of classmates to hot pot. I don't have the money. I can't afford it. That's it. I hung up. Hoso stood there, dumbfounded, his face a mask of embarrassment. He probably never expected me to expose his hypocrisy so directly. Wudong was silent on the other end. The onlookers waited for the drama to unfold. Finally, unable to bear it, Hoso gently called out, Wudong. In the end, Wudong transferred 500 yuan to me. I've sent the money. Please take them out to eat, she texted. Hoso needs to maintain his image. Don't let him lose face. I didn't want to reply, but not replying would leave a bad taste in my mouth. I quickly typed a few words and sent them, no time. Wudong's action was a clever way to provoke my rebellious streak. I transferred the money back and told her to send it to Hoso herself. At the same time, I sent her the address of the hot pot restaurant, then clapped my hands and left. That day, Wudong called me several times, but I ignored them all. Late that night, as I was about to sleep, Wudong sent me a message. Hoso is introverted and has low self-esteem. Please be more patient with him. She sent this message in the middle of the night, definitely not to explain anything to me, but to remind me once again not to upset him. I didn't reply to her message, treating it like a passing cloud and continuing to live my peaceful life. I don't know what was wrong with Hoso, or if he was hurt by my actions, but he didn't bother me for several days. This was both surprising and delightful. Finally, the sketch for the competition was finished, and it turned out even better than I expected. I was very satisfied with it. Just as I was about to take it to show Sister Wutruck, her call came in. Sister Wutruck, I was just about to call you. The sketch is done. Do you want to see it? Do you want to take on an extremely good commission? Her gentle voice came through the phone. Let's hear it. I'm not sure I can do it. A friend of mine, his grandfather is celebrating his 50th wedding anniversary at the end of the year. He wants to commission a painted album chronicling the years his grandparents have spent together to give to them on that day. Because the specifications are quite high and the timeline is tight, the price is high. How high? Since coming to the north, I had deeply appreciated the straightforward and concise way people here spoke. I had also learned to express myself as accurately as possible with the fewest words. 150,000 yuan. Whoa, Sister Wutruck chuckled lightly. Oh my god, 150,000 yuan. This friend of yours is really generous. But I'm just an unknown student. Can I meet the required specifications? I don't have much confidence. Sister Wutruck quickly boosted my confidence. Come on, you have to believe in yourself. You can definitely complete it excellently. She had so much faith in me, but with such favorable conditions, why didn't she do it herself? If you don't say anything, I'll accept it on your behalf. You can focus on preparing for the competition first. After it ends in October, you can concentrate on this. The deadline is after New Year's Day, so it's not too urgent. Before hanging up, she called out to me again. Weren't you going to show me the sketch? And so, on a chilly autumn night, I carried my sketch to the research institute to find Sister Wutruck. She was waiting for me in the art studio on the first floor. I was wearing the comfortable sneakers that students love. You can walk for miles without getting tired, and more importantly, they're silent. The wall of climbing roses next to the institute was as beautiful as ever. It was very pleasant to walk here. Halfway there, I faintly heard a strange noise from the side. The voice sounded very familiar. I'm not a curious person, but that familiar voice made me unable to contain my curiosity. I really wanted to confirm if it was who I thought it was. Following the sound, I quietly approached. In the middle of the right side of the wall, there was a small flower corridor that recessed about 10 meters. At the end of the corridor was a small, abandoned room, supposedly a storage room for the chemistry department. Two people were embracing tightly at the end of the corridor under the dim light. Finally, I saw the person clearly. A chill ran down my spine, and I almost cried out. It was really Hoso. I quickly covered my mouth, afraid of accidentally making a sound and alerting the couple. The consequences would be unimaginable. Terrified, I ran. I ran all the way to the gate of the research institute. Afterward, I still couldn't understand the relationship between Hoso and that person. When did they meet? If they had just met, Hoso was far too casual. But the way they embraced so naturally clearly showed the longing of people who hadn't seen each other in a long time. They seemed to have known each other for a long while. If it was the latter case, then Hoso's coming to Lam University for an exchange probably had other motives. Did Wudong know? My mood was very heavy. I couldn't help but think of how much Wudong liked him, of the battle she had fought with her parents to be with him, of her solemn vow to marry only him. If the person who saw this scene wasn't me but Wudong, who trusted him so much, she would probably go mad. Hoso was too greedy. He already had Wudong, yet he still wanted to have it both ways. People's hearts are truly hard to fathom. What are you doing? So sneaky. Sister Wutruck's voice suddenly sounded from behind me, making me jump. I quickly lunged forward and covered her mouth, forcefully pushing her back into the building. She didn't know what was happening, and let me push her. To prevent me from falling, she even held my arm with one hand, but her eyes kept scanning the surroundings. It wasn't until we were inside the art studio that I let go of her mouth. And then, Sister Wutruck's face turned red. A fire was smoldering in her dark eyes. Only then did I realize how intimate our actions had just been. The studio was very large, and I stood frozen at the door. Luckily, another student, Lin Fei, returned from the restroom, saving me from the awkwardness. I tried to forget everything that had just happened. I carefully placed the sketch on the table and explained my design concept and the optimal effect I wanted to achieve in the painting. Sister Wutruck listened very attentively, her dark eyes shining like a blazing heart. Oh, how Fawn, you're a genius. How did you come up with such a brilliant idea? I grinned, full of pride. Sister Wutruck looked up at me, her eyes filled with admiration. This kid has been outstanding since he was little. After discussing the sketch, it was almost 11 p.m. Sister Wutruck said she wanted to walk me back. We still took the path with the rose wall. As we passed the small flower corridor, I pretended to casually look around for the couple, but unfortunately, the place was empty. Ao Fom, you were acting like a thief tonight. Are you hiding something from me? I rolled my eyes in annoyance. Sister Wutruck, have you seen Hoso these past few days? Why would I see him? I'm already tired enough with one little piglet. I don't have the time to entertain him. Her words were so blunt, I loved hearing them. He is your future brother-in-law after all. Do you want me to bring him over to introduce you? I only manage my husband, she retorted. My own future is what matters. I don't care about other people's husbands, Wutruck said. Wutruck, where is your future husband then? Do you know? Wutruck let out a familiar, huffing laugh. You'll know in the future. Tell me who you like. Is it one of my classmates? I tried every trick I could think of to get Wutruck to tell me the name of the person she liked, but with the spirit of someone who would rather die than surrender, no matter what I did, she only had one answer. You'll find out later. Fine, finding out later is good too. At least I can have Wutruck all to myself for a while longer. When I got home, I lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The scene I had secretly witnessed felt like lying on thorns. I didn't know if I should pretend I saw nothing and let Wudong continue her dream of love, or if I should tell her so she could get rid of the green grass growing on her head sooner. I thought about it endlessly until I finally fell asleep without realizing it. By the next morning, I still hadn't decided, which left me distracted for 2 straight days. It was so bad that Wutruck stood in front of me for a long time before I even noticed her. Ao Fom, what are you thinking about so intensely? I was startled and looked up. Wutruck was looking at me with a raised eyebrow and a playful smile. She was standing against the light, and the soft contours of her face in the shadow looked like a perfect, breathtakingly beautiful sculpture. The sight of Wutruck made my mind flash with an idea. Seeing my eyes light up, Wutruck instinctively took half a step back, adopting a defensive posture. What are you planning to do? I scowled at her in frustration. Wutruck, do you know a private investigator? Introduce me to one. I moved closer to her and whispered. Wutruck grabbed my shirt, holding me right in front of her. She stared into my eyes for a moment to make sure I wasn't joking before speaking. Who do you want to investigate? I thought for a moment. Here's the thing. You know those students from Kim University who came for an exchange last week? One of the male students looked familiar, and I want to find out who he is. Is it really that simple? Wutruck asked, narrowing her eyes. I didn't know how to answer. Of course it wasn't that simple. So what if it isn't? I asked back. If it's not, then I won't help you. Tell me the truth. What do you really want to do? I don't get involved in shady business, she said, making it clear she wouldn't help unless I was honest. But I couldn't find anyone else to help me. After thinking it over, I finally gave in and told her the truth. Besides, she was the only person I knew here with some capability, and what I was doing was for her sister's sake. Alright. I want to investigate Hoso. I suspect there's something wrong with him. After speaking, I looked at her hopefully. To my surprise, Vu Truc stared at me for a long time and then said, "How Fong, are you still that broken up about Vu Dom? Shouldn't I be concerned? Vu Truc, this is about your sister's entire life. Tell me the truth. What exactly happened?" Vu Truc's presence was intimidatingly strong. Even though she had always been kind to me, I was a little scared. I timidly recounted what I had seen that night. After hearing the story, Vu Truc's face, which usually wore a gentle smile, was now as dark as storm clouds. "So you're doing this to find fault with Hoso so he'll break up with Vu Dom?" Vu Truc's voice was low, her eyes as dark and bottomless as an abyss. "No way, Vu Truc. What are you thinking? Even if he breaks up with her now, I won't get involved with her anymore." I hurriedly shook my head to deny it. Not to mention Vu Truc's terrifyingly dark expression. Just the number of times Vu Dom had disappointed me was enough to make sure I would never have any ideas about her again. "I admit I want to know the whole story, but it has nothing to do with the reason you mentioned. You've wronged me. The promises from our childhood were just jokes and can't be taken seriously. I used to follow her around, saying I'd follow her to my death. I caused her trouble, and I've reflected on it. I was indeed too arrogant. I have already publicly apologized to Vu Dong in front of everyone. I won't pursue her anymore, and I certainly won't deliberately sabotage her relationship with Hoso. My mom also said that our childhood stuff was just a game, and is long past. Whether she breaks up with him or not has nothing to do with me." Vu Truc observed me for a while, confirming that everything I said was true. Her expression softened a little. "Then why do you care so much? Haven't you been hurt enough? Vu Truc, we grew up together. We can't be boyfriend and girlfriend, but I don't want her to be deceived. You're her biological sister. Do you really want to see your sister being cheated on? I can help, but you have to promise me you'll never get this involved in Vu Dong's business again." "Okay, this is the last time," I said, holding up one finger. "Good boy, Hao Feng." Vu Truc couldn't resist my pleading. After giving me some caring advice, she treated me to a spicy hot-pot meal before heading home. I began to wait impatiently, hoping to get some solid information within a week. Unexpectedly, Vu Truc acted so quickly that she had the results for me the very next day. Her speed was so impressive it left me in awe. Vu Truc and I sat in a corner of a noodle shop, like secret agents meeting on the street. She placed a file in front of me and whispered, "Take a look. Is it an illicit affair?" I looked at her. "Have you already read it?" She nodded, her face so beautiful it could make anyone jealous, showing no sign that she had just read about her own sister being cheated on. This Vu Truc truly had a broad mind. I took the file and started reading, page by page. It turned out the girl's name was Truong Sang Tu, from a high-ranking official's family in back then. She and Hoso had been classmates since they were kids, true childhood sweethearts. Both came from prestigious families in back then, and were a good match. Both sets of parents were happy to support their close relationship. They grew up together, fell in love, and had already planned to attend the same university and get married after graduation. But unfortunately, Hoso's father was arrested, and the Ho family was expelled from back then as high society. The Truong family immediately turned their backs on them, ordering Truong Sang-tu to cut ties with Hoso. Truong Sang-tu truly loved Hoso and refused to give him up, even defying her parents. Her parents had no choice but to use certain measures to force Hoso and his mother out of back then, leaving them with no place to stay. A pair of lovers was forcefully separated just like that. How could there be no regrets? From then on, they lost all contact. They thought their lives would diverge forever, but a university exchange program brought the ill-fated lovers back together in a sea of people. The two, who had never willingly broken up and were filled with regret, embraced each other tightly after just a few words, reenacting a moving scene of reunion after many years. The two thin pages only detailed the story between Truong Sang-tu and Hoso, without a single mention of Vu Dong. But every word screamed the truth that Vu Dong was being cheated on. After reading the documents, I couldn't help but sigh. The fact that Hoso could embrace Truong Sang-tu on the very night they met again showed how deep his feelings for her were. Even with a beautiful girlfriend like Vu Dong, he couldn't forget Truong Sang-tu. They say first love is the hardest to forget, and perhaps Truong Sang-tu was Hoso's first love. As arrogant as Vu Dong was, she surely would never have imagined that the boy she loved with all her heart was hiding such a huge secret. The green head on Vu Dong's head was indeed very green. To be honest, I felt a bit of inappropriate satisfaction. But after the initial glee, I was still troubled about how to handle this matter. No matter how many unpleasant things happened in the past, Vu Dong and I grew up together. I actually felt quite sorry for her for being deceived. But pitiful people often have their detestable points. Getting to this point, being cheated on, was something she brought upon herself. She deserved it. To decide whether to tell Vu Dong about this, I specifically invited Vu Truc out for another spicy hotpot meal to discuss it. Vu Truc and I sat opposite each other in the most famous hotpot restaurant on the campus food street. Between us was a freshly cooked pot of hotpot, 2 bowls of rice each, with steam rising continuously. Vu Truc, what do you think? Should we tell Vu Dong? This was the point I was stuck on. She frowned at me, her bright eyes like jade. Are you close with Hoso? Not really. Still have lingering feelings for Vu Dong. Vu Truc continued to ask. No, I erased her from my world a long time ago. We have nothing to do with each other now. Then why are you hesitating? Do you have too much free time? Shouldn't you be focusing on your painting? Vu Truc's face darkened, looking at me as if she was disappointed in my lack of resolve. I bit my lip, not knowing what to say. I came to you for advice, not for you to find reasons to scold me. Besides, that's your biological sister. It's one thing if you don't know, but to know and still stand by, isn't that too heartless? Put yourself in her shoes. If you were being cheated on by your boyfriend, would you want to live in blissful ignorance for the rest of your life, or would you want to know the truth and punish the scoundrel? Hearing me say that, Vu Truc's face suddenly changed. She picked up the tissue box next to her, and tapped it on my head. You're the one being cheated on. What nonsense are you spouting? Are you looking for a beating from me? I didn't say you were actually being cheated on, I was just giving an example. Don't take it personally, I said, rubbing my head. Even an example isn't allowed, Vu Truc huh? If not an example, then just tell me. Should we hide it or tell her? Vu Truc put down the tissue box and thought for a moment. She's blindly treating trash like a treasure. She deserves it. But I don't understand. I couldn't grasp Vu Truc's perspective. Seeing her own sister being cheated on and remaining so calm, even seeming to want to watch the drama unfold. There's nothing to understand. Hoso's act will be exposed sooner or later. Let Vu Dong find out for herself. Right now, she's completely mesmerized by that guy. She won't even listen to our parents, so how could she believe you? We mean well, but she'd suspect us, and it would just damage our relationship. What she said wasn't wrong, but he still felt something was off. Given my relationship with Vu Dong in recent years, she would never believe me. Instead, she would think I was trying to drive a wedge between her and Hoso. I had to temporarily give up that naive idea of tattling. However, since we grew up together, I still wanted to give her a little hint. Whether she understood it or not was up to her. I could only do my best, the rest was up to fate. That night, lying in bed, I thought for a long time before composing a message to Vu Dong, telling her to video call Hoso occasionally. After all, no matter who was taking care of him, it couldn't replace a girlfriend. Vu Dong was very surprised that I had initiated contact with her. She sent a barrage of messages, all filled with pointless small talk. At a time like this, did she really think I was in the mood to chat with her? I replied twice, got bored, turned off my phone, and went to sleep. The next day, my mother called. I remembered the situation with Hoso and told her about it. After listening, my mom was silent for a long time, then told me to just take care of myself and not interfere in other people's business. She said Vu Dong wouldn't believe me, instead, I would be branded as having ulterior motives, making her even more prejudiced against me. Sometimes, good intentions can backfire. My mom said that we have clear consciences, and aren't afraid of shadows, so we shouldn't be afraid of her prejudice, but there was no need to ask for trouble. Vu Truc and my mom had the same thought. I had been worried for days, but I could finally let it go. As for Vu Dong, I had given her a hint. The rest was up to her. With the decision made, a weight was lifted from my mind, and I could fully invest myself in creating my piece for the competition. After studying my idea, Vu Truc decided to go with it. We spent nearly a week refining it, and defining the creative direction. Finally, we were ready to start painting the next day. I had been studying art for a long time, and had participated in many competitions, big and small, but this was my first time in such a large-scale competition with a team format. I was excited and determined to achieve a good result. I rummaged through all my things, taking out all my paints, paper, and brushes, but I was still missing a few items I needed to buy immediately. There was a stationery store on campus that was open from 9 to 5, but it was already closed. Behind the campus, there was a large stationery supermarket with a very complete selection. After dinner, having nothing else to do, I asked my roommate, Cam Han, to go with me, using the excuse of buying paints to take a walk. Of course, buying paints was the main purpose. We hadn't gone far when we saw a takoyaki stall with a long line. The aroma made my mouth water. I mentioned it to Cam Han, and he was craving it too, so we got in line. Are people this shameless these days? Passionately in love during the day, and then renting a room at night. The moral decay is just too much, Cam Han said, pretending to be an old man, shaking his head and sighing, deliberately emphasizing the word decay with a contemptuous smirk. His words made me laugh. I followed his gaze, and when I saw the scene, I was startled. I silently cursed my sharp eyes, I couldn't even pretend I had mistaken them for someone else. Hoso and a girl were standing in the shadows in front of a small motel, embracing each other without any regard for the looks from others, attracting many similar glances from passers-by. I couldn't help but lower my head and sigh. It was only a few steps. Couldn't they wait until they were inside to be affectionate? Did they have to put on a show right at the entrance? These two were truly open-minded. Do you know them? I asked Kim Hun. Of course. That girl is Truong Sang too, seems to be a student from the finance department. I heard her family is very wealthy, and a lot of guys like her. I think a freshman just confessed to her with flowers the other day. She's basically a celebrity. As for the guy, he's an exchange student from the south. These two are really bold. The day before yesterday, I saw them hiding in the bathroom talking, and today I caught them here. Young people really have the energy to spare. What's so strange about that? 5 or 6 days ago, I saw those two hugging intimately in the flower garden over there. Kim Hun, a true northerner, said with a straightforward and frank personality. He had a very upright view on life and particularly despised these kinds of vices. After paying, Kim Han and I each grabbed a skewer of takoyaki and went into the stationery supermarket. My mind was in a turmoil. I grabbed a bunch of things to pay but forgot the paints. Luckily, Kim Han reminded me, and I quickly went back to choose them. After buying everything, I was in no mood to stroll around anymore. I hugged the paints and ran back to the dormitory as if fleeing, afraid that Hoso would find out I knew his secret. In a panic, I sent a WeCap message to Vu Truc. Vu Truc, I just saw them go into a motel. Should we go catch them in the act? Vu Truc replied almost instantly, the traditional painting major isn't for you. You should transfer to the police academy. If we're not going to catch them, fine. Why tell me to switch majors? This Vu Truc could insult people without using a single curse word. Frustrated, I threw my phone and went to bed angrily. Right before falling asleep, it suddenly dawned on me. Hoso was cheating on his girlfriend and wasn't even afraid of being discovered. Why was I, an outsider, running away? I wasn't the one having an affair. The next day, Kim Han and I went to the school cafeteria to eat. As soon as we entered, we saw Hoso and Truong Sang Tu sitting together. Since Vu Truc had returned, she had taken good care of me, so I rarely ate at the cafeteria. I either ate out with her, or she would order food and have it delivered to my dorm. That day, Vu Truc had to go off campus for something and wouldn't be back until evening. She said she would order food for me, but I declined, thinking I'd eat with my roommate. Hoso had sharp eyes. As soon as he saw me, he quickly separated from Truong Sang Tu, pretending nothing was wrong, and waved at me. I couldn't be bothered with him, and treated him like air. How Pham, Vu Dong specifically asked me to take care of you. Is this how you take care of things? It's bad enough that I haven't seen you for days, but you haven't even called. Poor Vu Dong still considers you a friend. It turns out you're the type of person who's two-faced. Speaking of being two-faced, I said, there really are people like that. They act loyal and righteous on the surface but are promiscuous behind the scenes. I didn't even dare to say the whole thing, leaving half of it unsaid. What do you mean by that? Speak clearly. Hoso slammed his chopsticks down and loudly challenged me. Truong Sang Tu looked up at me, her gaze slightly fierce. It was lunchtime, and the cafeteria was full of people. Hearing the commotion, everyone turned to look. Did these two really want to become the center of attention? It means exactly what it says. You don't understand. I had intended to leave after saying my piece, but after taking a step, I turned back and stood in front of Hoso, adding, oh, right. Have you ever heard the saying? If you don't want others to know, don't do it. If you don't have the strength to back it up, don't be so arrogant, little brother. Perhaps due to a guilty conscience, Hoso's face turned pale. He looked at me with panicked eyes. I didn't do anything, don't you dare slander me. I glanced at him with a look that said I saw right through him. I didn't say anything. Why are you reacting so strongly? Hoso and Truong Sang Tu looked at each other and said nothing more. Truong Sang Tu put down her chopsticks, stood up, and slowly walked over to me. Lam Hao Pham, right? We're all in the same school. We see each other all the time. Whatever you see, you should pretend you didn't. The secret to a long life is not meddling in other people's business. Understand? After saying that, she turned and walked away. Hoso sat there, his face as pale as wax. My intuition told me that Truong Sang Tu was a dangerous person and might cause trouble for me. In the afternoon, I only had one class, which ended around 3 p.m. I went for a walk alone by the lotus pond near the lecture hall. Just as I found a place to sit down, Hoso appeared. He blocked my path on the small road. What did you mean by those words? What bad luck, running into him everywhere. I couldn't be bothered with him and stood up to leave. Hoso quickly blocked me again, his eyes like poison daggers staring at me. This was the real Hoso. The gentle and polite demeanor he showed in front of Vu Dong was all an act. A young man from a high society family and back then, educated in multiple disciplines since childhood. I suddenly remembered the words I overheard outside my aunt's garden that day, and couldn't help but admire her sharp intuition. Hoso was indeed not simple. I smiled coldly and stepped closer to him. Hoso was nearly 180 km tall, which was considered very tall in the south. But I was over 185 km tall, which was respectable even in the north, where the average height is highest in the country. In this confrontational situation, my height advantage completely overwhelmed Hoso. He was forced to look up at me. Hoso, whether I saw something or not doesn't matter. What matters is that you should ask yourself if you're truly innocent. Lastly, let me give you a piece of advice. Stay away from me. Don't mess with me. I walked past him and left. A few days later, Wudong called to tell me that due to some special reasons, Hoso's exchange program was ending a week early. As she spoke, I could hear the joy in her voice. Actually, I was also very happy. After all, out of sight, out of mind. Only when Hoso was completely gone could I truly be at ease. He was like a ticking time bomb next to me, bound to cause trouble sooner or later. I couldn't help but compare Wudong to Wutruc. When I was in trouble, Wudong was either unaware or ignored me. But Wutruc, whether out of friendship or by chance, always protected me. It could be said that Wutruc was the person who cared about me the most, besides my parents. She had completely taken over my free time. Before he left, Hoso came to find me. He bowed his head, his face full of sadness, and tried to explain himself. I knew his personality too well. I didn't even bother to look at him and said directly, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't play these games with me. I'm not Wudong. Even if you died in front of me, I wouldn't feel a shred of pity. Hoso, with a face full of grievance, opened his eyes wide and lied, claiming that Truong Sang-tu was just a fellow townsman and that there was nothing between them, telling me not to overthink things. I thought about it for a moment. Telling Wudong would just be a waste of effort. So in the end, I only warned Hoso to take good care of Wudong. She really likes you, I said. After seeing Hoso off at the airport, I sent a picture to Wudong, telling her that he had arrived safely. Wudong politely replied with a thank you. I could feel the joy in her tone. I secretly hoped that she could still smile after learning the truth. In a flash, it was the National Day holiday. Most students, like homing pigeons, packed their bags and went home. There were also groups of 3 or 5 who went on trips together. I had originally told my parents I wasn't coming home, planning to go to Fragrant Hills with my roommates, Truong Tu Kai and Cam Han, to see the red leaves. My travel backpack was already packed, but Wutruc suddenly informed me that the competition deadline had been moved up. We had to finish all our work before the 4th, or we wouldn't make the submission deadline. To confirm the authenticity of the matter, she even invited a professor to vouch for it. So I had to watch Truong Tu Kai and Cam Han happily get on the airport bus, while I was dragged back to the research institute by Wutruc to painstakingly complete the final touches. My wonderful trip was cancelled, and my mood was terrible. I had no enthusiasm for anything. According to Wutruc, I sulked for several days straight without a single smile. Most teachers and students had left the campus. The art studio, which was already sparsely populated, now only had the 2 of us. Besides making sure I ate, Wutruc just reminded me to focus on my painting. I wanted to cry from the emptiness. The National Day holiday was wasted just like that. On the evening of the 3rd, I worked until 9 p.m. I was so tired I couldn't take it anymore and insisted on going back to sleep, planning to continue the next day. Wutruc refused, using both soft and hard tactics to make me finish the remaining parts. At 10:45 p.m., I finally made it back to the dormitory. After 3 consecutive days of working around the clock, my head hit the pillow, and I fell asleep instantly. In my dream, Truong Tu Kai and Cam Han were sitting in a roast duck restaurant, grinning and showing me photos they took at Fragrant Hills, making me so angry I wanted to jump into the dream and beat them up. I had planned to sleep in since I had nothing to do during the holiday. Who knew that just as the sky was getting light, my phone rang like a wailing ghost. I thought it was my mom, groggily answered the phone, and said, "Mom." The other end of the line was silent for a moment, then came a familiar, clear laugh that made my ears tingle. I immediately woke up, and instinctively looked at the screen. Wutruc was laughing like a mischievous spirit. "You finished your big holiday project. Why are you disturbing me so early in the morning?" My anger from being woken up reached its peak, and I yelled. She laughed even harder, her eyes sparkling. "Lazybones, stop sleeping. I'm taking you out to play." I refused. Wutruc patiently told me about the delicious food there, the beautiful scenery, and how many artists flocked there to create. She said that once I went there, I might not want to come back. Her voice was sweet and enchanting. Wutruc was not only a master of traditional painting but also an expert in hypnosis. By the end, I felt that not going this time would be a huge regret in my life. I was successfully conquered by Wutruc's sweet words. When I walked out of the dormitory with my backpack, Wutruc was standing under a tree, waiting quietly. A gentle smile hung on her lips, and her eyes held a tenderness that sparkled like stars. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, shining on her like a figure walking out of a painting, so beautiful it made my heart race. By the time I came to my senses, I was already in the car. It's too early, I didn't have time to take you for breakfast. Just have something I bought on the way, she said, placing a bag in my hands. I opened it to find shrimp dumplings and grain congee from my favorite shop. That shop was quite far from Lamb University. It was barely dawn. How early did she wake up? The hot congee warmed my throat and stomach, so comforting that I just wanted to sigh. I looked at Vu Truc, who was focused on driving, and thought how beautiful her face was. I often felt like I was in a dream. She noticed I was staring, glanced at me, and smiled teasingly. Satisfied with what you see? Vu Truc loved to smile. Sometimes it was like a warm spring breeze, other times like warm sunshine, always making me feel very comfortable and relaxed. I remembered the first day we met. She teased me just like this. Vu Truc, when things settle down, I'll paint a portrait of you. I'm really good at painting people. A worldly figure like Vu Truc, if not captured in a painting, would be a waste of heaven's gift. Deal. But you're not allowed to back out. Along the way, we talked and laughed. The atmosphere was very relaxed and joyful. I begged her to tell me where we were going so I could look it up and plan our trip, so we could have fun for the next 4 days. But Vu Truc remained mysterious. No matter what is said, she wouldn't tell me, only saying that I would know when we arrived, and that I would definitely like the place. After crossing a mountain, climbing a slope, passing through a forest, and crossing several bridges, we finally arrived. And indeed, I love this place. When the car stopped in front of a small village, I was once again stunned. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed such a magnificent sight existed in the world. If what I saw before was a paradise on earth, then what was before me now was the essence of mortal life. Vu Truc, where is this? I exclaimed in amazement. This is called Duonghoka Village, also known as the Painter's Village. Painter's Village. Are there only painters here? No, the beautiful scenery here attracts artists to come and sketch and create. There are many artists staying in the village right now. It's just a pity that no matter how magnificent the brushwork, it can't fully capture the majestic mountains here. So I wanted to bring you here to see it in person, to commit it all to memory. Who knows, it might suddenly spark your inspiration. He stood there, mesmerized by everything before me, feeling an itch in my hands. Want to paint? Let's eat first. We'll paint the sunset later. Vu Truc skillfully found a guest house. The owner heard the car and warmly came out to greet us, chatting with Vu Truc like old friends. It's been a while since I've seen you, little girl. You finally found a boyfriend, that's great. This time, I won't have to worry about you. Hello, uncle. My name is Lam Hao Fong. Mistaken for Vu Truc's boyfriend, I felt a bit embarrassed and quickly answered before Vu Truc could speak. She is my sister, Vu Truc. The owner laughed heartily, telling us to make ourselves at home while he went to prepare food. That evening, we ate authentic northern rural dishes. The taste was so surprisingly delicious that I ate until I could barely walk. Vu Truc laughed at me as we strolled around the village to digest our food. Vu Truc, is there a lake here? Why is it called Duonghoka? I heard that this place was once occupied by bandits. It was originally called Bandit's Den, but I don't know when it changed to Duonghoka. What kind of snake is a hutu? Having grown up in the south, I didn't know what a hutu was. Hearing Vu Truc say it was occupied by them, I thought it was some kind of soft, odd animal. Vu Truc laughed again and lightly patted my head. A hutu is a bandit. I smiled sheepishly. Not even knowing that, I was truly ignorant. No wonder Vu Truc laughed at me. That afternoon, Vu Truc opened the trunk of her car and took out her things, leaving me stunned. She had brought a complete set of painting tools. After setting everything up, she sat me in front of the easel and placed a brush in my palm. I'll paint with you. I remained motionless, painting for 4 straight hours. The sun set, the moon rose, and the lights at the 4 corners of the guesthouse courtyard were all turned on to illuminate us. After 4 hours, I had only managed to sketch the general outlines. The coloring would have to be done later. For the next 2 days, Vu Truc and I explored every nook and cranny of the place. I memorized all these wonderful sights and took many photos. I wanted to use my brush to recreate these beautiful scenes that I couldn't get enough of, turning them into eternal moments. Good times always fly by. The way back seemed much shorter. Vu Truc dropped me off right below my dormitory, telling me to rest well, and that she would pick me up for dinner later. After submitting the sketch to the competition organizers, I felt a heavy burden lift from my shoulders. I began to focus on creating a painting album for a couple celebrating their golden wedding anniversary. At first, I thought I had to use a traditional painting style, but after asking for details, I learned they wanted colored pencils. To be honest, I had specialized in traditional painting since I was young and had some contact with sketching, but I had never focused on practicing with colored pencils. I had never drawn with them before. However, since I was young, I've had an unyielding spirit. Vu Truc recommended a course for me, I learned as I drew, and gradually found it interesting. My drawing became more and more fluid. Initially, I just planned to use the events provided by the client as the background, but the beautiful scenery of Duonhokou village kept appearing in my mind. I had a new idea. I wanted to use the stunning landscape of Duonhokou as the backdrop, so the elderly couple who had loved each other for half a century could live forever in that magnificent scenery. Truc relayed my idea to the clients, the Fuoms. Unexpectedly, they agreed and even said they would add more money if the painting turned out well. I never expected to get this extra income. Besides being happy, my drawing became even smoother, like a fish in water. Painting always made me happy and gradually helped me forget the unpleasant things of the past. One day, I was walking on the basketball court when a very handsome senior called out to me. Hao Fom, right? I heard them call you brother Hao Fom, so I'll call you that too. Let me introduce myself. I'm a third-year design student named Du Jing. I've liked Truc for a long time and have always wanted to confess, but I couldn't find the right opportunity. They say you're her little brother. Can you help me give this letter to her? I laughed. This senior liked my Truc. But Truc is very hard to pursue. I know that, of course, Hao Fom. You just need to help me deliver this letter to her. I'll take care of the rest myself. I'm confident I can make her fall in love with me. I took the carefully folded love letter, feeling my arm go heavy, numb, and sore. Afraid of disappointing the senior by refusing, I reluctantly agreed. When Kamhan saw me enter the room with my right hand raised, he thought something was wrong and asked, "What's with your posture? You look like an Indian ascetic. Are you tired of living comfortably and want to renounce the world?" I glanced at him without bothering to reply and placed the love letter on the table. Oh, the handsome guy of Lam University received a love letter. Let me see which love-struck girl it's from. Don't touch it. He slapped his hand away. This is a letter from Senior Du Jing to Truc. Kamhan, his jaw dropped in astonishment. Oh my god, Hao Fom, have you no conscience? How dare you accept a love letter on behalf of my goddess? What's the big deal? A beautiful girl at home. Whoever has the ability can win her over. Kamhan looked at me as if I were an idiot. Finally defeated by my innocent gaze, he mumbled, "All right, Hao Fom, you're too much. I won't say any more. You can figure it out yourself. Anyway, let me tell you, if you dare give this letter to my goddess, I guarantee it will make her furious. If you don't believe me, just try it." No way, Truc has never been angry with me. I'm just playing Cupid, helping him find love. Isn't that a good deed? Why would she be angry with me? What can I say to you? Just don't regret it later. In almost 20 years, I've never seen anyone so clueless. I give up. He slapped his forehead in frustration, then turned and fell onto his bed, ignoring me. October 15th was Truc's birthday. I had prepared a gift and planned to give it to her along with the senior's love letter to add to her joy. That day, Truc's friends organized a party. My two roommates also came. More than 10 people sat around together, creating a very lively atmosphere. When it was time for gifts, everyone took out what they had prepared, along with some clitched birthday wishes. Truc smiled and accepted each one. When it was my turn, the private room suddenly fell silent. Everyone stared at me intently, their eyes filled with anticipation, like mothers hoping their sons would become dragons. Truc, I have two gifts for you. It's a double blessing. One I prepared a long time ago, and the other is just a little something extra. Truc smiled and nodded, her gentle eyes like slow-flowing honeyed wine. All right, Hao Fom, stop being mysterious. Hurry up and take it out. Can't you see my sister Truc's eyes are about to pop out? I chanted ta-da, and with both hands, I presented a small, long box tied with a red ribbon, carefully handing it to Truc. The whole room crowded behind her, their eyes shining, urging her to open it. Truc smiled at me, then opened the box and took out a roll of paper, unfurling it in front of everyone. Whoa, truly a genius, just as the professor said. Such talent. Hao Fom, you've drawn Truc so vividly, even better than a photo. Exactly. Look at the hair, strand by strand. It's just like the real thing. Everyone chattered excitedly, praising my painting for its lifelikeness. The gift I gave Truc was a portrait I drew myself. I had spent several sleepless nights on this painting, just to capture Truc's spirit. If I were to compare all the portraits I've ever drawn, Truc's, though the smallest, was the one that showcased my highest level of skill. In the painting, Truc stood by a river, her hair as black as silk, her eyes like stars, her gaze distant and profound. The slight curve of her lips warmed the entire painting. Do you like it, Truc? I asked smugly, confident that she would love it. As expected, Truc nodded. Her already beautiful eyes lit up like stars, her lips couldn't stop turning up, and her gentle voice was filled with unrestrained joy. I like it. I like any gift you give me the most. Hearing that, I cheered with joy. With both hands, I presented the love letter to her. I knew you would like it, Truc. This is the second gift I'm giving you. Everyone clapped, congratulating Truc on being about to leave singlehood behind. As I placed the thin piece of paper in her hand, I saw an unmistakable joy in her eyes, so much so that the hand holding the letter was trembling slightly. Vu Truc, be a little more subtle. At least consider your little brother Hao Fong's feelings. Is Du Jime's love letter really making you that happy? Hao Fong, you're giving this to me. Should I open it and see? Vu Truc asked me. I smiled and asked back, don't you want to open it and see, Vu Truc? Vu Truc carefully put the letter in her bag. And not in a hurry. I'll read it when I get home. Everyone teased her again, saying she was saving the letter to savor it alone at home, not wanting others to know the contents. Vu Truc didn't object, just smiled and tilted her head to look at me, her eyes sparkling. That smile was so beautiful it left me stunned. Everyone was very happy, except for Cam Han, who was being a killjoy. He sighed dramatically, shook his head, and sincerely advised, you should still read it now. If you wait until you get home, you might vomit blood. What do you mean? Another friend, Datu, asked curiously. Cam Han shot him a meaningful look, shrugged, pursed his lips, and quickly glanced at me. Standing next to Vu Truc, I suddenly remembered Cam Han's words from the other night. I felt that choosing today to give her the love letter might not have been a good idea. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets. Vu Truc seemed to notice my unease or perhaps thought of something. She took the letter out, opened it, and read it line by line. Her expression suddenly changed. When she read the signature at the end of the page, her face turned as dark as ink. A cold aura emanated from her. She coldly tilted her head and looked at me. I was so scared I took 2 steps back, moving out of the range of her cold aura. Vu Truc folded the letter back up, put it in her pocket, and tilted her head to ask me, Hao Fong, is this what you wanted? Vu Truc's gaze was cold and distant. I suddenly started to panic, feeling like I might have done something incredibly stupid. Just as I was about to shake my head and deny it, Vu Truc had already returned to her seat, picked up a full glass of wine, and downed it in one go. How did delivering a love letter become what I wanted? For a long time, I couldn't figure out what Vu Truc was angry about. I looked to Cam Han for help, wanting him to analyze it for me, but as soon as our eyes met, he turned his head away, pretending not to know me. Confused, I returned to my seat. Looking at the table full of delicious food, I had no appetite. Vu Truc frowned and said nothing. Everyone else pretended to be ostriches, burying their heads in their food. The atmosphere at the table suddenly became heavy and strange. Throughout that meal, until the very end, Vu Truc didn't look at me even once. I knew she was angry with me. This was the first time she had ever been angry with me. The birthday party ended. We had planned to go for karaoke, but Vu Truc just said, I'm tired, and dismissed everyone. I was quite disappointed because I had practiced 2 songs for her birthday, intending to sing them for her today. It turned out to be all for nothing. She didn't give me a chance to perform. The restaurant wasn't far from the school, and we hadn't driven. The group split into pairs and threes to walk back. I habitually went to find Vu Truc. The weather that night was beautiful, with many bright stars. I walked while looking up at the starry sky, wanting to ask Vu Truc to enjoy it with me. But she completely ignored me, just walking coldly ahead, not even giving me a single glance. Back at the dormitory with Cam Han, in the spirit of learning and asking questions when I didn't understand, I started a discussion about the reason for Vu Truc's anger. I thought that as a good roommate, if I humbly asked for guidance, he would surely tell me the reason. But as it turned out, after finishing his hygiene routine, Cam Han threw me a glance, then lay down, leaving me to my confusion. By the time I finished cleaning up and lay in bed, Vu Truc's cold face kept appearing in my mind, and I couldn't sleep. I fumbled for my phone, found Vu Truc's WeChat, and began to bombard her with messages. I sent over a dozen in a row, but they all sank like stones in the sea. Vu Truc didn't reply to a single one. Was I wrong? I called her, but the moment I dialed, the other end immediately indicated the phone was off. Vu Truc must be furious. Helpless, I gave up. I told myself that tomorrow everything would be better, and I drifted off to sleep. The next day, I woke up early on purpose, grabbed the books I needed for class, and cheerfully ran downstairs to meet Vu Truc, under the hopelessly pitying gazes of my 2 roommates. As was our custom, if Vu Truc was in a good mood, she would definitely pick me up for breakfast. I ran to the dormitory gate, searching everywhere for her silhouette. The area in front of the dorm was wide open, and I strained my eyes but couldn't see her anywhere. Vu Truc drank quite a bit last night, she probably woke up late. I called her. The situation was slightly better than last night, at least her phone was on. First there was a gentle ringtone, then no one answered, and it automatically disconnected. Vu Truc, wake up. It's time for breakfast. She wasn't answering, so maybe it wasn't a convenient time. He sent her a message and started to wait. The result was the same as last night, dead silence. I had to skip breakfast and run to the lecture hall for class. Vu Truc, for the first time, you broke a promise to me without any warning. Skipping one meal in the morning was fine, I was used to it. But suddenly, without Vu Truc by my side, I felt an empty and uncomfortable void in my heart, as if something was missing. I couldn't even focus on the lecture. The professor angrily tapped on my desk twice. Lunch was the same as the morning. I waited for half an hour but saw no sign of Vu Truc. I started to panic and took out my phone to make several more calls. Still, no one answered. Did something happen to Vu Truc? Panicked, I ran like the wind through the rose corridor, straight to the research institute, and then rushed to the art studio, only to find the door tightly shut. No matter how much I knocked, there was no reply. It was over. I couldn't find Vu Truc anymore. Devastated, I returned to my dorm, with no mood to even eat. By the time it got dark, I had sent dozens of WeChat messages and made dozens of phone calls. Vu Truc remained completely silent. Was I being abandoned again? That night, after the lights went out, I lay in bed with my mind in a mess. Vu Truc has abandoned me too. From now on, I'll be alone again, won't I? I remembered my senior year of high school. After that mid-autumn festival night, I stopped following Thanh Mai Truc around and became a loner. During that time, my heart felt empty every day, as if the whole world had forsaken me. Now, it felt like I had returned to that time. The next day, I woke up very early. I thought I had to learn to adapt to a life of being alone. So, after washing up, I went straight to the canteen. Lam University has 4 student canteens with all sorts of dishes from north to south. There was no shortage of food. The only problem was that Lam University also had a lot of students. Every day during peak hours, the queues in front of the counters were long. If you didn't get there early, many of the popular dishes would be sold out. When I arrived at the canteen, it was already bustling with people. The line for the small steamed buns had 20 or 30 people, and the line for the savory pancakes was even longer. I obediently lined up at the back of the steamed bun queue. After waiting for about 15 minutes, it was finally my turn. I carried my tray and sat down in a nearby empty spot, starting to eat my bun and a spoonful of condi intently. You're Hao Fong, right? As I was focused on eating, the person opposite me spoke hesitantly. I looked up and saw it was Du Jing. My heart skipped a beat. Truly, you meet people everywhere in Lai. What kind of canteen was this, where you couldn't find the person you wanted to see but couldn't avoid the one you wanted to? So, Hao Fong, did you give my letter to Vu Truc? Did she say anything? Du Jing put his tray down and sat opposite me. I looked up and forced a smile. Brother Du Jing, I gave the letter to Sister Vu Truc, but she didn't say anything. If you want to know the result, you should ask her yourself. I haven't had a chance to see her these past few days. I finished my portion of steamed buns and a bowl of condi. As I was returning the tray, I caught a glimpse of a familiar, gentle figure out of the corner of my eye. When I looked closely, there was nothing there. For 3 consecutive days, Vu Truc and her friends seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. There was no sign of them. I stopped calling her and tried to adapt back to a life of taking care of myself, because I was terrified of someone calling me shameless again. On the 4th day, after class in the afternoon, I saw Vu Truc on campus. She was walking side by side with Du Jing. I don't know what he said, but the smile on her face was incredibly gentle. I really wanted to go up and ask her where she had been these past few days and why she hadn't answered my calls or messages. But Vu Truc and the upperclassmen were talking so happily, they surely wouldn't want to be disturbed, so I turned and walked away. On the 5th day, I happened to run into Vu Truc in the sunlit corridor. She was as beautiful as ever. When she saw me, she seemed a little surprised, then quickly frowned. I was just about to open my mouth to say something when Du Jing caught up from behind. Vu Truc gave me a cold glance and walked away with him. The words I wanted to say were stuck in my throat. However, I was also happy. At least I had confirmed that nothing bad had happened to Vu Truc. I could rest easy. That day, I didn't eat dinner. I just sat outside until the dorm was about to turn off its lights before I went back. I didn't know what was wrong with me. Seeing Vu Truc and Du Jing together made my heart ache, but I had known this would happen sooner or later. After all, I was just a messenger between them. My head throbbed violently. I couldn't eat well and my sleep was filled with dreams. I wanted to call my parents but was afraid they'd hear the abnormality in my voice and worry about me. I had no choice but to endure it alone. Cam Hung said I had lost weight, and the light in my eyes was gone. He felt sorry just looking at me. I felt like I might be sick. However, my head couldn't possibly hurt so much that I had no strength to walk, with my vision blurring in waves. Until the morning of the 6th day. The entire floor had woken up, but I was still sound asleep. Cam Hung noticed something was wrong. Actually, I was awake. I could hear all the sounds around me, I just couldn't open my eyes. My whole body itched. I'd heard Cam Hung and another roommate talking quietly. With a fever this high, won't he become an idiot? He stands in the draft every day. Does he need a fever to become an idiot? He's already dumb enough. Stop talking nonsense. Let's get him to the school clinic. Letting him burn up like this isn't the answer. My head hurt even more. My consciousness gradually faded. Before I completely slipped into darkness, I heard someone anxiously calling my name. It was probably a hallucination. He seemed to smell the fragrance from Vu Truc's body. My throat was dry and uncomfortable. I coughed myself awake and felt the blanket next to me being pressed down. I turned my head to see Vu Truc, who had been woken up by my movement, looking at me with relief. Those eyes, which were always full of starlight, were now filled with joy and apology. It really was Vu Truc. How fom, you're awake. Do you want some water? Vu Truc looked haggard, her voice hoarse. I can get it myself. Thanks, Vu. I tried to sit up. The water was on the small cabinet not far away. I just needed to stretch a little to reach it. A warm hand pressed on my shoulder, forcing me to lie back down. She turned, poured some hot water into a cup, inserted a straw, and brought it to my lips. I reached out to take the cup, but Vu Truc moved her hand away. Don't try. Just drink like this. I looked at her in disbelief, but my throat was too uncomfortable. After taking 2 sips of water, I felt much better. I kept staring at Vu Truc. Sister Vu Truc, I'm fine. You can go do your own thing. I'm not busy today. Vu Truc tucked my hand back into the blanket and pulled the corner up for me. How did you get so thin after just a few days of me not looking after you? The 2 pounds of flesh I just fattened you up with are all gone. I turned my head to look out the window, not answering her question. Tell me, why didn't you eat? Vu Truc flicked my forehead with her finger, which I avoided by tilting my head. Why didn't you answer my calls? Did I do something wrong? I couldn't help but ask. Alright, I'll tell you. I'm an adult now, and I know what I want. So, I can handle my own romantic problems, and don't want to be pushed onto someone else by you. Vu Truc's voice was gentle but carried an undeniable firmness. I wasn't pushing you away. I was just helping someone deliver a letter. When Du Jin came to me, his attitude was very firm. I thought that even if I didn't give it to you, he would find another way to get it to you. I never intended to push you onto anyone. Vu Truc snorted with a laugh. Is that so? In the future, will you still accept letters from other boys for me? I honestly shook my head. I won't accept any more. And will you still try to help me get out of being single? Vu Truc asked with a smile. It won't help anymore. Sister Vu Truc, I'm sorry, I obediently apologized. It turned out Vu Truc was angry because I had delivered a love letter to her for someone else. Thinking back, I really was too hasty at that time. I know, how fun. I'm sorry too. I shouldn't have left you alone for so many days. It won't happen again. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door of the hospital room. Vu Truc opened it, and Du Jin walked in with a fruit basket, smiling. He placed the basket on the small cabinet and sat down at the head of my bed. Brother Hao Fong, how are you feeling? Are you uncomfortable anywhere? I forced a smile. Having just made up with Vu Truc, I was in a pretty good mood. I chatted with Du Jin for a while. About 10 minutes later, he said he had other things to do and told me to get well soon. Vu Truc tucked me in, and went out to see him off. The hospital room was a standard 6-bed ward. There was no private bathroom, and I was the only patient. I had just finished my drip and needed to use the restroom, which meant going out to the public one. It was my first time in this hospital, and I wasn't familiar with the layout. I got lost in nearly half of the hospital wing before I found the restroom. Just as I was about to pull the door open, I heard people talking in the adjacent restroom. Their voices weren't loud enough for me to hear clearly. Why stop pretending? Do you feel sorry for him now? It was Du Jin's voice. Yeah. I couldn't bear it. Vu Truc's voice was as gentle as ever. I never expected someone like you would. Never mind. Take good care of Hao Fong. If you need any help, just find me. If I don't get a chance to be your boyfriend, you have to at least leave a spot for me as a friend, right? Vu Truc laughed. Of course. Thanks for your help this time. After using the restroom and returning to my room, I demanded to be discharged. Vu Truc took me to see the doctor to ask about the results. The doctor said my illness wasn't minor. I had pharyngitis and needed to be observed for 2 more days. I could only be discharged when I was stable. I stayed in the hospital for 3 days. Vu Truc took meticulous care of me the entire time. On the day of my discharge, she personally escorted me back to the dorm, attracting the attention of the entire male dormitory building. Ever since we made up, Vu Truc had become even more considerate and gentle towards me. I greedily enjoyed it, always hoping that days like these would last a little longer. Recently, Vu Truc suddenly became very busy, occupied all day long. But she always found time to spend with me. When she was too busy, she would order food and have it sent to me. I went back to being the carefree, happy little monkey I was before. Time flew by, and soon it was November. It had gotten very cold outside, and the students had all switched to thicker cotton, added jackets. I remember it was one afternoon when the sunset at the horizon was particularly beautiful. Vu Truc sent me a message telling me to come downstairs, saying she had something important to tell me. I threw on a cotton jacket, put my phone in my pocket, and ran outside. It had snowed lightly in the morning, and the white snowflakes clinging to the branches sparkled with tiny flecks of light. Vu Truc stood under a tree, waving at me, her face filled with an unrestrained excitement, as if something wonderful had just happened. Sister Vu Truc, are the competition results out? I shot towards her like a cannonball, asking excitedly. She nodded, her eyes sparkling like stars. How fun, guess what place we got? It's not first place, is it? I ventured a guess. Vu Truc burst out laughing and jumped into my arms. Of course, it's first place. Our How Fong is the best, #1 in the world. That afternoon, Vu Truc and I danced with joy on the campus where the first snow of the season had just fallen. She jumped on my back and made me carry her running all over the school, attracting many admiring glances. In the past, I would have wanted to share everything with Thanh Mai Truc, but that day, when I won the grand prize in a major competition, I didn't even think of her. To celebrate our victory, Vu Truc invited me and a few of her close friends out to eat. By the end of the meal, my roommate and I were a little drunk, slinging our arms over each other's shoulders and singing off songs in the quiet night. Vu Truc was still very sober and walked me all the way back to my dorm, waiting for me to go inside before she left. How fun, I think your sister Vu Truc spoils you like a grandparent spoils a grandchild, my roommate said. Look at the way she looks at you. It's not normal at all. What are you planning to do? If it's a go, then go for it. Don't keep her hanging for too long. I'm telling you, she's the goddess in the hearts of all the male students at Lam University. Don't you miss out on another good one. I don't know what was wrong with these guys. Ever since Vu Truc and I made up, they were always trying to pair us up. I had explained it 100 times, it's because sister Vu Truc loves me the most. Since we were kids, in her heart, I was her little brother, and she was my big sister. This positioning had long been deeply ingrained. I was too lazy to explain anymore. Before others got tired of hearing it, I was already tired of saying it. Annoyed, I rolled my eyes and pretended not to hear. Truong Tu Kai angrily nudged me with his elbow. Just keep being clueless. With your level of emotional intelligence, I am really worried for our goddess. As he spoke, we laughed and reached the 4th floor, where we ran into Cam Han, who had returned at some point. We followed him into the room. Cam Han then joined forces with Truong Tu Kai, steering the topic back to me. The two of them chose that Vu Truc liked me, telling me to cherish the opportunity and quickly win her over. I didn't have the energy to explain, so I just played dead and went to sleep. I thought I would be alone for the winter break, but unexpectedly on the morning of my departure, as soon as I stepped out of the dorm, I saw Vu Truc standing under a tree with her suitcase. She said she hadn't been home in nearly 2 years and her family had called her back for the new year. I jumped for joy and asked her why she hadn't told me earlier. Vu Truc said she wanted to give me a surprise. Alright, it was indeed a surprise. With Vu Truc traveling with me, the journey home was much more comfortable. I was like a child who hadn't grown up yet, meticulously cared for by her throughout the entire trip. My mom opened the door and saw me returning with Vu Truc. She was a little surprised at first, then happily greeted her. Vu Truc, you're back, it's been a while. You've become even more beautiful. Did Hao Fong cause you any trouble at school? My mom took my luggage while enthusiastically inviting Vu Truc into the house. Not at all. Hao Fong is very well behaved and didn't cause any trouble, Vu Truc said. She chatted with my mom for a bit, then turned to knock on her own door. Less than 2 seconds later, I was deafened by my aunt's scream. See? That's how happy your aunt is, my mom said, smiling as she unpacked my things. She usually pretends not to care, but she really misses Vu Truc and is always mentioning her to me. Vu Truc's return was unexpected for my aunt and uncle. Even then Mai Truc was very surprised. She came back a day later than us because Hoso wanted to spend a little more time in the capital. The day then Mai Truc returned, my aunt and uncle specially cooked sweet tangerine soup, saying it had been 2 years, and every reunion had been missing Vu Truc. This time, the two families absolutely had to have a reunion dinner together. They told them Mai Truc to come straight to the restaurant after getting off the plane. Everyone came back. The reunion dinner had a full house, but it wasn't as perfect as expected. Hoso came with them Mai Truc, which was a surprise to everyone. My parents, who had been very happy, immediately lost their smiles when they saw them. They politely greeted them Mai Truc, and then said nothing more. My aunt and uncle's expressions were also very grim. My aunt, in particular, kept glancing at the unconcealable awkwardness and discomfort on my and my mother's faces. I think those unhappy events were deeply etched in everyone's memory. Vu Truc, sitting next to me, was very perceptive and noticed the change in everyone's mood, as well as the slightly gloomy look on my face when the two of them appeared together. She silently gripped my hand, squeezing it so hard it hurt, which snapped me back to reality. If you're unhappy, don't force it. Want to go for a walk outside? Vu Truc was always so gentle. He smiled and tilted my head to look at her. No need, I'm fine. The dishes were quickly served, and my uncle told everyone to pick up their chopsticks. Everyone responded and started eating in dead silence. Even my uncle and my dad, who usually had a few drinks when they got together, just stared quietly at their chopsticks. The fish head at this place is delicious. Hoso, you should try some. Then Thanh Mai Truc broke the silence and picked up a piece of food for Hoso. She recommended the fish head but picked up broccoli. It seemed that Thanh Mai Truc wasn't as calm as she appeared. Hoso didn't eat the food in his bowl but stared intently at Vu Truc. Thanh Mai Truc, is this your sister, Vu Truc? Thanh Mai Truc, who was in the middle of picking up food, froze and glanced at Vu Truc. Yes. She graduated from Lam University, the same school Hao Fong is attending. You don't know sister Vu Truc. Hao Fong, when Hoso came to Lam University for an exchange, you didn't introduce him to sister Vu Truc. I was annoyed. She's your sister, and you didn't introduce her. Why are you blaming me? Just as I was about to retort, Vu Truc pressed down on my hand, which was resting on my lap, and said with a smile, who is Hoso? Hao Fong, why would he have to bring him to meet me? Do I have to meet every random cat or dog that wants to see me? Sorry, I don't have the time. That line was brilliant. Hoso's original intention was probably to get closer to their family, but he never expected my Vu Truc wouldn't give him any face at all. For a moment, his face was full of grievance. Seeing Hoso trying so hard to restrain himself, Thanh Mai Truc's heart itched. She slammed her chopsticks on the table. Sister, how can you say that? Hoso is my boyfriend, not some strange cat or dog, is that so? Vu Truc slowly raised her eyes and stared at Thanh Mai Truc, her gaze sharp. You call him your boyfriend? No one told me. Since he's your boyfriend, that makes him my junior brother-in-law. Why didn't he even say hello to me when he came to Lam University? Isn't that a sign of disrespect towards me as his older sister? This was a masterful move. I was delighted. Vu Truc was defending me. It's so good to have her around. You're so busy. It's not a big deal. So why would we need to report it to you? Just mind your own business. You don't need to worry about other things. Your parents are still alive, it's not up to others to run our household. My aunt, having just peeled a shrimp, reached over mountains and rivers to place it in my bowl, gesturing for me to eat. My uncle looked up at the plate of delicious food. He'll a few more. Hao Fong likes this. And you too, Vu Truc. Hao Fong grew up under our care. You must take good care of him over there. I am peeling. Are you saying I'm too slow? Why don't you help? No need, Mom and Dad, you two just eat. I can peel them. Thanh Mai Truc seemed to weigh her options for a moment before yielding to Vu Truc. Let me formally introduce you. This is Hoso, my boyfriend. Hoso and I have been together for a while now. Because you're so busy over there, I didn't want to bother you. I was inconsiderate. I'm sorry. Thanh Mai Truc yielding was beyond my expectations. Hoso realized the situation was not in his favor and forced a smile, obediently calling out, Sister Vu Truc. Vu Truc glanced at Hoso, threw the napkin in her hand down, and said, I heard there's a young master from a wealthy family in North City named Hoso. I wonder if that's him. You know about this? No, that's him. His family had some trouble, so he and his mother moved here a long time ago, Thanh Mai Truc hurriedly explained for Hoso. Vu Truc looked at Thanh Mai Truc and Hoso clinging to each other, her expression unreadable. She spoke again, or maybe I remember wrong. Didn't the Ho family, and the Truong family in North City have a marriage arrangement long ago? Why did he come to our city? Could it be that the Truong family saw the Ho family's decline and changed their minds? When Hoso heard Vu Truc mention the Truong family in North City, his face suddenly changed. His body stiffened like a log, his expression constantly shifting. My parents pretended not to hear the conversation on this side, whispering to each other about whether the stir-fried broccoli with garlic should have red bell peppers added. My aunt and uncle had grim faces and said nothing. Vu Truc and Thanh Mai Truc looked at each other in silence. This meal was so exhausting. While my mind was wandering, Hoso suddenly looked at me, his eyes as sharp as knives, carrying a heavy resentment. It only took a moment of thought to understand. He definitely thought I had told Vu Truc about his affair. However, his suspicion of me was also reasonable. Among those present, I was the only one who knew the entire story of what he did at Lam University. The atmosphere at the dinner table was extremely heavy, making people very uncomfortable. Uncle, Auntie, I'm stepping out for a moment. Let Hoso think whatever he wants, I'm not taking the blame anyway. I don't care how he misunderstands. The restaurant was designed like a private residence, even having a decent-sized backyard. A green stone path divided the yard into two halves. On the left, some vegetables were planted. On the right, there was a bamboo tea table and a few rattan chairs. I sat dejectedly in a rattan chair, scrolling through my phone to escape the troubles at the dinner table. I don't know how much time had passed. I knew I'd find you here. I looked up and saw Thanh Mai Truc. I put my phone face down on the table and gave a faint smile. Why aren't you with Hoso? He went home. I didn't ask why, and she didn't offer an explanation. We just sat there in silence, as if the other person didn't exist. Thanh Mai Truc, are you and Hoso still doing okay? I tentatively asked. She tilted her head to look at me, a warm smile appearing in her beautiful eyes. This smile of hers only ever appeared when Hoso was mentioned. Yes, we're doing great. What did Sister Vu Truc say about North City and the Truong family? Hoso, he. Lam Hao Fong, shut up. Thanh Mai Truc suddenly flared up. Since when did you become like this? Always bad-mouthing people. So what about North City? So what about the Truong family? Everyone has a past. We were arranged by our two families for 18 years. Do I have to carry that for the rest of my life? I laughed. It's true that good advice is hard to give to a damned ghost. Then let her wear that green hat forever. He ignored her words, stood up directly, and left the backyard. Where are you running off to? Why the long face? Who angered you? I ran into Vu Truc in front of the restroom. I got bitten by a rabid dog, I said sarcastically. Vu Truc's expression changed. Did Thanh Mai Truc provoke you again? I shook my head. No, it's just me being nosy. Vu Truc rolled her eyes and quickly understood. She gently patted my back as if to comfort me. Didn't you already know what the result would be? Why did you still want to say it? Haven't you heard the saying, no good deed goes unpunished? I don't know what happened after I left, how Hoso left, or why Thanh Mai Truc sat alone in the backyard for so long. In short, this reunion dinner ended unhappily. One afternoon, I happened to run into Hoso at a drink shop. He looked haggard and said he wanted to talk to me. I remembered the look he gave me at the dinner table that day and didn't want him to continue misunderstanding. There were some things that needed to be said clearly. If you have something to say it quickly. I don't have much time to waste. Hoso looked up. Did you tell Thanh Mai Truc about what I did at Lam University? I gave a faint smile. This guy was really confessing. What did you do at Lam University? Hoso choked, not expecting me to say that. He suspiciously observed my expression, as if trying to determine if I was telling the truth or lying. If this is why you sought me out today, Hoso, I can tell you that there's no wall in this world that doesn't have a crack. You should watch your own back. Hao Fong, we're classmates. You should understand me. Truong Sang-tu is just a close friend of mine from North City. There's really nothing between us. Actually, I was planning to tell Thanh Mai Truc, but it wasn't a big deal, and had nothing to do with our feelings for each other, so I didn't say anything. At Hoso's shameless perversion, I felt a little helpless. If hugging and kissing until sparks flew was considered nothing, then going to a hotel and getting a room would probably be described by him as two people going to a hotel room to wrestle. Regarding the relationship between you and Truong Sang-tu, if you want to explain, I think it would be more appropriate to tell Thanh Mai Truc. He stood up, ready to leave. Lam Hao Fong, this Lunar New Year, I'll be celebrating with Thanh Mai Truc. His eyes were full of pride and provocation. Even if you celebrate the new year with a dog, it has nothing to do with me. I'm not your father, you don't have to report to me every time. After saying that, I turned and left. Hoso watched my carefree retreating figure, so angry he almost rolled his eyes back. The fact that Hoso would be celebrating the new year with Thanh Mai Truc was confirmed by Vu Truc. It was the result of Thanh Mai Truc's struggle. My aunt and uncle, who disliked Hoso, were firmly against him coming to their house for the new year. Thanh Mai Truc even resorted to a hunger strike. They had no choice but to surrender. I told my mom about this, expressing my intention not to celebrate the new year with their family. Just looking at Hoso's ways and style made me uncomfortable, let alone celebrating the new year with him. It would make me throw up the food I ate the day before. The new year only comes once a year, everyone wants it to be auspicious. Mom said she hadn't planned on celebrating together this year anyway, she just hadn't found a reason to refuse yet. Dad, as the pillar of the family, displayed his wit perfectly at this critical moment. With a wave of his hand, he decided the whole family would travel to High City to celebrate the new year. He took the heads of our family of 3 and booked 3 plane tickets on the spot. My aunt found out about our decision to travel for the new year on the day of the little new year. She started crying right away, covering her mouth and sobbing heartbrokenly. My mom didn't feel good about it either, her eyes were red as she talked with my aunt the whole morning. For the first time in 20 years, our two families didn't eat the little New Year's Eve dinner together. I don't know how Thanh Mai Truc felt, but our family of 3 was very happy. Mom laid out all the dishes on the table. Dad opened a bottle of red wine and poured a glass for me and Mom. I raised my glass, about to say a few congratulatory words to enhance the festive atmosphere, when there was suddenly a knock on the door. I put down my wine glass and skipped to open it. It was Vu Truc, looking surprised. Uncle, Auntie, I've come to your house for the little New Year's Eve dinner. Emmy, welcome. My mom was worried she wouldn't have anyone to talk to, and just then, Vu Truc arrived. Mom was overjoyed. Welcome, welcome, Hao Fong, get another bowl and chopsticks. Vu Truc kept telling my parents how outstanding I was at school, saying my homework was used by the professor as a model to teach in class, and that I earned nearly 200,000 yuan in one go based on my own abilities. In the future, My parents would surely enjoy a blessed life, because of me. Vu Truc made my parents so happy they were beaming, constantly putting food in her bowl. In contrast, I, their biological son, could only sit on the side as a backdrop. The meal ended in a chorus of laughter. Dad went with Mom to clear the dishes. I pulled Vu Truc into my room to sit down. Finally, I had a chance to ask the question I had been holding in throughout the meal. Sister Vu Truc, why did you run over to my house to eat? Isn't my aunt angry? Your mother wanted to come here too. Why would she be angry? Vu Truc smiled gently. Oh, Aunt, I intended to come too. I was full of questions. I slumped over the table and brought my head close to Vu Truc's face. Before I could say anything, a gentle fragrance wafted into my nose. At that moment, my thought was, Vu Truc is so beautiful. Having had a little wine, Vu Truc's smile seemed even gentler. I looked at her smooth hair, and my hand started to itch, wanting to do something. Before my hand could even rise, Vu Truc had already reached out and held my head, preventing me from getting any closer. I uncooperatively tilted my neck and shook my head to escape her hand, then pressed closer again. I won't do anything. I just want to know what you meant by that. Vu Truc looked at me gently for a long time, then suddenly brought her face closer, until it was less than 5 centimeters from mine. I could clearly see her eyelashes trembling slightly, her lips pursed as if trying to hold something back. I had never been so close to a member of the opposite sex, not even then Mai Truc. My heart started pounding wildly. I was in a complete panic and tried to lean my head back. As a result, I used too much force, and the back of my head hit the bookshelf, hurting so much that I yelled. Vu Truc sat back as if nothing had happened. Why did you hurt yourself? Isn't it your fault for suddenly getting so close? You scared me, I said irritably. She looked intently at my slightly flushed face. I just wanted to see if that strange thing in the corner of your eye was sleep crust. You guess it is, right? I instinctively used my hand to dig at the corner of my eye. There really was something strange. It was indeed sleep crust. Vu Truc burst out laughing. Indecent. Afterward, Vu Truc told me that her family's meal was also ready and they were about to eat when they saw Hoso standing outside the window. Since he was already there, and it was the little new year, how could they not let him in? Even though my aunt and uncle were unhappy, as long as their youngest daughter was happy, they had to accept it. On a major holiday, they couldn't say anything. Honestly, Sister Vu Truc, I quite admire you. Your future brother-in-law comes over for the new year, and you, as the older sister, run away. That's not very good, is it? Vu Truc smiled. I can't be bothered with that much. I find it uncomfortable sitting at the same table and eating with someone like that. We departed on the 28th of the 12th lunar month. Vu Truc, with a cold face, saw us off at the airport. She ignored me the whole way, making me talk until my mouth was dry before she finally bestowed a single sentence upon me, come back early. Celebrating the new year away from home for the first time was a novel experience. On New Year's Eve, we had dinner in the hotel lobby with many people from all over. The hotel had specially installed a new sound system. Everyone sang and danced, and it was very lively. By the time we returned to our room, still savoring the atmosphere, it was already 9 p.m. I stood in front of the large glass window of the hotel, looking at the brilliant lights everywhere and the dazzling fireworks that occasionally burst in the sky, my mood incredibly peaceful. Suddenly, a video call came in. I didn't even need to guess, it was definitely Vu Truc. In the video, Vu Truc was in her room, looking unhappy. She wished me a happy new year and asked what my New Year's wishes were. I said I wanted everyone to be happy, to listen to a live concert, for Vu Truc to become more and more beautiful, and to earn more money with my own abilities so my parents could enjoy a good life. Vu Truc giggled, praised me for being a good boy, and told me to come back early. She said Hoso came over every day and was about to drive her crazy. If her family didn't open the door, he would wander around outside. Of course he couldn't possibly wander around outside, she was just joking to make me happy. I cooperated very well, laughing until my stomach hurt. Vu Truc said the New Year's Eve dinner was meaningless. She also said Hoso's behavior at the dinner table was very unpopular. Everyone in the family except the Mai Truc disliked him. She said he had gone through so much trouble to come back for the new year, only for us to go on a trip, making the house feel cold and empty. If he had known, he wouldn't have come back. In short, she rambled on for an hour until I promised I would definitely come back early, and only then did she agree to hang up. I don't know if I was seeing things, but I felt that Vu Truc's eyes before she hung up seemed reluctant, carrying a hint of sadness. Under Vu Truc's daily urging, my parents took me home on the 8th day of the first lunar month, still feeling reluctant to leave. My aunt organized another reunion dinner, saying this time they wouldn't go to a restaurant but eat at home. She would prepare it herself and told us to rest first and just wait to eat. My mom was too tired and wanted to rest well, so she had to politely decline. For the past few years, something had happened every time we gathered. We really had a trauma about reunion dinners. When I woke up, it was completely dark. I could only hear endless laughter and conversation outside. I went out and saw Vu Truc helping my mom wash vegetables. The two of them were chatting happily. I hadn't seen her in over 10 days, and she was still the same, so beautiful it was indescribable. Seeing me come out, her eyes lit up even more. After she went home, my mom, with a mysterious expression, whispered to my dad that at first, Vu Truc seemed distracted, but when she saw me come out, her eyes lit up. Maybe she had other thoughts about their son. My dad, who always went along with my mom, nodded seriously after hearing this and whispered something that I, standing at the door, couldn't hear. That night, Vu Truc had dinner at my house. To be precise, she cooked dinner and ate with our family. It was the first time I had eaten a meal personally cooked by Vu Truc, and the taste was really delicious. Watching her in an apron, busy in the kitchen, with the pale yellow light overhead and the water dancing on her long fingers, she looked beautiful from every angle. After the meal, Vu Truc went for a night walk with me. It just so happened that there was a performance in front of a large shopping mall, and the music was loud. We arrived a bit late and stood at the outermost circle, unable to see clearly what was being performed on stage, but it was fun enough just like that. Unintentionally, I turned my head and found myself lost in Vu Truc's gentle and deep eyes. She was looking at me so gently, the affection in her eyes like a vast ocean that completely surrounded me. Even though the square was crowded with people, and the moonlight and lights were so brilliant, at that moment, in Vu Truc's eyes, I could only see the small, naive image of myself standing there foolishly. Vu Truc didn't say anything, just looked at me like that, but it seemed as if she had said everything. I understood every word. My heart suddenly started to beat wildly, and my face gradually grew hot without me realizing it. It was past 10 p.m. When we got back, I was still excitedly telling Vu Truc about the performance we had just seen. She listened patiently, occasionally responding with a few words. Other than that, her gaze was always on me. I don't know if it was my imagination, but the way Vu Truc looked at me was getting hotter and hotter. Sometimes I would mistake that gaze for containing feelings of love, but every time that happened, I would remember that year when Thanh Mai Truc scolded me for being shameless. That was when I knew she only saw me as a neighbor. It was because I misunderstood her feelings that I was scolded so harshly. Therefore, I didn't dare to guess, and I didn't dare to believe. If being a neighbor's little brother was the only way I would never get hurt, I think I was willing. Don't scold me for being useless. I'm afraid of pain, and I'm afraid of getting hurt. In front of the residential complex, a small figure caught my attention. It was Thanh Mai Truc. Why was she back so late? I wondered if my aunt was worried. Thanh Mai Truc approached and asked softly, "Is Sister Vu Truc afraid that Hao Phong will be abandoned again?" "Not everyone is like you, sister." After hearing this, Vu Truc frowned. Just as I was about to say something, she spoke up. "Not everyone is like you." Thanh Mai Truc looked at Vu Truc, then at me. In the end, she said nothing and turned to go home. That night, after showering and lying in bed, it was almost 12 o'clock. Thanh Mai Truc sent me a message with just a few short words. "Did you have fun?" Fun or not, she had just seen it, so why ask again? I just replied with 2 words, "Very fun." The other party replied immediately, "Hao Phong, you and my sister." These simple words made my heart turn cold. I didn't understand her position or purpose in asking this question. I replied, "What are you trying to say?" She sent me a voice message. Not long, only about 10 seconds, but I didn't listen to it. I deleted it directly and, while I was at it, blocked her on WeChat. On the 10th day of the first lunar month, Thanh Mai Truc came to my house to find me. She said Vu Truc had a date with a friend that day, and she had nothing better to do, so she wanted to come and chat with me. She didn't mention the WeChat incident, which meant she hadn't sent me any messages since that night. "If you have nothing better to do, go find Hoso. Why are you running to my house? You should probably come find me less often," I said, a little impatiently. Thanh Mai Truc slumped onto the sofa, resting her head on the backrest. He went back to North City to pay respects to his ancestors. I looked at Thanh Mai Truc with pity, my mind wandering. Hoso going back to North City at this time. It was hard to guess what he was up to. Perhaps my gaze was too obvious. She raised her hand to cover my eyes, preventing me from looking, then whined, demanding I go eat with her. I refused without hesitation. He still remembered what happened last time clearly. I didn't want to repeat the same mistake. "Don't worry, it's winter now. There won't be a heavy rain like that. Come on, I'm very lonely by myself." "Thanh Mai Truc, you have a boyfriend now. Hoso is already wary of me. We should still avoid suspicion. I don't want him to misunderstand anything. Hao Phong, you weren't like this before. In the past, except for when you were sleeping and using the restroom, you were always by my side. Why are you so distant from me now?" she asked, her voice sad. I gave a faint smile. "That was your choice. We're not the same as we used to be." She was stunned and said nothing more. After a long while, she opened the door herself and left my house. I watched her go out the door, calm and composed. without any emotional surge. The 15th day of the first lunar month is a major traditional festival, and also my birthday. My dad booked the restaurant we went to last time a day in advance. This was my strong request because I liked the food and the backyard layout of that restaurant. After getting ready, I went out. Today's program was booked 2 days in advance, going to the haunted house at the amusement park, then playing the currently popular detective game. As soon as I opened the door, I saw 2 figures standing in front of it. One was Vu Truc with an unhappy expression, the other was Thanh Mai Truc. What was going on? Vu Truc had asked me about my birthday plans 2 days ago. I said I wanted to go to the amusement park. She said it just so happened that she had nothing to do and could go play with me. She would treat me to a meal at noon to celebrate my birthday. It was normal to see Vu Truc at my door, but Thanh Mai Truc was not. I hadn't talked about my birthday with her for 3 or 4 years. Given her level of dislike for me, there was no way she would remember my birthday. But looking at her casual clothes and the fact that she was with Vu Truc, it was clear she intended to go with us. I was a bit awkward, looking back and forth. Thanh Mai Truc, if you go, what about Hoso? The department is also going. Has the birthday boy finished preparing? Let's go, I've already started the car. Vu Truc smiled, intending to lead me away. Is Vu Dom going too? I asked Vu Truc. I didn't invite her. Vu Dom, who was originally expressionless, heard this and her face darkened even more. Only Hoso isn't back yet. Vu Dom, clearly understanding my point, quickly explained. It seemed she was determined to go. Fine, let's go together. At worst, I'll just stay away from her while we're there. The car stopped in front of the amusement park gate. We met up with the group that had already arrived. They were all old high school friends, both guys and girls. We had a lot of fun together in high school. Although we went our separate ways for college these past few years, we still kept in touch. We got out of the car first while Vu Truc went to find a parking spot. I walked with Truong then, and Vu Dom walked to my left, less than 2 meters away. She was silent the whole way, barely saying a word, occasionally pulling out her phone to look at it. Her silence was so profound it was as if she wasn't there. As soon as we appeared, someone started teasing us. Are you two planning to be lovebirds? Have you thought about when you'll land in your nest? The girl who spoke was named Lam Mui. In high school, she was a chubby girl who always failed her physical education tests and was often called out by the PE teacher to lose weight. Once, she was even scolded to the point of tears. But she had a very cheerful personality. The moment she turned around, she'd be grinning. Everyone really liked her. Classmates rumored that she liked me, and some even said with certainty that she had written me a 7-page love letter. Unfortunately, I never received it, so I just treated those words as a joke. After not seeing her for 3 years, Lam Mui had lost all the extra weight and had become a beautiful woman. In terms of appearance alone, she was not inferior to Vu Dom. What's it to you? Too much free time. Vu Dom glanced at her. Whoa, Vu Dom, playing the cold one, are we? I spent a lot of effort writing a love letter to Hao Feng back then. I heard you intercepted it. If it hasn't appreciated in value, could you return it to me? Lam Mui said. Vu Dom's expression suddenly changed. For Lam Mui to say this so openly proved that she really did write me a letter back then. Someone had also told me about Lam Mui writing a letter, and it turned out the reason I never received it was because Vu Dom had blocked it. The reunion had just begun, and something like this, an old story no less, had already happened. Everyone was a bit embarrassed. It was very cold, but Vu Dom's face was as red as if it were about to bleed. Her gaze swept past Lam Mui and lingered on me for a moment before she turned away from everyone and said, I was afraid those messy things would affect your studies, so I help you keep them. If you want them, I'll return them all to you later. When Lam Mui heard this, she flared up. Vu Dom, you look like a decent person, but why can't you speak properly? A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. What do you mean messy things? Vu Dom didn't back down, retorting coldly to Lam Mui. The two argued more and more fiercely. 2 other girls tried to calm them down. The more I listened, the more I felt something was wrong. Vu Dom kept love letters written to me by others. She didn't even like me, so why keep those things? Was it to practice her reading comprehension? So you didn't just block 1 or 2 letters. Vu Dom, what right do you have to keep my things? Are you sick? I shouted in anger. In an instant, my anger reached its peak. This was too much. As I was glaring angrily at Vu Dom, Vu Truc, having parked the car, ran over and stood beside me, asking what had happened and why I was so agitated. I took a deep breath and told Vu Truc what had just occurred. Vu Truc gave Vu Dom a disappointed look, then smiled and said to me, come on, birthday boy. It's your birthday today. Don't get angry over things from the past. We can talk about it later. Many people are waiting for you. Vu Truc is right, Hao Feng. Let's go have fun. Don't get mad because of a terrible girl. Truong then came and put his arm around my shoulder. Lam Mui also knew she had done wrong and apologized profusely. I'm sorry. Let's talk about it later. Everyone is here to celebrate your birthday. Cheer up, how fun. Vutruk placed a hand on my shoulder, gently consoling me. I didn't want to embarrass Vutruk or make everyone unhappy, so I reluctantly agreed. As for this old debt with Vudom, I would settle it with her thoroughly after we got back. We were all young people in our 20s, and we quickly forgot the unpleasant incident and threw ourselves into the games. The entrance to the haunted house was under an old sycamore tree. There was a very deep well, and at its mouth stood a sign with 4 large words, "You've come to." An employee explained the rules of the game, specifically emphasizing that it was just a game to create an atmosphere. The ghosts inside were all played by staff. It might be a bit scary, but they wouldn't actually take us away. Everyone chuckled after hearing this and went down into the well one by one. By the time I went down, only Vudom and Vutruk were left on the ground. Don't be afraid. Vutruk held my hand and walked with me down the middle path. This was my first time in a haunted house. A cold wind blew through the air, and the eerie sound of ghostly wails seemed very close, right by my ear, giving me goosebumps. Ahead, I didn't know who let out a terrified scream, followed by crying and shouting, "Go away. Don't come here. Go away." It made me extremely tense. As I was carefully observing my surroundings, something suddenly hung down from above, landing less than half a meter from my face. The ghostly light flickered on just in time for me to see clearly that it was a hanged corpse with a blood-dripping tongue. In its 2 dark eye sockets, something seemed to be crawling, both frightening and disgusting. The ghost appeared so suddenly that I couldn't help but scream and was about to run. Vutruk pulled me back and whispered in my ear, "It's fake. Don't be afraid. The staff said it's all fake. What's there to be scared of?" I gathered my courage and continued to follow Vutruk. But for some reason, I kept feeling like something was following me. No matter what, I couldn't bring myself to turn around and look. I tried a few times, but the lighting was too dark. You couldn't even see someone's face if they were right in front of you. I don't know how much time passed, but suddenly there was light ahead. We had reached the exit. It turned out everyone was already out. When I turned around, I saw Vudom, her face as cold as ice, standing behind Vutruk, apparently having just come out as well. So, the ghost that kept following me was her. She wasn't invited but insisted on coming, and now she was following us like a servant during a game. She was seriously messed up. Everyone rested for a while before heading to the location for a detective game. We arrived a bit late, and all the good scripts were taken. The only one left was Rescue the Prince. Everyone complained, "We came here to play horror or detective scripts." Many people's spirits immediately sank. I was also quite disappointed. Looking at my watch, it was already past 10 o'clock. How about we go find a place to eat? We're already here, why not play? Besides, wasn't being a prince our childhood dream? Truongdan was the first to raise his hand and rally everyone. It seemed everyone remembered their childhood dream of being a prince, and enthusiastically joined in. Next was drawing roles. I was the last one to draw. I opened it and saw, unexpectedly, that I was the prince. The funniest part was Vudom. She drew the role of the maid who gets slapped. It was hilarious. Vutruk was standing by the window, smiling gently at me. After all, she was a few years older than us. If it weren't for celebrating my birthday, she wouldn't have gathered with a bunch of kids like us, let alone play these childish games. "Sister Vutruk, what role did you get?" I was about to go see Vutruk's role. Vudong stood in front of me, looking like she wanted to say something. I ignored her and ran straight to Vutruk. Vutruk opened the roll of paper in her palm for me to see. Her face was flushed. On the small piece of paper were neatly written 2 words, "Princess." The end of this fairy tale is that the princess kisses the prince awake, and they live happily ever after. This meant that Vutruk and I would have to act out a kissing scene. A kissing scene is too much. "Sister Vutruk, this is just a game, we don't need to actually kiss, right?" I whispered to Vutruk. This was my first kiss, I couldn't lose it over a game. Vutruk looked at my blushing face, a smile playing on her lips. "How fun, do you want a real kiss?" I turned my head away, trying to avoid her gaze. "Of course, it's just pretend." The game quickly began. Everyone got into position. My part only had 2 scenes. The first was being cursed by a witch and falling into a deep sleep, after which I just had to lie in bed and wait for the princess to come and kiss me awake. After the first scene, I obediently lay in bed waiting for the princess. I don't know what went wrong, but I waited and waited, and the princess never came, which made me anxious. The room was very warm, with the faint scent of roses. The warm sunlight shone on my head. Everything was too comfortable. I even weakly fell asleep. Suddenly, my nose caught a familiar scent. Opening my drowsy eyes, I saw a face right in front of mine. I screamed and was about to sit up, but as bad luck would have it, I bumped into those soft lips. The room instantly fell silent. I could only hear the thumping of my heart and a ringing in my head. "It's over, we actually kiss." Vutruk quickly sat up, turning her face slightly away. I saw that the tips of her ears were red. Vutruk was blushing. My face started to feel hot, burning. The atmosphere was very awkward for a moment. Why were you so close? He said angrily. Weren't we supposed to pretend? I was trying to find a position to pretend when you woke up. I didn't have time to react. I'm sorry, Sister Vutruc, I was half asleep. How fom, that was my first kiss, even though I had apologized. Vutruc wouldn't let it go, looking aggrieved like a gentle wife who had been taken advantage of by a wicked landlord. Suddenly, a loudspeaker from somewhere announced, the princess has successfully kissed the prince away. Next scene, the prince carries the princess out of the palace. Haha, well. Sister Vutruc, I probably don't need to carry you out, right? Vutruc suddenly leaned in close again. How fom, it's just a game. In the end, my conscience won. I didn't want to ruin the game everyone was participating in. I reluctantly carried Vutruc out. Outside the palace doors, the king and queen were waiting for us with anxious expressions. In the open space on the other side, the butler, Lam Yue, was raising her hand, preparing to slap the maid, Bu Dom. Although the game tried to recreate the plot, slapping someone, after all, involves personal dignity. It would be best not to do it for real if possible. Vutruc also saw the tense situation between them, her expression clouded and hard to read. The princess has successfully kissed the prince away. The game is over, everyone jumped up and cheered. Lam Yue's hand never came down. Looking at the watch, it was 11:30, time for lunch. Opposite the amusement park was a Sichuan restaurant. Vutruc said the food was very good, and had already made a reservation before the game started. After finishing, our group swarmed over to eat. Sichuan food was a favorite for our whole group, and everyone ate heartily. Truong then his gift to me was a voice-controlled music speaker. Lam Yue gave me a jelly-like object of unknown material that had a light fragrance. When it was Vudong's turn, she took out a slightly heavy red box. Opening it in front of everyone revealed a painting of me smiling. In the painting, I was holding a large school bag, sitting on some steps, and looking up at something, my eyes full of happy light. She had painted me in middle school, looking at her, probably on the badminton court. The classmates who didn't know the truth all let out oohs and ahs, saying her painting was so vivid it was like seeing the younger me. A sense of discomfort rose in my heart. What on earth was Vudong doing? She hadn't been normal these past few days. Was she going crazy? I was wondering whether to return the painting to her when Vutruc reached out, took the painting, and put it back in its bag. Not a bad painting. I'll keep it for you. Here's my gift to you. Open it and see if you like it. Vutruc handed me a light, square purple box. Gently opening the lid, a black key necklace lay quietly inside. It was exquisitely crafted, and the design was both beautiful and elegant. Do you like it? I designed the style myself. Vutruc's voice, as gentle as sweet wine, sounded by my ear. I love it. I really did like it and was very touched. I never expected this was a gift Vutruc had specially designed for me. This was probably the most meaningful birthday gift I received today. I'm glad you like it, Vutruc smiled, her eyes filled with a gentle tenderness. After the noisy meal, it was past 200 p.m. Everyone was still reluctant to leave. As we said our goodbyes, we were already making plans to hang out again next time because today was so much fun. Everyone had left except for Lam Yue, who was still standing there, clearly waiting for me. What are you looking at? Get in the car. Vutruc stood beside me, looking unhappily at Lam Yue. I chuckled and said, wait for me a moment. She probably has something to say to me. Restless, Vutruc mumbled unhappily like a child who didn't get candy, looking quite cute. I told Vutruc to wait for me in the car first, then turned and walked towards Lam Yue. How fom, I had a whole stomach full of things I wanted to say to you, but when I saw that girl Vudong, I couldn't help myself and ruined your birthday. I'm sorry, Lam Yue said, full of remorse. It's okay, it's all in the past. We're all classmates, no need to be so formal. Lam Hao Fom, she suddenly called my full name seriously. Her eyes held many complex emotions I couldn't read. I'm leaving soon and won't be coming back. Liking you for so many years didn't even earn me a proper glance from you. I can only say we weren't meant to be. In 3 years of middle school, I wrote you 11 letters. Each one was from my heart, but each one was like a stone sinking into the sea. During those 3 years, you were very good to me. Everyone else teased me for being fat and didn't want to play with me. Only you always smiled and never looked down on me. I asked Vudong to pass the letters to you, but you never gave any response, not even a rejection. At the time, I was quite grateful to you. I thought you were worried about making me uncomfortable, so you didn't reject me. It wasn't until this winter break when I came home that I coincidentally learned that all those letters were kept by Vudong. She told others that I wasn't worthy of writing to you. All the classmates knew about your feelings for Vudong, but I liked you too much, which is why I found the courage to write to you again and again. I was a little surprised. She had liked me for so many years. Perhaps my innocence amused Lam Yue. She gave a bitter smile. When I found out the reason, I was furious. I wanted to confront her several times, but it happened so long ago, there was no point in bringing it up again. I haven't been back much these past few years. It was only yesterday that I found out you and Wudong are not together. Lam Nui, I really didn't know about what happened back then. I wasted your feelings. I'm truly sorry. I stayed behind specifically to explain everything to you, not to make you feel guilty. Ao Fom, Wudong is not worthy, but you will definitely find someone who loves you the most. Lam Nui, you too. You will definitely find the boy who belongs only to you. She hailed a taxi and got in. The evening sun shone on her face. It wasn't too bright, but I could still see 2 glistening teardrops at the corners of her eyes. Those clear eyes were filled with sadness. Will we meet again? I tried to force a smile. Life is full of unexpected encounters. She waved goodbye to me and quickly disappeared from my sight like a cherry blossom. He stared in the direction she disappeared for a long time. Get in the car. If you stand there any longer, you'll turn into a lamppost. Vu Truc, with a cold face, came over and pulled on my sleeve. Then, the car slowly rolled out of the parking lot. Wudong, give me back my letters. I stood by her sofa, angrily demanding my things. Wudong glanced at me. It's been so long. What's the use of getting them back? Don't you worry about that. Just give them back to me. How Fom, you're not actually interested in Lam Nui. I suddenly felt irritated. How I feel about Lam Nui is my business. Stop talking nonsense and give me the letters. I don't have time to argue with you. Wudong's face darkened. You want to know what she wrote that badly? Don't tell me you're over 20 and still believe in those childish games. Is that any of your business? Hand them over. I don't have time to waste talking nonsense with someone like you. Towards Wudong now, I truly had no patience left. Wudong sat on the sofa, staring at me for a long time, then stood up, went into her room, and brought out a blue box, placing it on the coffee table. They're all in here. I picked up the box and opened it. Inside was a stack of letters. On them was written to my dear Hao Fong. I opened one letter to look. At the end was Lam Nui's signature, with a drawing of a chubby chibi character holding a small gift box. Back home, I took out the letter I had just opened, intending to read it, when someone knocked on the door, sounding quite urgent. I opened the door to find, unexpectedly, Vu Truc. Sister Vu Truc, what's up? I stood blocking the doorway, not wanting to let her in. Vu Truc completely ignored me and just walked forward. I instinctively stepped aside, and she took the opportunity to come in, plopping down where I had just been sitting and casually picking up the letter to read. Dear Hao Fong, hello. I was like you, rushing over, one hand covering her mouth, the other snatching the letter back and putting it in the box. I forced a smile and asked if she wanted a drink. No thanks. Are those all letters Lam Nui wrote to you? Vu Truc removed my hand, her eyes still glancing at the box. Probably. I haven't had a chance to read the ones at the bottom. It's been so many years, why get them back? Do you really have feelings for Lam Nui? Vu Truc raised an eyebrow, her tone and gaze identical, her eyes like searchlights scanning my face back and forth. Sister Vu Truc, there's a problem with what you're saying. Whether I have feelings for Lam Nui is one thing, but my things should be returned to me. How can they be left with someone else? Even if I don't want them, I should be the one to throw them away. Alright, since you said so. I was just about to go out, so let me help you throw them away. It'll save you a trip. Goodbye. And just like that, my dear Vu Truc, without asking for my opinion, took the box with the letters I hadn't even read and left. During the first semester, my dad had some heart problems and was hospitalized for nearly a month. My mom almost fainted from the stress. It was the busiest time before I officially started my internship, and I didn't have time to go home to visit him. Every day, I could only see him on video calls, lying in the hospital bed, too weak to walk. My mom was exhausted at home, and I was worn out at school, making several calls a day to check on his condition. During that time, I was like a little madman, in an extremely bad mood. I wanted to go home and visit, but my mom wouldn't let me, telling me to focus on my studies and that going back would only add psychological pressure on my dad. Vu Truc was always by my side, saying all sorts of nice things to comfort me until my dad was discharged and called me on video himself, saying he was fully recovered. Only then did I truly feel relieved. I was so happy that day that I dragged Vu Truc out for barbecue to celebrate my dad's recovery. My classmates started their internships and scattered everywhere. 4 years of college passed by so quickly. With my excellent grades, I was kept on by the university for graduate studies. Worried about my father's health, I chose to go to Kin University, which was closer to home, for my postgraduate studies. That way, if anything happened at home, I could get back faster. During the winter break of my senior year of college, my family finally moved to a new address. The Lam family and the V family officially ended their 20 years of living next to each other, becoming 2 separate families. It was just that my mom still liked the small garden of the old house, so she didn't sell it and would occasionally go back to stay for a day or two. According to my dad, keeping both houses was like treating the change of residence as a vacation. The car slowly stopped in front of the house. 4 elderly people stood at the entrance of the building, my parents and my aunt and uncle. "We're back." I jumped out of the car first. "Son, you're back. Come in quickly. Your mom has been here since early this morning, busy cooking for you." Dad waved me over. Aunt Mina happily took my hand. "That's right, we were so happy to hear you were coming back for the new year." While we were happily catching up after a long time on the other side, Wudong and Hoso, pushing their suitcases, also arrived at the building entrance. When she saw Hoso, Aunt Mina's smile clearly faded. Hoso greeted her, and my aunt replied politely with a single word and didn't interact further. The situation was clearly very awkward, but Hoso gritted his teeth and persevered. This person was really thick-skinned. "Alright, let's not stand outside. Come in quickly. The pot has been simmering for a long time." My mom pushed me with her left hand and Vu Truc with her right. Wudong, supported by Hoso, also intended to follow them in. Vu Truc pouted unhappily. "Everyone to their own house, everyone to their own mom. Don't go to the wrong door." After saying that, she hid behind my mom and went into the house. The moment the door closed, I saw my aunt and uncle looking at her with a puzzled expression. Isn't this child a bit foolish? How could she go to the wrong house? "Sister Vu Truc, why did you come to my house? Isn't it everyone to their own house, everyone to their own mom? Did you go to the wrong door?" I twisted my neck to ask her, casually tossing my coat into the dirty laundry basket in the bathroom. Vu Truc washed her hands and went straight into the kitchen. I don't know where she got a box from, but she took out jars of spices and arranged them on the spice rack. "Didn't you want to eat my special sauce?" "Yeah, but are you just going to make the sauce and then go home to eat? Your sister is bringing her son-in-law home. This is a big reunion day for your family." I leaned against the kitchen door frame, watching Vu Truc's movements as she mixed the hot pot sauce. This person was so beautiful, even small gestures were so pleasing to the eye. Vu Truc's hands didn't stop moving. She kept her head down, only glancing up at me for a moment. My mom reached out and tapped my forehead. "What nonsense are you talking about? Sister Vu Truc has been busy all morning buying groceries and making the broth, and she even had to pick you kids up and then make the sauce for you. How can you be so ungrateful?" Vu Truc quickly prepared everything. The 4 of us sat down at the table and started eating. While we were happily eating, Wudong came knocking on the door. I went to open it. Our house has an open plan living room and kitchen, with the front door diagonal to the dining area, meaning from the door, I could see the entire dining room. I opened the door, and Wudong said she was looking for Vu Truc to come home for dinner. Hoso stood behind Wudong, constantly glancing towards the dining room with a fake smile. "Is there something?" I asked irritably, making it clear I didn't want to pay them any mind. "Lam Hao Fum, I'm here to find my sister. The food at home is all ready. Why isn't she back yet?" Wudong said and was about to walk straight into the house. "You've seen it with your own eyes, so why ask such a useless question? Is there something wrong with your eyes or your mind?" I blocked her, determined not to let her in. "Lam Hao Fum, what are you doing? We really just came to find Sister Vu Truc. Auntie has prepared dinner and even brought your flowers. It's fine if you don't come to eat, but why won't you let us find Sister Vu Truc?" "This isn't very nice." She shamelessly wanted to freeload but didn't dare say it directly and even tried to blame me. Truly shameless. "Sister Vu Truc, your sister and her boyfriend are here to take you home for dinner." I held the door firmly and turned my head to shout towards the dining room. Vu Truc had actually heard them long ago but was just pretending not to. Now that I had called her name, she wiped her mouth and slowly walked over, stopping not far from me. "I've already told Mom and Dad that I'm eating here. You can go back. Don't come and bother me unless it's something important. And if it is important, don't come either, just call. I'll come home when I need to, I won't get lost. No need for anyone to pick me up." After saying that, Vu Truc coldly slammed the door shut, isolating the annoying couple from our world. Dad drank quite a bit and was a little drunk. Mom took him to the room to take care of him, leaving me alone to clean up the kitchen. Looking at the messy state of the kitchen, I wanted to cry, not knowing where to start. In the end, it was my kind sister Vu Truc who stepped in to help, guiding me step by step to solve this difficult problem. Looking at the clean and tidy kitchen, I couldn't help but exclaim, "My good sister Vu Truc, I really don't know which man will be lucky enough to have you by his side for life." The next morning, I was woken up by my phone ringing. I discovered that the high school classmates group chat had exploded. The class president, who rarely came home, suggested that all the friends in Nam then meet up for lunch today. Vu Truc dropped me and Wudong off at the restaurant door and left, telling us to let her know when we were done so she could pick us up. A get-together among friends should have been simple and happy. Everyone sharing their current situations, reminiscing about school days, that would have been enough. But there were a few show-offs who kept boasting about how capable they were and how much money they made, turning the friendly gathering into a competition. If I had known the reunion would turn out like this, I don't think I would have come. While they were engrossed in their drinking, I found a chance to leave the private room and go to the balcony for some fresh air. This restaurant was the same one where Wudong first brought Hoso home. Several years had passed, and the restaurant's decor had changed, becoming so unfamiliar that if it weren't for the name, I wouldn't have recognized it. Just like I was still Lam Hao Fong, and she was still Wudong, but time had passed, making us no longer our former selves. If it weren't for the memories, perhaps we wouldn't have been able to find the people we once were. I had only been sitting for about 10 minutes when someone found me and sat down next to me. After almost 6 years, this was the first time Wudong had sat so close to me that I could smell the familiar scent on her. It was just a pity that the fluttering feeling of the past had now become as calm as still water. It's too noisy in there. Her long, beautiful fingers held a Sprite and handed it to me, smiling gently, her expression calm. I was originally a calm person, and would absolutely not take the initiative to cause trouble. As it happened, the Sprite wasn't open. This kind of carbonated drink was something Vu Truc had always forbidden me to drink. Over the years, I had gotten used to it. He set it aside. Did you need something? Wudong looked up at me, then quickly looked down. She stared at a small water stain on the floor tiles for a long time before speaking. It's been so many years. Actually, I owe you a sincere apology. Hao Fong, don't stop me. Let me finish. Otherwise, keeping it in is too uncomfortable. Every time I think about it, it hurts terribly. He nodded. Go on. What happened back then was because I was too impulsive and didn't think about you. That was my mistake. Actually, I wasn't targeting you. I simply disliked the way the adults always paired us together. The feeling of having my life arranged by others was not good. For the past few years, I've always asked myself why I was so excessive back then. After you all left, my parents scolded me. At that time, I had calmed down and knew I was wrong, but I still couldn't accept their gift. I didn't say it, but in my heart, I thought I had to escape the adults' arrangements at all costs. I don't know what was wrong with me. I regret it, I really regret it. And the 2 times you got hurt could have been completely avoided. It was all because of me that you suffered so much. It's all in the past. Why bring it up again? I don't blame you anyway, I said with a faint, indifferent smile. It was true that it was all in the past. Thinking back on the humiliation and pain of those years, I couldn't even remember what it felt like anymore. She gave a bitter smile and lowered her head. Being with Hoso was a complete accident. I think it was raining heavily that day. He didn't have an umbrella and had sprained his ankle, sitting alone in the rain, completely soaked. At that moment, I just thought we were classmates, and I should help if I could. As a result, I don't know how, but I was captivated by his eyes. He wasn't popular in class. No one liked him. Even during fun activities, he would sit alone in a corner, looking very pitiful. It was only after being together for a long time that I learned his gentle and kind nature was just a weapon of disguise. In fact, he can be very harsh at times, especially when dealing with you. I know he's not friendly to you and have reminded him several times, but he always says he has nothing, only me. After all these years, being with him has become an obsession for me. Can you understand, Hao Fong? That's your business. I don't need to understand anything. As long as you think it's right, that's fine. You don't need to care about my opinion. Wudong looked straight into my eyes, as if trying to see through to the real thoughts behind my words. Hao Fong, you were in a lot of pain during that time, weren't you? Her voice was so gentle I had never heard it like that before. How could that be? I must have misheard. It was too long ago, I've forgotten. Yes, I had truly forgotten. Wudong was stunned, then gave a bitter laugh and said no more. Wudong has decided to spend her whole life with Hoso, so you should love him well. After sitting for a while, I stood up and left first. Until I got into Vu Truc's car, her expression had still not recovered. Vu Truc used her eyes to ask me what had happened. I shrugged, signaling I didn't know. I really didn't know the source of her emotions. It certainly wasn't from the conversation with me. One overcast afternoon, it started to drizzle again. I was sitting at my desk, coloring a finished draft, when my phone suddenly rang. I picked it up and saw it was a video call request from Vu Truc, who had been missing for several days. Sister Vu Truc, you haven't been answering my calls or replying to my messages for the past few days. I thought you had gone missing and was about to report it to the police. Vu Truc's louder came through to my ear, so gentle it made my heart tremble. Hao Fong, come downstairs. I have a surprise for you. I looked outside. The sky, which had been overcast, had cleared up at some point, and the rain had stopped. The sky was a deep blue. A surprise for me downstairs. I quickly threw on a coat and rushed down the stairs. The air after the rain was especially fresh. Under the deep green canopy of the trees, there was a figure that made my eyes light up. Sister Vu Truc, why are you here? Seeing Vu Truc suddenly, I was so happy I could go crazy, really. I never knew true joy was like this. Not seeing Vu Truc for nearly 3 months was unbearable for me, someone who had grown accustomed to relying on her for 3 years in college. I was too used to opening my eyes and receiving her text message inviting me down for breakfast, used to having her by my side every day, spoiling me. I was afraid you'd miss me, so I came. So, did you miss me? I missed you, Sister Vu Truc. I missed you to death. Why did you only just arrive? I chatted happily with Vu Truc all the way. I told her that Professor Kim had asked me to participate in a competition and that the draft was done, so she could help me look it over. Vu Truc just smiled, tilting her head to look at me, listening to me chatter on like a joyous fool. Her eyes, as brilliant as the Milky Way, held a tenderness as vast as the sea. I was 22 years old, a true adult. Usually, in front of my classmates and teachers, their impression of me was elegant and amiable. I heard some underclassmen even followed my classes just to learn my calm demeanor. Little did they know that in front of Vu Truc, I was actually a spoiled fool. What I didn't expect was to run into Vu Dom on the way. Her gaze fell on my hand, which was tightly holding Vu Truc's. I instinctively tried to pull my hand away, but Vu Truc wouldn't let me. She held my hand tightly and walked past calmly. Sister, Vu Dom greeted. Have you eaten? Want to come with us? Vu Truc smiled. Vu Dom hesitated for a moment, then quickly took out her phone, sent a message, and followed us. The prosperity of Kin Do couldn't be compared to Namthun. Here, pie and restaurants were everywhere. Vu Truc chose a Hunan restaurant. The environment inside was very nice, a bit like a botanical park, quiet and with a natural, rustic charm. At a table for four, Vu Truc and I sat on one side, and Vu Dom sat alone on the other. Soft music played overhead, and the air conditioning was set to a comfortable level. Out of habit, I leaned on Vu Truc's shoulder, looking at the electronic menu on the table with her. With Vu Truc here, Vu Dom and I were much more at ease. At least we didn't have to worry about being criticized by Hoso. The food was served quickly, and the three of us began to eat. Vu Truc didn't eat much, constantly putting food in my bowl. Whenever I looked up, I would often see Vu Truc's gentle eyes looking at me quietly, warm, as if in this space, in her eyes, there was only me. There was an unknown emotion struggling to sprout. Vu Dom didn't say much, eating with her head down, but she didn't look well. After talking for a while, I found out that Vu Truc had graduated with her master's degree in my freshman year of university. During my next 3 years of university, she was actually pursuing her doctorate. The reason she was always at the research institute was that she was working as a professor's assistant. As a newcomer to Nam University, I had never asked Vu Truc about these things. Then why did you come to Kin University? This was what I was most curious about. To take care of a certain little puppy who is both a graduate student and a university lecturer. Vu Truc didn't shy away, patting my head, her eyes still full of the same pampering and affection as before. Who's a little puppy? I'm clearly a handsome guy. Understanding the meaning behind Vu Truc's words, I naturally cast myself as the little puppy in her story. Our handsome how fun is now a true handsome man. Vu Dom looked up at me, then at Vu Truc. Such a big matter, why didn't you tell mom and dad? Vu Truc didn't look up, continuing to put food in my bowl. What is there to tell? Mom and dad don't understand these things. In the end, I'm the one who makes the decision anyway. Besides, I think mom and dad will definitely be happy with my decision. After all, they've always felt guilty towards Hao Fom. Letting me take care of him will also put their minds at ease. Vu Dom didn't reply, coldly observing the intimacy between me and Vu Truc, silently lowering her head and eating fiercely. When I was halfway through my meal, I happened to turn my head and saw Hoso standing outside, staring at Vu Dom. I felt extremely uncomfortable and quickly tapped the side of the table with my chopsticks to signal her. Vu Dom saw Hoso and seemed a bit surprised. She picked up her phone, about to leave. It's really nauseating just seeing Hoso. I couldn't help but say something unpleasant. Vu Dom, let's not see each other anymore in the future. She had her back to me and was silent for a moment without saying anything, then walked away. It's finally over. Vu Truc held her wine glass, turning her face to ask me. It's been over for a long time. From that Autumn festival night, when she told me I was shameless and told me to stay away from her, everything officially ended. Vu Truc listened and smiled lightly. What are your plans for the future? Of course, to cast a wide net and focus on fishing. My eyes fell on her face. To find the other half that I love and who also loves me. The wine glass Vu Truc was raising suddenly paused. She turned her head to look at me intently, her sparkling eyes like a million stars, then smiled gently. All right. That smile from Vu Truc could really kill someone. My heart couldn't help but pound a few times. Vu Truc was invited to teach at Kin University. Today was her first day reporting in, and she had a lot of work to do, so she temporarily didn't have time to pay attention to me. In the evening, after dinner, I went for a walk alone in the veranda of the small forest. When I first arrived, I felt this place was very similar to the Rose Corridor near the Research Institute at Lam University, and I couldn't help but want to take a stroll. Gradually, I formed a habit. If I didn't come for a day, I would feel like something was missing. I am just that faithful. Once I love something, it's for a lifetime. Vu Dong, she could be considered a variable in my life. Thinking back, perhaps my feelings for her at that time couldn't be called love, but rather the sympathy and obedience to parents' orders of a good boy, or perhaps the admiration for beautiful things. After walking for half an hour, I was about to go back when Vu Dong suddenly appeared. From the looks of it, she seemed to have been intentionally waiting for me. Having been tormented by her and Hoso, I had developed a heavy psychological shadow. The consequence was that just seeing either of them made my whole body uncomfortable. I hadn't seen them causing trouble together recently, and thought I would have peace from now on. I didn't expect to run into her again so soon. I turned to leave. Vu Dong ran a few steps and got in front of me, blocking me. How Fong, are you avoiding me? Vu Dong, I've said it many times. Let's not see each other again. Even if we accidentally meet on the street, please pretend we don't know each other, okay? Why? Didn't you used to love following me around? Why do you have to avoid me now? You said it yourself, that was before. Because of those past events, I have seriously apologized to you in front of the adults. Please don't come looking for me anymore. It's really annoying, so annoying it could kill me. I couldn't hold back my anger and growled, the frustration in my heart uncontrollable. Vu Dong's body suddenly trembled, and a deep sorrow welled up in her eyes. It was only after I said it that I realized the word she had once said to me that year. I had returned to her verbatim today. I suddenly realized that I had completely escaped the hurt from those years. To me, Vu Dong was just a passerby in my life, nothing more. If there's nothing else, I am leaving. Don't come looking for me in the future. I find it very annoying. I turned to leave in frustration. Ao Fong, don't go, she lowered her voice, sounding half bleeding, half weak. If there's anything else, say it all at once. I just want to ask one question. Ao Fong, are you and Sister Vu Truc together? I turned my head in confusion. Her eyes showed a look of struggle, but she was still seriously observing my expression. So what if we are? So what if we're not? Whoever I am with is none of your business. Ao Fong, I just want to tell you, you and Sister Vu Truc are not suitable for each other. She is much older than you. Whether we're suitable or not is between me and Sister Vu Truc. It has nothing to do with you. You can't control it. I know I have no right to interfere, but you can find anyone else, just not Sister Vu Truc. If I like her, I'll be with her. So what? What will you do if you like it? Vu Dong, are you sick? Get lost. Perhaps my emotions were too strong. Vu Dong looked at me a couple more times, then turned and slowly walked out of my sight. A beautiful evening. Just as Vu Dong ruined the moment, I turned to leave. After a few steps, Vu Truc appeared. Enjoying the eavesdropping, were you? I complained irritably. It's been so many years, Vu Truc, but your habit of eavesdropping hasn't changed at all. It wasn't eavesdropping. I came looking for you, but I didn't expect to walk into a scene like that. I was afraid my presence would keep you from performing well, so I had to hide for a moment. Who would believe that? I muttered. Is your work done? How do you have time to find me? Not yet, I have to go back to finish up. I just came to see what my little boy was up to. I was worried. Combined with what Vu Dong had just said, my face grew a little hot. Vu Truc walked me back to the dormitory before returning to work, reminding me to sleep early and telling me she would pick me up for breakfast the next morning. The next day, I woke up early and, for the first time, diligently went for a morning run. I ran into Vu Dong and Hoso again. I was walking on the track, and they were walking toward me, making it impossible to avoid them. I intended to pretend I didn't know them and walk past, but Hoso suddenly ran over with a grin, trying to grab my hand. I quickly pulled my hand back, took a few steps away, and watched his every move warily. Stand there and talk. Don't touch me. I'm not close with you. Hoso's thick skin was truly remarkable. He completely ignored my cold attitude and enthusiastically pursued me. Today is my birthday. Vu Dong and I want to invite you to eat, Ao Fong. You have to give me face. I'm not going, I said. I already have plans with Vu Truc. You two go ahead. Vu Truc is coming too, right? Hoso smiled and turned to ask Vu Dong. Vu Dong's face was expressionless. After a long silence, she reluctantly grunted in agreement. Alright, if Vu Truc is going, then I'll go. Send the address to my phone. Since she was Vu Truc's younger sister and future brother-in-law, I couldn't let Vu Truc be in an awkward position. For her sake, I would go to this meal. Before class ended, Vu Truc called to say she had something to take care of and would be late, telling me to go ahead first. I followed the address Hoso sent. When I arrived, Vu Dong and Hoso were already seated. However, Hoso was frowning, seemingly worried about something while Vu Dong gently comforted him. Aren't we celebrating a birthday? Cheer up a bit. My intuition told me this meal wouldn't be easy. Just as I sat down, Hoso began. Vu Dong, you tell Ao Fong. I'm really worried. If you have something to say, just say it. No need to beat around the bush, I said impatiently. Vu Dong was silent for a moment, as if choosing her words. Ao Fong, you still don't have a girlfriend. Hoso feels very uneasy about it. How about you find someone? That's right, Hao Fong. There are some beautiful girls from wealthy families in our department. How about I introduce you to one? Hoso added, thinking it wasn't enough. I have a classmate who met you a while ago and has a very good impression of you. She asked me to set you two up. Wudong took out her phone, found a number, and showed it to me. This is her number. I laughed coldly to myself. So, they wanted to persuade me to get a girlfriend. Did my being single bother them? Didn't she just say yesterday that Vutruk and I weren't a good match? Now she's in a hurry for me to be in a relationship. Was she afraid I'd get with Vutruk and was desperately trying to push me onto someone else? Are you two insane? I snapped, angrily knocking over the teacup on the table. What does it matter to you whether I have a girlfriend or not? Who do you think you are? Hao Fong, don't be angry. Hoso is just concerned, Wudong said. I'm not forcing you to find a girlfriend, I just think you're at that age where you should have someone to take care of you. Whether Hoso is at ease depends on you, Wudong, not me. I have Vutruk to take care of me, I don't need your meddling. Stop pointing fingers at my life and stay away from me. I truly didn't expect Wudong would go this far for Hoso. Your relationship is your business. My being single has nothing to do with you. I turned and walked away. Wudong called my name several times, but I ignored her and ran all the way back to the university. During the lunch break, the hallway was deserted. I sat in a corner, sulking. Vutruk found me and sat down beside me. What's wrong? Tell me, she coaxed gently. I took a deep breath to calm down. Wudong said that with me being single all the time, Hoso is uneasy, and she told me to find a girlfriend. Then find one, she said. You're 22, it's about time you had a girlfriend. Should I find one just because they told me to? Why should I listen to them? The more I talked, the angrier I got. I'm just talking about this, but if you stay single, others might think you're still hung up on Wudong. Does anyone really think that? I never thought about it that way. But if that's the case, I really should find a girlfriend. But a girlfriend isn't a radish or a cabbage that you can just find whenever you want. Besides, if I'm going to find someone, it has to be someone 100 times better than Wudong, just to spite Hoso. Such high ambitions, Vutruk teased with a laugh, her eyes sparkling. So where are you going to find someone now? Vutruk suddenly looked over, our eyes meeting. Isn't there someone right in front of you? Why not choose the person right here? The person right in front of me was Vutruk. My face flushed and my heart pounded. I didn't dare look at her. You're my sister Vutruk, how could I choose you? Vutruk's eyes were filled with tenderness, her expression serious. Hao Fong, if you want to make Hoso furious, the easiest way is to marry me. Make them call you brother-in-law every day. You could discipline them openly, and they wouldn't dare complain even if they suffered. Right. Vutruk was too gentle. Her words sent my heart racing and my throat went dry. I desperately wanted something cold to drink. The offer was too tempting, and I wanted to agree. But you don't even like me. Haven't I made it obvious enough? I've liked you for 22 years, and that has never changed. He stared blankly at Vutruk. In her eyes, I saw my own small reflection. I had a slight feeling that Vutruk liked me, but I never dared to believe it. Thinking back, her pampering and indulgence, her care and love, everything seemed to tell me she liked me. Although what she said made sense, turning Vutruk, the person I had always relied on, into my girlfriend felt incredibly strange. Hao Fong, do you think I'm not as good as Wudong? That I'm not worthy of you? Vutruk said with a hurt expression. No, that's not it, don't say that. Her confession was so sudden my mind went blank. Vutruk was a wonderful person, she was the woman who had treated me best besides my mother. In our 20+ years together, I depended on her greatly, but that was when I saw her as a sister. If she became my girlfriend, I didn't know if I could be with her as I was before. Moreover, she was Wudong's biological sister. My history with Wudong was known throughout the school. If I started dating her sister now, it would surely cause a huge storm. Vutruk, can you give me some time to think? Vutruk's face fell, but it was only for a fleeting moment before her smile returned. Of course. In that instant, I suddenly understood some things. After I turned 15, I rarely saw Vutruk. At that time, Aunt Mina always said she was so busy I never saw her. I also thought she was simply too busy. Only now did I realize she was avoiding me. When you were in your final year of high school, she continued, every time I called home, I would find ways to ask which university you were applying to. Whether it was my mom, Wudong, or even me asking my aunt, everyone said you were going to Kim University. Actually, I had a little hope then that you would go to Lam University. That way, I could see you every day, be by your side, and grow up with you. On the day the university entrance exam results were announced, I knew with your scores you would definitely get into Kim University, but I still held on to a glimmer of hope. I asked you which school you got into. When you said you were accepted to Lam University, I was ecstatic. I had never been so happy in my entire life. These past 3 years, I have been happy every single day. That's enough for me. If you must be with Vudam, I can help you. As long as you're happy. My heart itched again. I didn't know if, after what happened with Vudam, I still had the courage to truly love someone. I was afraid that if we couldn't be lovers, I would lose her as a sister too. Vutruk ruffled my hair. It's okay. Forget everything I had just said. Let's pretend it never happened. I'm still your sister Vutruk, and you're still the little brother I watched grow up. I will continue to take care of you in a way you like and can accept. Vutruk, it's not because of Vudam or anything. It's just. I don't know if my feelings for you are alike or not, so I want to think about it. Vutruk, can you wait for me to think it over? Vutruk nodded. Okay. Just then, my stomach let out an unseemly growl. Vutruk laughed and said she would take me to eat. We walked out of the hallway side by side. Lunch was at my favorite noodle shop. We sat opposite each other, waiting for our food. Every time I looked up, my eyes met her affectionate gaze. My mind was elsewhere, scrolling through my phone, but I couldn't read a single word on the screen. The food arrived quickly. I picked up my chopsticks and started eating. The noodles were as delicious as ever, but because the person sitting across from me was no longer just my sister Vutruk, I couldn't eat with the same gusto as before. 2 small bowls of noodles warmed my stomach and my mood brightened considerably. The dark cloud caused by Vudam and Hoso had vanished. I had no classes in the afternoon. After eating, Vutruk took me back to the dorm. It wasn't until I was back in my room, lying on my bed, that I posted the news in the dorm's group chat, dropping it like a bombshell. The chat immediately exploded. The hot-tempered one, finding typing too troublesome, sent a voice message directly. Oh, you finally conquered the goddess. I told you, you finally came to your senses. If you still didn't get it, I couldn't have held back anymore. The whole world could see the goddess liked you, only a fool like you didn't know and kept treating her like a sister. You're as dumb as a pig. We the outsiders, were so anxious we wanted to curse you away. It's a pity the goddess told us not to tell you, so we had to hold it in for years. It hurt our livers. I was speechless, looking up at the sky. So they all knew. No wonder Vutruk was angry with me for days that time I passed a love letter to a senior. The answer was found. That night, lying in bed, I couldn't sleep. The moments I spent with Vutruk over the years flashed before my eyes. Looking back, things I once considered normal, especially after I grew up, seemed to have a purpose. Maybe Vutruk becoming my girlfriend wasn't as difficult as I imagined. Ding. A new message on my phone. Alphom, good night. Looking forward to the day you make my wish come true. For some reason, I felt a little hot, feeling like she was teasing me again. Vutruk always chose short, direct words that left me, someone who had never been in love, defeated. After much thought, I still sent a message to my mother. For such an important matter, I wanted my parents' opinion. Mom, is it normal to date a girl 6 years older? 2 minutes later, my mom replied, tell me, what happened between you and Vudam that I don't know about? My temple throbbed. Busted. Mom was as sharp as ever. Mom, can Vutruk be my girlfriend? This time, I had to wait a long time, probably because my parents were discussing it. Exactly 10 minutes later, just as I was about to doze off, a new message arrived with a ding. In principle, given the past lesson, your father and I don't want you to have anything to do with the Vu family anymore. But love is your own business. We can only give you advice, not arrange your life. Follow your heart. I understand. Thank you, Mom. On Friday afternoon, I had no classes, so I booked a flight back to Namthon. At breakfast, I told Vutruk about going home. She said it wasn't a holiday, and a 2-day trip would be exhausting. If it wasn't important, I shouldn't go. I want to discuss with my parents about swapping the younger sister for the older sister. I don't know if they'll mind. If Vutruk doesn't think it's important, then never mind. I teased her deliberately. Vutruk's eyes lit up. After more than 20 years, I finally have a title. It wasn't easy. To ensure the effectiveness of this trip home, Vutruk decided to go with me. We didn't tell anyone and went straight to the old house, which was near my parents' workplace. I hadn't lived at home for a few years, and my parents spent most of their time there, mainly because they had lived there for 20 years, had deep feelings for it, and were used to the people. The person who opened the door was my father. When he saw me and Vutruk standing together at the door, his entire face seemed to be carved with the word curiosity. His eyes nearly bulged out as if he had discovered a new continent. For the first time, he lost his scholarly elegance, frantically running into the kitchen like he'd lost a slipper to pull my mother out. My mother, holding a dishcloth in one hand, and the range hood in the other, was also stunned into silence by the sight before her. I put our things down, and explained the purpose of our trip. I was a bit blunt. Vutruk stood beside me, full of expectation. In contrast, my parents were hesitant to speak. I couldn't understand. Whether they supported or opposed, they could just say it. What were they hesitant about? My father, taking on his role as the head of the family, solemnly convened the first family meeting. The 4 of us sat on the sofa. Vu Truc reported everything in detail to my parents. My parents sat side by side, looking at each other, communicating with their eyes. After a moment of silence, my mother finally sighed and reluctantly spoke. What are you two doing? First the sister, now the older sister. It's all so confusing. My father uncharacteristically chimed in. Uncle, auntie, if Udon and Hao Fum were still on good terms, I certainly wouldn't be a home wrecker. But now that they have broken up, I genuinely like Hao Fum, Vu Truc said. My parents were experienced people, of course, they could see the sincerity in Vu Truc's feelings. They pursed their lips and went into the kitchen together, saying that since I had come from far away, they would cook something nutritious for me, that I had lost weight. I knew my parents had agreed. The future was up to Man and Vu Truc to decide. I secretly pressed my ear to the kitchen door to eavesdrop. What do you think? My father asked. What is there to think? Vu Truc isn't unreliable like Vu Dong. She's more than a match for our silly boy. If it had been Vu Truc all those years ago, our precious son wouldn't have had to suffer so much. That's true. Then I'll listen to you. The sound of pots and pans clattered in the kitchen. Vu Truc breathed a sigh of relief, turned her head, and smiled at me. The final hurdle is past. Quick, tell me, have you officially accepted me? I wanted to tease her a bit. The probationary period is over. Now the trial period begins. Vu Truc gritted her teeth in frustration. You wicked boy, you're cruel enough. But you have to give me some encouragement. How should I encourage you? I don't have any experience. She looked at me for a moment, then slowly leaned in. Her soft lips gently landed on my forehead, leaving a light, sealing kiss. She immediately pulled back and sat primly on the sofa, pretending to observe my room. When my mother peeked her head in, the scene she saw was truly bizarre. I was sitting foolishly on one side of the sofa, while Vu Truc sat at the other end, as if they didn't want to look at each other. I decided to wrong her a little for the time being. Vu Truc, why don't you go back to your parents' house first? If your uncle and aunt find out you came back but didn't visit, they'll be angry. No rush. Meeting my future in-laws is more important. At such a crucial moment, my parents can wait. What if your uncle and auntie don't agree to us being together? Wouldn't all my efforts be in vain? She said, pretending to joke, but I knew she was genuinely worried. After all, what happened with Vu Dong had made everyone unhappy. The relationship between the two families was still good, but not as it was before. What if her aunt, to preserve the friendship between the two families, didn't agree to us being together? Moreover, looking back at what happened with Vu Dong, it was at most a vague infatuation. It was over when it was over. But now, with Vu Truc, it was serious. We couldn't just break up on a whim. Her aunt was very against Vu Dong being with Hoso and had told my mother several times that she still wanted to set us up. I had refused firmly, but now I was starting to date Vu Dong's own sister. I didn't know what her aunt would think. She smiled at me, her eyes full of love. Are you afraid you won't get to marry me? I pouted. Who's afraid? I'm just saying. The days with Vu Truc were very happy, and in a blink of an eye, it was New Year's Day. The school had a 3-day holiday. Hoso said he had family matters, and his mother would take him back to back then. On the morning of December 31st, he left first, with Vu Dong seeing him off at the airport. Vu Truc had already told her family she would be home early for the winter break. If there were no issues at home, she wouldn't come back for New Year's Day to avoid the hassle. On the evening of the 31st, students who didn't go home were all excited, dressed up, and went out to celebrate the New Year's plan. My plan with Vu Truc was to have dinner first, then go to the amusement park, and finally go to the square to welcome the New Year's bell. Before we left, Vu Dong came to find us, saying she was lonely and wanted to come along. Although neither Vu Truc nor I really wanted her to, no one wants a third wheel, but she was her sister. We couldn't just leave her, so we had to bring this tale along. By the time we got to the amusement park, it was almost 9 p.m. At this hour, the park was usually deserted, but today, there were many people at the gate, mostly young students. Almost everyone was holding a brightly colored glow stick. Vu Truc also bought me a purple one. This was the first time I had celebrated New Year's like this, and I was so happy I couldn't stop smiling. I held our things and asked Vu Dong to take a commemorative photo for me and Vu Truc. Vu Dong was holding Vu Truc's phone, adjusting the focus. In that brief moment, I caught sight of a familiar figure out of the corner of my eye and couldn't help but be startled. It was Hoso. The person next to him was Truong Sang too. I would recognize her even if she were ashes. Across from them was a hotel, and they were walking towards it. So Hoso didn't go back to back then. What he said was just a lie to deceive Vu Dong. In reality, he wanted to use the New Year's holiday to date Truong Sang too. I had to say, the guts of these two were impressive. If you want to sneak around behind someone's back, can't you go a little further away? Besides, Hoso had just written a guarantee letter a few days ago. I thought things would be quiet for a while, but I didn't expect him to cause trouble again. It was impossible to guard against. It seemed Hoso's weakness was ingrained in his bones, rotten to the core. Maybe I shouldn't have given him that chance. I turned to look at Vu Truc and saw that she was also staring at the two of them, her eyes dark and frightening. Against the backlight, her expression wasn't clear. "Let's go in another direction," I said. As soon as I heard another direction, I immediately jumped up like a rabbit, circling her, blocking her from turning around. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. Wudong suddenly cried out, showing she had seen them. I felt a chill run down my spine and quickly looked at Vu Truc. "What do we do now?" "Don't panic. Let's just see what happens," Vu Truc whispered in my ear. Wudong stared at the two of them for a moment, then suddenly screamed and rushed towards them. By the time Vu Truc and I squeezed through the crowd, the situation was chaotic. Although Wudong was not short among girls, she had been a sheltered flower all her life, only knowing how to study and dress up. Her fighting skills were weak. How could she be a match for Truong Sang-tu, who had learned martial arts since she was young? I saw Truong Sang-tu go crazy, swinging her fists at Wudong, spewing harsh words. Wudong was knocked to the ground several times. She tried to get up and fight back but was knocked down again by Truong Sang-tu. She looked miserable. And Hoso, the man Wudong was once willing to give up her family for, stood far away with his hands in his pockets, watching coldly, with no intention of intervening. His indifference towards Wudong sent a chill through my heart. I really didn't know what Wudong was feeling at that moment. I was confused. I used to think he loved Wudong, but now his actions showed no love at all. Maybe he just saw Wudong as a replacement. Otherwise, why would he have cheated on her with Truong Sang-tu when he was on exchange at Lam University? Blame Hoso. It takes two to tango. Wudong deserved it too. She knew perfectly well that Hoso had hired people to deal with me, which was a blatant provocation of the law. Hoso daring to do that was essentially a ticking time bomb, bound to bring disaster to those around him. But she still condemned him. Wudong couldn't distinguish right from wrong, and Hoso was unscrupulous. These two should really be locked up together to prevent them from harming others. The outcome today was well deserved. Vu Truc strode forward, grabbed Truong Sang-tu's hand, angrily pulled it away, and kicked her to the ground. When Truong Sang-tu saw it was Vu Truc, her fierce eyes darted away. She grimly endured several kicks from Vu Truc. No matter how vicious she was no match for Vu Truc. This had been proven years ago at Lam University. "Vu Truc, stop hitting her," Hoso shouted, rushing over to shield the fallen Truong Sang-tu. When Truong Sang-tu was hitting Wudong, Hoso was silent as if he saw nothing. Now that Truong Sang-tu was being hit, Hoso was like a mother hen protecting her chick. The difference between love and no love was truly vast. Wudong, her face covered in wounds, lay listlessly on the ground, staring blankly at the sky as if she had lost her soul. "Wudong, are you okay?" Vu Truc reached out to help her up. Wudong wiped her face and, using Vu Truc's strength, stood up, her eyes fixed on Hoso. She didn't cry when she was being beaten, but when she saw the boy she loved hugging another woman, her eyes welled up. She stood up unsteadily, her beautiful eyes no longer shining. Seeing Wudong so heartbroken and desperate, I thought of the words ashes and cold embers. She looked at the two people holding each other tightly, her laughter growing louder and louder, finally becoming hysterical. "Retribution. This is retribution." In front of the hotel, her mournful and desperate laughter echoed. It was true retribution. When I had feelings for her, she didn't care. Now that she wanted to live a good life with Hoso, he didn't care about her. What Wudong was suffering today, in my eyes, was the consequence of her indecisiveness, wanting both the fish and the bear's paw. She wanted too much and ended up with nothing. Oh my God, a girl this beautiful got cheated on. Her laughter is so scary. She must be heartbroken to the point of madness. Is that guy blind? He doesn't want someone this beautiful. Come on, that other girl isn't bad either. Look at what she's wearing. She's clearly from a rich family. Truong Sang-tu was not bad looking, and her clothes were luxurious. She was clearly a rich young lady. Standing next to Wudong with her beautiful face and cold aura, they were both the type of girls that boys liked, and it was hard to say who was better. Vu Truc, what now? I asked. Wudong looked so pitiful. The pitiful have their own hateful aspects. Wudong brought this upon herself. I don't pity her. I only feel sorry for her from your sister's perspective. This was bound to happen sooner or later. It's better that it happened early. It's better to have a short, sharp pain than a long, dull itch. She'll get over it. Vu Truc was terrifyingly rational. A boom stopped on the road. A middle-aged man got out and helped Truong Sang-tu into the back seat. Hoso didn't even glance at Wudong. Without hesitation, he got into the car. The door closed, and they left together. Wudong watched the bamboo disappear into the traffic, then, unable to bear it any longer, collapsed to the ground. A beautiful New Year's Eve turned into a mess. I didn't even know where the glow stick went. The final result was me, and Vu Truc sitting by Wudong's hospital bed to welcome the New Year's bell. The next morning, I woke up on the narrow caregiver's bed. Vu Truc had already prepared warm water and was carefully cleaning Vu Dong. Vu Dong's beautiful face was covered in wounds. It was dark last night, so I couldn't see clearly. I didn't realize she was so seriously injured. Vu Dong was awake, silently letting Vu Truc clean her. Her starry eyes were now empty, without a trace of light. Her whole person seemed ethereal. Witnessing something like that must have broken her heart. Vu Truc was right. The sooner she found out, the better for her. In any case, it would have been difficult for her and Ho So to have a good ending. I had someone check the surveillance cameras. Truong Sang Tu started it. Eve already reported it to the police and requested a medical examination of her injuries. Someone will be here soon to investigate. Just tell the truth, Vu Truc said. Vu Dong gave a cold numb without any other reaction. After a long and tiring night, I was both exhausted and sleepy. Vu Truc, feeling sorry for me, took me back to the dormitory and told me to get some sleep. She said she would come to me after she was done at the hospital. It was New Year's Day, and I didn't want to spend it alone in the dorm, but Vu Dong's situation was really serious. When I got back to the dorm and went out to the balcony, Vu Truc was still standing downstairs, waving at me from a distance. The sadness in my heart vanished in an instant when I saw her. I waved back and watched her get into the car and leave. After cleaning up, I changed into comfortable pajamas, sent a New Year's greeting to my mother, and went to bed to catch up on sleep. When I woke up in the afternoon, I opened my phone to see that my father and mother had each sent me a large red envelope. I was so happy I didn't know what to do. I ran to the hospital alone, clutching the heavy phone. The money from my first project at Kim University had come in, a large sum sitting quietly in my bank account. The years at Lam University, Professor and Vu Truc had led me on many projects, and I had earned a lot. In principle, I wasn't short of money, but the money from my parents was different. It was their deep love for their son, far more valuable than the money I earned. Vu Truc was leaning warily against the headboard, her eyes closed, resting. When she noticed I had arrived, she smiled and waved me over. Don't you hate the smell of hospitals? Why did you come? On a big holiday like this, being alone in the dorm is meaningless, so I came here. Vu Truc smiled gently, but her smile was full of fatigue. I'm a little tired, how fun. Can you rub my temples for me? Of course. I imitated the way my father massaged my mother, gently massaging her temples. Vu Truc was truly tired. Soon, her breathing became even. Vu Dong had woken up at some point, and was silently watching me and Vu Truc, her eyes devoid of any emotion or light. Vu Truc only slept for half an hour. When she woke up and saw I was still massaging her, she sympathetically rubbed my fingers. Are you uncomfortable anywhere? Vu Truc asked Vu Dong. Vu Dong didn't answer her question. Instead, she said, you two knew all along, didn't you? Vu Truc and I looked at each other without speaking. Sometimes, silence is better than words. Even without speaking, the answer was in the silence. Vu Dong's expression didn't change at all, like a lifeless puppet. When did you know? I don't know when it started. I had just noticed that year when he came to Lam University for an exchange program. I tried to tell you many times, but you wouldn't let me speak before I could even start. That time in the restaurant's backyard, I was determined to tell you clearly, but you scolded me away. Besides, even if I had told you, would you have believed me? Vu Dong gave a faint smile, followed by a long silence. In the evening, her uncle and aunt came. When they saw Vu Dong's miserable state, Aunt Mina burst into tears, helplessly saying that she had seen from the beginning that Hoso was not a good person and blamed Vu Dong for being blind. She deserved to be hurt. Uncle V sat in the hallway, smoking one cigarette after another. Although they said that, as parents, how could they not be heartbroken when their child was hurt? Aunt Mina's deep love turned into harsh rebukes. Vu Truc and I went out to buy food, leaving space for the mother and daughter. On New Year's Day, many shops closed early for the holiday, and delivery services also stopped. Vu Truc and I walked a long way before we could order a few dishes from a high-end restaurant to take away. When we returned, my aunt was still relentlessly scolding Vu Dong. Why can't you see people for who they are? Hao Fong is so good, and he liked you so much. Why did you have to find someone as fickle as him? You wouldn't listen no matter what he said. Don't blame me for being harsh, this is retribution for how you treated Hao Fong back then. I dare not think about it. Every time I remember what happened, I feel sorry for Hao Fong. Such a good boy, hurt so badly by you. Thankfully, you have your sister. Otherwise, my heart would itch so much. Look how happy your sister is. If you weren't so blind, the happy one would be you now. Vu Dong looked out the window, and whispered, I know. I know everything. My aunt's constant mentioning of me made me very uncomfortable. Vu Truc squeezed my hand and gave me a reassuring smile. She pushed the door open, pretending not to have heard anything, and placed the food on the bedside table. Uncle, auntie, wash your hands and eat something. Vu Dong was seriously injured and in a bad mood. She only drank half a bowl of porridge and wouldn't eat any more. The next day when I went to the hospital, there was no one in the room. I saw Wudong struggling to take out her phone to make a call. It seemed the other person didn't answer. She disappointedly put the phone back under her pillow. I guess she was calling Hoso. This Hoso was quite a character. Since that day he left with Truong Sangtu, he had vanished from the face of the earth. He hadn't made a single phone call or sent a single text message. The atmosphere around Wudong grew gloomier by the day, and her wounds healed very slowly. On the third day, her uncle and aunt went home. They both had jobs and couldn't stay to take care of her for long. Before leaving, her aunt held my and Wutruck's hands and entrusted Wudong to us, asking us to forget our past grievances and take good care of her. Those things happened many years ago, and I no longer held them to heart. Besides, she was Wutruck's biological sister. Even if it was just for Wutruck's sake, I would take good care of her. Wutruck had been taking care of her in the hospital for 4 days without a change of clothes and looked haggard. I told her to go home, take a shower, and get her things in order. I would stay at the hospital to watch over things for a while. When Wutruck left, Wudong was still sleeping. I sat bored on the caregiver's chair, scrolling through my phone. Suddenly, I looked up and saw Wudong staring at me without blinking. My heart pounded, and I instinctively looked towards the door, but Wutruck had just left and couldn't be back so soon. For some reason, this time when Wudong woke up, I felt a little scared looking at her because her gaze was very complex and dark. "Are you afraid of me?" she asked, her voice hoarse, her eyes hazy. I forced a smile. "No, I was just a bit distracted." "How Fom, after how I treated you before, do you still hate me?" "I don't hate you anymore. I was young and foolish back then and really caused you a lot of trouble. Why should I hate you?" She curled her lips into a faint smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Really? More real than pearls. Not only do I not hate you, but I'm also very grateful to you. If you hadn't scolded me awake, how would I have discovered how wonderful Wutruck is?" The smile on her face vanished, and her expression turned gloomy, making her look frightening. "You like Wutruck that much?" I didn't know if my last sentence had provoked her, causing her whole body to exude a dark and terrifying aura. In the following conversation, I didn't dare to speak carelessly, only using simple words to respond to her. With Wutruck not here, I didn't dare to provoke her. I never thought that one day I would like Wutruck. Even before you told me to find a girlfriend, I had never considered it. But Wutruck is a very good person. Now I like her more and more, I said, expressing my truest feelings. How Fom. If I hadn't done that back then, would you have liked me the way you like Wutruck now? This was a very complicated question. In my mind, an image of the 18-year-old Wudong appeared, full of life, as beautiful as a painting. Then, it was the image of her standing there, viciously criticizing me like a demon. If everything that happened on that Mid-Autumn festival night hadn't happened, would I have continued to like her? I thought for a moment and said, I can't answer something that didn't happen. I don't know what's wrong with me either. I wanted to stay away from you so much, and I liked Hoso so much. But when I was with Hoso, I always thought of you. I knew it was wrong. I didn't want to be a bad woman who hurt you and then betrayed Hoso. I tried to treat you with the coldest expression to make you stay away from me on your own, she said, looking out the window, her mind seemingly drifting back to the distant past. To be honest, I had long since stopped caring about what she was saying. I didn't want to waste time talking about the past with her. But since it was just the two of us, as long as she remained emotionally stable and didn't cause trouble, I was fine with listening to her. Then you really did stay away from me. You didn't contact me for a month or two. You didn't take the initiative to find me either. I put all my energy into Hoso, clinging to him every day, reminding myself that Hoso was the one I loved the most. They all said we were the model couple of Kim University, but only I knew how your figure would appear in my mind in the dead of night. As soon as I fell asleep, you would be in my dreams. You stood under a tree, wearing a white uniform, smiling through tears, getting further and further away from me. For a long time, I didn't dare to sleep without sleeping pills. Hoso was very sensitive. After I threw a few tantrums, he asked if I had any regrets. I swore to him that I had no regrets, that the past was in the past, and in the future, the person I loved could only be him, forever. I lied to him and to myself. Later, he suggested we rent a house near the school and live together. I refused without a second thought. I was afraid that if we did, I wouldn't be able to face you calmly anymore. I miss you while condoning Hoso for making things difficult for you. On his birthday, we had planned for just the two of us, but didn't we run into you that morning? He wanted to invite you to come along. The suggestion that you find a girlfriend was his idea, and I agreed. At that time, I simply thought that if you had a girlfriend, I would give up completely and be with Hoso with all my heart. But when you really developed feelings for Wutruck, I was heartbroken. I went to find you regardless of the consequences. I thought you wouldn't really give up on me. It was only when I got there that I realized you had left me behind long ago. From now on, the person you love can only be Wutruck, right? I regret it so much, How Fom. These days, I don't know how many times I've thought about how selfish I used to be, losing a boy who loved me so much. I hope you could come back to me, but when I heard the loving words you said to Vutruk, I couldn't say anything. That day, when I saw Hoso and Truong saying to together, I was also very shocked. After all, we had been together for so long, and I had invested all my heart into it. It's impossible to say it didn't hurt. But I also felt relieved, as if a mountain that had been weighing on me for years had been lifted. I couldn't end it on my own, but it was for the best that he ended it. It's a pity that my boy will never come back. Hearing Vudum's painful account, I was honestly very surprised. But it was just a surprise. I was no longer the Hao Fong of the past. She was no longer the innocent girl like the moonlight of yesterday. What had once caused me extreme pain now only left a sour taste when I heard it again. He smiled lightly. It's all in the past. Just focus on getting better. That's the most important thing. She said nothing more, turned her back to me, and muttered something I couldn't hear clearly. I didn't ask again. For several consecutive days, I ran back and forth between school and the hospital, but I never saw the police come to investigate. I asked Vutruk about it and found out that Vudon had requested not to press charges. She got beaten up for nothing. I couldn't understand her actions. Later, in the dead of night, I thought about it. Perhaps in the process of loving Hoso, Vudon was never fully committed, feeling that she had done something wrong and owed Hoso, so in the end, she still forgave them. After a few days in the hospital, the wounds on Vudon's body were 70 to 80% healed. The doctor said her recovery was good, and she could go home to rest. With another month until the Lunar New Year and considering Vudon's health, Vutruk drove me and Vudon home together. Back home, I mostly stayed at my house, occasionally going out with friends. After finishing her housework, Vutruk would come to my house to keep me company. It had been half a month since Vudon's incident. Vutruk had lost a whole size taking care of her but still tried to hold on. Her uncle and aunt were old, and basically, everything inside and outside the house relied on Vutruk. But when she was with me, she still looked at me with sweet and radiant eyes, still smiled at me gently like a rose blooming in the dark. She would gently ask me if I was eating well, why I seemed so listless. She said she had neglected me recently, and that once Vudon recovered, she would definitely spend time with me and take me to see the other beautiful sights of the world. I smiled foolishly and said yes. Vutruk probably didn't know yet that with her, I already possessed the most beautiful scenery in the world, surpassing all the scenic beauty on earth. The next morning, just as I woke up, Vutruk came downstairs to pick me up, saying she had a surprise for me. I happily got into the car and followed her to a coffee shop. Vutruk arranged for me to sit near the window, ordered me coffee and cake, and told me to eat by myself. She sat with a middle-aged woman at a table further inside to discuss business. After talking for a while, the middle-aged woman opened her briefcase, took out a stack of papers, and reviewed them page by page with Vutruk. Then they both signed. Before parting, they shook hands formally and scheduled a time and place for something. I was sitting far away, so I couldn't hear clearly. After seeing the middle-aged woman off, Vutruk came over with a folder and sat across from me, watching me eat intently. "What's that?" I asked while chewing on cake, glancing at the folder. Vutruk pressed my forehead. "I'll tell you later. Don't move, eat properly, don't choke." After I finished eating, I asked Vutruk where she planned to take me. Vutruk said she was taking me home. My head immediately started to itch. I really hated that house. Too many unhappy memories. The people I didn't want to see were mostly in that house. I'm not going. How could Vutruk not know what I was thinking? She smiled gently and held my hand. My parents went to see old friends. They might not be back today. Vudon has a university friend visiting and went out earlier than me, so that meant I could enjoy a private world with Vutruk. Was this considered our first official date? Quite appealing. "I really don't want to go," I said. Vutruk gently coaxed me, leaving me dazed. When I came to my senses, the car had already stopped in front of her house. The for sale sign on my house's window was still there. It wasn't that no one had asked, but we hadn't met a suitable buyer yet. Anyway, we weren't in a hurry for the money, so we could sell it any time. It was terribly cold these days. In the small garden, only a few vines still had some green. The other plants had all withered. Standing in front of the building, even though I had only been away for a few days, I felt a sense of things having changed. "Why aren't you going in?" Vutruk stood behind me, reaching out to unlock the door, leaning in close to ask. Her warm breath on my neck made my heart itch, and my pulse suddenly quickened. A rush of heat went to my head, and my cheeks quickly became hot, as if on fire. After changing our shoes inside, Vutruk pushed me straight into her room. She kissed me lightly on the lips, her smile as radiant as the sun. "I love you, Hao Fong. From now on, we will be together forever." In the warm room, we held each other, enjoying the happiest moment of our lives. Finally, our love was rewarded, and a bright future awaited us.